Starting soon. And welcome back. Part 4 is now live. And I'm going to start off by just addressing some replies I had to that comment about the next gen edition of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. While we may still be a couple years off of a Gran Turismo 7 and the inevitable upgrade, we've had a couple people say that having 50 cars would be fantastic in a race. It truly would be awesome to be able to fully replicate the majesty and epicness of what is the true Le Mans 24 hours. The 50 cars, the full battles, the full damage and the full risk that encounters all those who compete at the real place. If that could transition onto the next console, it could be something truly amazing. We are just 6 hours remaining here, and this is where the real race really starts. They can see the finish line. It's a 6-hour race, has been running this series, and it's about a normal race length. We've got the P1 first position car in LMP1 is clear enough that he really doesn't have to worry about too much. That ABC Racing Peugeot has been ridiculously strong from the start, and he has just done a fantastic job. In position 2, we've got we still believe the #1 Audi Alvirion, currently being driven by GTP Bambi. I mentioned earlier how good a job he's been doing battling the no ABS with his controller and in these ridiculously wet 100% track moisture conditions. It's something that is so hard to do. I sincerely challenge anybody watching to go turn on their PlayStation and attempt to do what he's doing right now, because it is a battle. In position number 3, we are currently unsure of who's actually there, but at the last update, the number 4 and number 7 cars, the Bentley and the number 4 Peugeot, were on the same lap as each other. So who is currently leading that, we cannot say. I'm not sure when we'll get the next race position update, but currently they are in 3rd and 4th. The number 10 and number 11 Nissans, who have been quite close. That is the LMP2 battle that me and Bo were talking about so feverishly, hopefully shaping up in a good way. The second place car had a lot of luck with staying on wet tyres, which allowed him to gain quite a lot of room on the number 10. We're not currently sure who's leading that battle or what the gap is, but as soon as I'm joined by someone with some information, we will update you on that. The number 17 and 16 LMP2 cars are slightly out of the chase, but they're doing a great job keeping it in there. Particularly a special mention to that number 16 car, who, like the number 1 Audi Virion that we are watching now, only has 2 drivers in the team. And it just can't be stressed enough how long a time 8 hours is to split between 2 drivers. That's taking one person's stint out just makes it so much harder for the other 2 guys. And GTP Pasm, GTP Bambi, Pubes, and I apologise, but I do not know the name of the other driver of the number 16 car, just deserve all the credit that they get for doing this with just the pairs of them. Into the GT cars, the number 51 BMW does have a strong lead. We did believe that the Corvette was leading that class for a good length of time, but we are quite sure that the number 51 BMW of the MWM Motorsports thing is currently leading that by a good 4 or 5 laps over the number 58 Corvette. The number 55 Ford GT is in 3rd in class, and the number 52 BMW M3 is also up there, closing out the field. We are currently watching the number 17, I think that's the number 17, I think it's number 17 Peugeot. It is of, I can't actually tell you who's driving that at the moment, but they are placed 3rd in LMP2. Look at all that water spray that car is producing. It is so wet out there. These guys have had, the weather has been completely unrelenting to these guys today. it's been non-stop and it's been hard. And the brief breaks they've got have only tempered their. It's just been such a slight relief for such a short time that it's just more than anything rubbed salt in the wounds that this has been a wet race and it's been a hard race. And all those drivers out there have done a fantastic job staying in this race. So the 100% wetness is a real challenge. We're just not far away. We're going to replay the first part of our interview with the GT Academy champions. We'll have that in about 5 minutes. So thanks for joining us. And yeah, I'll stay with you until then. Just receiving word there's actually quite a few guys out there using controllers, so yeah, full props to you guys, fellas. It's not easy out there. And we've had a comment that it would be good to see a full sim Formula Gran Turismo season as well. That would be something definitely worth watching and worth participating in. You could recreate the Formula 1 season or do something along those lines. It would definitely take a lot of interest from the GTPlanet community and could see some very good quality racing. So I'm going to actually cue the interview in about 30 seconds. So this goes for, I believe, 40 minutes. By the time you get back to hearing commentary, I will be gone. Thank you very much for joining us, folks. It's been an absolute pleasure joining you. You've been quite nice to me. You've been quite supportive, and I really appreciate that. I do enjoy doing this, and thank you very much for joining me for the GTPlanet Endurance Series 24 Hours of Le Mans. I'll see you next time.
Hello viewers, welcome to an all-new episode of Dutchie's Pit Talk. Tonight I'll be joined by two GT Academy champions, Nick McMillan, US champion in 2013, and Nicholas Hammond, US champion in 2014. Tonight we'll be discussing how they got involved in the game and how they mastered it. After that we're gonna dive into their GT Academy experiences and what happened after that. So hello gentlemen, I'm very happy you could join us. How are you?
Good to be here.
Okay, great to have you on the show and that you're willing to participate. So for the first part, we're gonna be focusing on how you got involved in the franchise. So Nick, if you could start that one off for us.
Yeah, I actually got involved in the first game of Gran Turismo when it came out, I think in 1997. My grandma actually used to work for PlayStation, so she had all the games and stuff, so she always let me pick through the games and pretty much play whatever I want. So Gran Turismo was always one of the first games that I went to, so yeah, that pretty much kicked it off when I was 4 or 5 years old.
Okay, so that sounds like a pretty sweet family to have when you're young.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
Okay, Nicholas, how did you get started with GT?
I remember my dad and I, we were down in Omaha, Nebraska, visiting some of my dad's friends, and they had this game. It was in '99, so it was Gran Turismo 2. So we were kind of like, we loved cars, and with the winters up by us, we were always trying to find a way to get involved and fill that void in the winter. And they were say, hey, did you ever play Gran Turismo? And we're like, what's this game? So they kind of, after getting it out and many long hours playing, we were hooked on it ever since. So that's just kind of how I got started in Gran Turismo.
Okay, great to hear. And now we know how you got started with the games. I'm also interested in what great GT memories do you have? So, Nicholas, if you could answer that question first.
Yep. Besides like the whole GT Academy experience, I would probably say I remember it was I did a lot of gaming stuff with my dad, and I remember one night we had just kind of a funny challenge where we wanted to get a Ford Ka up to 200 miles an hour on the test track. So it's like you kind of just throw the challenge out there and you're like, see how close you are, and you go out and you're like 190 and you're like, oh, this might actually be possible to do. So after like 5 hours, I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, you're drinking like Mountain Dew just to stay awake. I think we finally hit like 200.0001. So it was kind of just one of the memories I'll always remember on Gran Turismo 5.
That's funny. I have a quite similar question. I don't know in which game it was, GT1 or GT2. You had the Toyota LMP cars. I believe it was the GT1. And if you put two together around the test track, you could go ridiculously fast. So also involved a lot of time in nailing that trick. So
yeah,
great
exactly.
to hear that. Okay, so Nick, what is your greatest memory in GT besides the GT Academy?
Well, I'd say like mostly just kind of growing up at my grandparents' house playing, video games and all, playing, each and every Gran Turismo. But I remember like one time specifically, I went out to one of my parents' friend's house, and they had a Gran Turismo. I think it was three or four at the time. And me and one of the guys there ended up doing a endurance race for whatever it was, like 4-6 hours or something. So we do like 30-minute stints on the game, and I kind of always like just remembered that and wondered what it would be like at the time to be a racing driver and be turning stints like that where you're running 3, 4, 5 hours, So I'd say that was something I was. Yeah, now I know. But yeah, I always thought it was crazy that drivers did that. But yeah, I'd say that's one of my good memories of playing the game.
Okay, thanks for sharing that nostalgia. The thing I'd like to know next is why did you choose to spend your time in GT instead of the other sim races? Nick, if you could answer that one first.
For me, I guess I'd always, like I said, grown up playing Gran Turismo, so I knew it and I was comfortable with it. Plus, I think I kind of got more into playing the simulator stuff once more of the online gaming became more mainstream. Mm-hmm. So like GT5 and then obviously now GT6. Maybe I can't remember if GT4 had it or not, but yeah, I just kind of stuck with it. I always thought the graphics were pretty good and the physics mostly have always been one of the best out of the different racing sims. But yeah, I mean, I always had a PlayStation and Gran Turismo, so I kind of just stuck with it throughout time, and I'd say that's why I've always played it and always had fun with it.
Okay, great to hear. And Nicholas, why did you choose GT?
Yep, I remember like same kind of with Nick. I always had a PlayStation, and it was something my dad and I always liked to do. And it seemed like Gran Turismo was more of like a simulation based, and with the cars and the tracks that they had, it fit more into the mold that I kind of grew up with the racing stuff at Road America. So it was something that my dad and I could sit down in the winter, or with my dad or myself and some friends, and it would just kind of fill that competitive void with like the simulation as well as the on-track racing. So it was cool to kind of progress through the years with like Gran Turismo 2, 3, 4, all the way up, and kind of see how the graphics and stuff changed. And just it was always exciting, like when it would come out a new one and you'd fire it up for the first time watching the intro video. It was always pretty cool. So that's why I stayed with Gran Turismo.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. So as most of us know, you both won the GT Academy. And the process of the GT Academy is well documented on YouTube, and I believe Nicholas, you had a movie on Hulu as well. And I would like to know more about the preparation for your GT Academy. So I'd like to start with you, Nicholas, and after that we'll come back to Nick for these questions. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I reckon when you play GT a lot and become quicker and quicker, the thought of the GT Academy participation starts entering your head till the moment you decide to fully commit to it. So when did you get the idea to start competing in the GT Academy?
I remember hearing like the year after Brian won the first year, my uncle kind of sent me an email saying, "Hey, they got this GT Academy thing that with gaming, and it kind of involves if you end up being really fast on the game, you kind of get to go to become a professional race car driver." So I remember checking into it, and then that was right after I think the first one was either in London or some street circuit, and I was like, "Oh, I just missed the date," and I was young at the time where I wouldn't have been able to participate, but it would have just kind of been cool to see where my lap time kind of was
Yeah,
in the
sure.
game because it was something that I didn't like I say I kind of grew up with very limited internet access, so I did a lot of just gaming by myself or against like the computer AI, so I never really knew how I stacked up against like the general public. But
Yeah.
then once I kind of started playing a little bit more and I went down to school at UNC Charlotte where I was able to do a lot of racing online, then I kind of was like, "Oh, I wonder if I'll give it a try." So then I luckily was able to just kind of compete. And the first year I did it, I think I was like 100th or something in the country. And then next year I ended up was like 50th, 55th. And then luckily my year I was in the top 32 enough to get to nationals in New York.
Okay, so the next question was how many times did you try to make the cut? So if I'm correct, that's 3 years you did a shot.
Yep, I did basically I did all the online stuff. The online stuff was kind of where I was with the gaming stuff where I kind of struggled and stuff with. So that was where I tried really hard the first 2 years, and I had just an old steering wheel, and then the third year I got a G27 steering wheel, and kind of really put forth a lot of effort into getting inside that top 32 to begin the GT Academy journey.
Okay, so then the moment arrives where you enter the GT Academy, or you got qualified, and how do you prepare for the real thing on physical, mental, and skill wise? Really interested in that.
Yep. So like as soon as I found out I was inside that top 28 for the US stuff, I started to run. I did a lot of running. I did track and stuff in high school, so I still kept in decent shape, but as soon as I found out I was going to New York, I started to run a lot more. So I'd probably run like 5K or something 3 times a week, and then I would weightlift 3 times a week just on the physical side of it. And then the gaming side of it, I did a lot more online racing and at the different tracks and stuff and the cars that previous years people did at the finals just in preparation for the New York stuff. And then I did a lot of like just different experiences. I know like I had a gift certificate from all the go-karting stuff that I did for like a sprint car driving school. So I did that experience just to kind of simulate being thrown in a weird environment and just kind of how you either adapt to it as quickly as you can. So I just try to get as much in-car experience as well as gaming experience to kind of prepare for the New York National Finals.
Okay. Yeah, we saw on the YouTube part that the physical challenge, the physical training for you really paid off, especially at the running towards the cars and the biking, etc. I think
Yeah, that
it
definitely
really benefited you in that area. So
exactly. I just knew that was something that it doesn't cost anything, and that was something I could really kind of push and try to be the best at. And that
yeah,
definitely helped. I know mindset wise, when I was the slowest on the first episode, when you look up at the board and you're like the slowest guy there, you're like, I think I'm going home. So then
yeah.
when I was able to kind of the next event was the running stuff, it really kind of fit right into my mold and was able to really do well.
Yeah, as well as the running part was really early on in that challenge, so you benefited from it right away. So you could keep you could keep the momentum of being first. So you didn't have to think back about the others too much.
Exactly. Like Danny Sullivan did a good comment where he said Nick was able to kind of relax and just calm down, and that was exactly what happened when you
Yeah.
had a nice decent lead. You didn't really have to push like the other guys. You could just kind of run your own race and not really just be smooth and clean. And then from that point on, it was just kind of just don't make any mistakes and focus on getting the win.
Yes. So Nick, for you the same questions. So when did you get the idea to start competing in GT Academy?
I think one day I'd signed online to play, and I'd seen there was some sort of, competition, time trial, like they usually have. But one of them was special. and saying like, oh, well, there's like GT Academy won an experience to be a professional racing driver. And so I kind of read through what the details were, and to me it sounded like, oh, you got to go to Silverstone and you got to have a week that was like being a professional racing driver. So I had like entered the competition with, I think there was only like 2 or 3 days left, and I just played it as a time travel to kind of see like what was going on. But I didn't take it seriously at all. And then, what was it, 2-3 months later, all of a sudden I saw like the TV show of what it was, and so I like watched the whole TV show and then realized, no, you actually like win a contract or whatever to become a professional racing driver. And I was like, holy crap, I didn't realize this is what I had actually entered.
So things got more serious then.
yeah. Once I actually like saw the TV show, I'm like, dang, I didn't realize this is what we were competing for. So I decided that, you know, hopefully they do it next year, and if they do, I'm going to take it seriously. So yeah, I kept searching around and checking when GT Academy was going to come out again and they were going to do the competition, so I'd be prepared. So, you know, I kept doing online races and time trials and different stuff in preparation for that. And then it finally popped up, and yeah, I just pretty much went for it. I'd only had a controller at the time too, so my dad had actually made a bet with me for 2012, and was like, oh, if you can get top 50 on a controller, I'll build you a wheel and pedal setup. So sure enough, I had it done. I think within like 3 or 4 hours, I was like 42nd on a controller. And he went out and bought me a wheel and pedals, and then basically like custom fabbed a rig for me. So yeah, I ended up qualifying in 2012 and going to nationals. But unfortunately, I think I finished 20th or 19th, and they only took the top 16 according to points that year, because it was all based on gaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't make it 2012, and then for 2013, I was like, man, I'm making it all the way. I'm not screwing around this time. So because I just, you know, prepped for that as far as like gaming and online racing stuff. I had joined like a racing club or racing league, I guess, which is called Snail, which they do Sunday night like spec racing.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's like one of the biggest one on GTPlanet. Everyone kind of knows about it.
Yes.
But that helped me a ton on, you know, just like speed and racecraft and everything. So when it came time for 2013, the whole gaming side of it was, you know, super easy for qualifying, and then the racing like at nationals. And yeah, fortunately I made it all the way to Silverstone and am where I am now.
Okay, that sounds great. So in the year that you got qualified, how did you prepare on the physical, mental, and the skill-wise area, as well as you? Of course, you took a lot of experience from the previous year going to the nationals, knowing what you had to do the year afterward. I think it should be helpful to have spoken to the other competitors and seeing what they have done. So how did you prepare?
Yeah, it was definitely helpful going into or having that experience from the previous years competing. Plus, you know, when I showed up to like nationals, I knew some of the people there already. So I think it was a little bit comfort. But for nationals, it was really more of just, you know, having that gaming side down, which was basically came down to just playing and being on like the racing league and staying calm. But they ended up having, you know, a driver or a driving challenge that time, which actually wasn't too bad because I had kind of prepped like doing some karting, and I had some track experience previous to that as well. So the driving side of things was pretty easy, but I'd say it was a lot of the preparation you try to do is once you qualify to go to Silverstone. So I think that's the hard part because you're trying to squeeze in, you know, your physical training and trying to get track time if you can. So I had basically just said like, hey, I'm going to go, you know, running's really all I could do, and, you know, the basic, I guess, sit-ups, push-ups, etc., or riding bikes here at home in order to get that done. So I was just trying to do it as much as possible, and then I squeezed in a track day and an autocross and did as much karting as I could until I went to Silverstone. And then I also made sure that I knew all the track configurations at Silverstone because I knew we'd probably be driving all of them.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I think a big help is just watching previous seasons and knowing what to expect and kind of prepping based off of what challenges you see them do. I guess kind of like people you see like Ninja Warrior, if you've ever watched that, where people
Yeah.
build the Ninja Warrior setups at the house so they can train and know what to expect. So I think that was probably like the best strategy I had, and I think some other people did the same. Is just prepping for what you see on the previous shows.
Yeah. Yeah, and then came 2015, and they threw a lot of plans away. So we're getting back to the GT 2015 topic later on. But anyway, thank you for sharing the way you prepared for the GT Academy. As you know, this interview will be first aired during GTPlanet Endurance Series. And in this series, a lot of GT Academy national finalists, but also finalists compete besides each other. And also a lot of people who still have their shot at the GT Academy. So what are your best tips to those who made it to race camp for the 2015 GT Academy? Nick, if you could answer that one first.
I'd say like before, because I know race camp hasn't begun yet, but beforehand, just try and get as much seat time as possible, whether it be karting, driving, something out in like the sand or dirt somewhere, and just trying to get used to the limits of a car. I know karting is really huge. You'll get a lot from karting, and it's fairly cheap. You can usually do rental karts and stuff. And then obviously just trying to do physical conditioning from what you see in the competitions. Pretty much all the episodes you'll see are, exact things of what we did or other race camps did. So just look at those and prep, physically and mentally, and practice what you can. But as far as going to race camp and while you're there, my biggest advice is probably just to try to get to know everybody, all the coaches, all the other contestants and stuff. And then especially like all the driver coaches. The driver coaches are super helpful. Don't get on their bad side or get mad or do anything. Just, you try to stay calm. You watch what other people do. And then most of all, just ask questions. Sometimes they'll say, oh, we're not allowed to talk or anything in the car. But I didn't listen to them, and I asked all the questions I could, and I think they take notice of that, that you're willing to learn and improve, and most of all, just after you get the answer to your questions, try and go out and prove that you were listening and apply that to your competition. So I think that's a huge thing that most people do or don't do, is they get nervous and they don't kind of pay attention or ask questions. So asking questions will get you a long ways, and I know everyone does have, their questions when they're there. So ask away, and hopefully you'll get an answer. It doesn't hurt, that's for sure.
Okay, so that's a good advice for the people competing. So Nicholas, can you add to that?
Yeah, I can. Nick did an awesome job explaining just different stuff. I know, like he said, you watch all the previous episodes of the previous years, just different challenges just to prepare. I know that definitely helped for my stuff, just with different physical challenges as well as like in-car challenges. And then throughout the whole thing, like Nick said, you just kind of do the physical stuff the best you can. Go for a run, go bike riding, do push-ups, sit-ups, all that stuff you can, because that's the cheap stuff and easy stuff to do. And then, like Nick said too, the seat time part is really, really important. Just try to do anything you can between when you qualify at national finals to when you leave for Silverstone. Try to get as much seat time in anything you can, from like he said, karting, autocross. If you can do a track day, I know that kind of gets expensive and it can be kind of hard for people that maybe don't have a vehicle and stuff. But if you just try to spend as much time and effort and resources you can in preparing for it, and then once, like Nick said, once you get there, try to prepare too, even before it, where you learn all the different Silverstone courses like Stowe and all international, national, the GP and stuff like that, because that will definitely help when you get there. Kind of check marks that side of it where you don't get thrown on a course you don't know. And then once you get there, just like Nick said, ask a lot of questions. It's really important that even if they don't answer, at the end when you get out of the car, then you can kind of ask them and say, hey, what was I doing there, or what should I try working on next time? And then I'm hopefully they'll give you some answer, and then you can kind of they'll appreciate your willingness to try to learn and to improve. And then when you go out next time, just try to apply that the best you can. And then even just respecting what their opinion is and thanking them and kind of having that. It's a job interview basically to become a racing driver. So it's all about preparing and doing the best you can to present yourself in a way that the driving coaches and Nissan and GT Academy, that they want to pick you as the driver that would win.
Okay, so great advice from you as well. So then the moment arrives when you've made the cut, you packed your bags and went on the flight, and then you arrive at Silverstone. Could you guys share what went through your heads at the moment you know it's about to begin? Nick, could you go first?
Yep.
Yeah, it's cool. Just kind of, you're on the plane and you get excited. And then what was funny is, we had, I think, like 9 or 10 of us all on the same plane when we flew over to Silverstone. So it's kind of like a party on the plane.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was like cool because you kind of bond with all the guys. But once you get there, it's I'd say a little overwhelming for most people, especially if you haven't been to like a Formula One race or anything big like that. I know I hadn't at the time, at least not car-wise. So just being at Silverstone, there's so much stuff. So, like we went and walked around all over the place and I think we ended up being able to walk Stowe Circuit and everything, but it's trying to just walk around, get to know where you're at. And I think that kind of helps you calm down because then you know a little bit of what to expect and where things are. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little overwhelming, but you have to stay calm and just realize it's a competition and it's a job interview, but to not get nervous and to just kind of put your best foot forward when you're there. But it's definitely a fun experience. You really have to take it all in and enjoy it as opposed to being nervous, because once you're nervous it kind of just ruins the whole experience, I guess.
Okay. Nicholas, what was going through your head when you first arrived?
Yep, I was pretty excited too. Like Nick said, I flew over with, I think, Parker, Cornelius, and Alex Alexander, and a couple other guys. So it was kind of cool. You kind of develop that friendship too right from the beginning. My personality, I'm a little bit more quieter. So I didn't really. Those guys are kind of just talking, and we kind of get to know each other before we even get there. So it's kind of like where you're analyzing each other's what strengths, weaknesses your competitors kind of have from that standpoint. And then, like Nick said, once we arrived, I know Rob Barth picked me up from the airport, so that's like you're thrown in instantly into
especially Rob.
Exactly, you're like thrown in instantly into like game face mode right away, where your job interview starts. So it was kind of cool, but overwhelming at the same time. And then once we kind of arrived at Silverstone, we stayed in a kind of these snooze box things for one night, and that night was just about kind of getting to know everyone, introducing yourself. And then we kind of walked around the facilities, and it was cool looking out over at the podium because I knew how many days later either I would be on the podium or I would be on a flight back home depressed that I didn't win and that my chance of GT Academy stuff was over. And then we kind of walked over by the Stowe Circuit, looked at that because there was an event going on over there that we couldn't walk. But just getting, like Nick said, comfortable with the environment. And then just kind of getting to know everyone to kind of analyze what each other's strengths and kind of weaknesses are so that if you get thrown in a team challenge or whatever, you kind of know already that individual, so you kind of can decide what stuff is the best. And then like Nick said, just have fun. It's hard. I know when you're going through it, you'll be nervous and thinking, oh, what did I do there? How did I screw up? But just have fun. And then if you really do your best and put your best foot forward, no matter what, the success and the results will come after that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, as some of you may know, all the episodes of the GT Academy experience are online. Nismo TV, if I'm correct, is the name of the YouTube channel.
Yep.
So, Nick, can you talk us through your GT Academy experience?
Through the whole week.
Yeah.
Just sum it up, Nick.
Sort
I know
of.
it's
Yeah, a small sum up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you go into it first day, like I said, you go stay in like for us, the snooze boxes, but you're kind of immediately thrown into the whole GT Academy week, and yeah, I mean, we did I think like physical challenges and different stuff, and you get all your suit fittings, and you meet all the coaches, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, kind of just immediately thrown into it, and you have to be on top of your game. So we did like the tough mudder challenge or whatever, which was just crazy, especially because you're working like as a team. So you have strong and weak links, but you have to carry yourself all together. So when you're working as a team, you have to help everyone, even though you're in a competition for yourself. You have to find a way to be, I guess, be as good as your team, but maybe shine as well. But yeah, I mean, then you get into your driving challenges and stuff, and really what you see on TV is pretty much what you get. I mean, obviously you don't see everyone's story, but it's kind of long days sometimes, and you're tired, and you have to stay focused on your challenges and avoid any drama or anything. But no, I'd say it was definitely fun getting to do, like, we did the rally challenge, and then you'll get some practice seat time in like GTRs or 370s around the tracks. So they usually won't just throw you out there cold turkey without some experience. But I mean, the whole experience was fun, and it's a roller coaster because you'll see your time at the top of the time sheets, or you'll win a challenge, or you'll be near the bottom. So, but you just have to keep pushing. I know I was thinking I was like mid pack until like Wednesday or Thursday, until we did a rally challenge, and the coaches and judges seemed to really like my driving with that, and so that kind of made me feel good about myself, and like I kind of had a chance. And then we got to do the.
So was that also your favorite moment or challenge during the GT Academy, or is it another one?
No, I'd say it was definitely the rally challenge. For me was really fun because I have a motocross background, so riding dirt bikes and stuff, that was kind of like home for me. I kind of know the feel, and I've driven a lot of stuff out in the dirt or sand, so that was really fun for me. So I think that kind of helped me shine. But it was until Thursday, I think it was like Thursday morning, we did our second benchmark challenge, and I think I was on the first challenge, I was all like one spot away from the bottom or something, just like Hammer was. So I went out on the second benchmark, and I knew what I needed to do, and put in, I think, the second fastest time within like 700ths of a second or something like that. So I was pretty happy with that. But what helped was the day before, we actually they never showed it on television, but they did, we got to do all the data. We got to go through all the data like, real racing drivers do. And for me, that was, solid information, because I could look at a professional coach who did the lap, and then where I'm at, and see how far I'm off and what I need to change. That was, pure evidence to me of what I needed to change. And I put in a quick lap that day on the data challenge that they never showed. So going into the second benchmark challenge, I was pretty confident.
Okay, so the second benchmark challenge, I think I read somewhere on the forum that you said that the biggest thing was that you had to brake a bit earlier. Is that does that refer to that second benchmark, or is that a different part?
Well, I mean, it depends. There were certain corners, yeah, you definitely have to actually brake a little bit earlier, because so many people, and I think maybe it's just a habit from the game. Plus, you're always trying to push, so you think, oh, if I brake later, I'm going to make up more time. but that's actually not always the case. Sometimes you need to brake a little earlier, control your speed, and get a good entry, so you can have a good exit where you'll actually make up more time, especially on Stowe where they usually do the benchmark down the long straight. So you actually make up more time going down the straight at 2 or 3 miles an hour more because you got a big exit rather than braking, 25, 50 meters later. So yeah, it's really, you just gotta be smooth with the car, especially the street car. You can't beat up on it too much. But it's definitely being smooth and always making sure that you've got grip and you're not getting on the throttle too early or anything. But yeah, it's tricky. Once you see the data, it kind of all makes sense. And especially if you've never been able to look at data from the car and how your braking, shifting, throttle inputs and everything are, you don't realize what you're doing and what's losing you time.
Yeah, of course. And that's why it's also nice to have the Motec feature in GT7 as well. There's so much more information for you to even get from your virtual labs. So I can really imagine if you have all the data at hand to improve on your own labs. Another question I have for you is the day of the finals. What kind of advantage did you think you had then over the other competitors?
I honestly didn't think I really had much of an advantage, which was kind of, I guess, maybe the hard part is believing that you can win it. Because I had known Brian Marceller, as well as Chris Hill, and then Patrick Kreider, who was the Final Four. Brian, I had known, has done some racing and had track time and done coaching. And then Chris Hill, I think, was a professional driver coach. He just never raced much. And then Patrick started working for a race team and had some seat time and stuff. So everyone had way more seat time than I did. So for me, it was just kind of having to trust myself and my instincts and to stay calm. I think that's where I really benefited, was being able to stay calm, especially just having my past race experience with motorcycles, because I raced from the age of 5 to 14 and then occasionally off and on from then. So for me, getting into a race was fun. It was normal for me. So I was really calm. And I think that's where I kind of put my head down and just do what I needed to do and be consistent each lap and not let the competition kind of get to my head. Whereas I think some others kind of just got flustered or got excited. And so I think that was really just a strong point for me.
Yeah, of course. I think it's really hard for a driver to be able to get his emotions under control in that kind of stressful environment. So, very well done. Now I want to move on to Nicholas's experience in the GT Academy. Can you give us a short summary of your GT Academy experience, Nicholas?
Yep, sure thing, Kevin. Yeah, so basically, like Nick said too, when you first arrived, we kind of did an introduction to your suit fitting and stuff. And the thing that a person really doesn't see from the outside is all the time, filming, the stuff that gets
so much
gets
time.
done. So like that, like Nick said too, the filming stuff, it gives you a chance. Either it's good or it's bad. It can give you a chance to overanalyze, or a good chance just to think about what you're gonna do and kind of prepare. So after we did the suit fitting and stuff, we did the first benchmark and other stuff, and I was like I said before, the slowest. So that was oh, great. I thought, I had a decent shot at winning this, and here I'm the slowest guy, and you never know if they're going to come in and walk in and just eliminate you. So that kind of developed a mindset of just always being on the bubble and pushing yourself. So then the next event being the quadathlon, that worked out really well for me, just with all the fitness stuff I really focused on in training. So I was able to kind of get in there. I remember hearing and going through it. Lawrence, the guy that was kind of running the GTA stuff, he just said, "Hey, if you win this event, you're safe from elimination." I'm like, well, I got to win this event, because I know if I don't or don't do well, I know based on my previous experience in the benchmark, I'll probably be going home. So that was good preparation just to be pushed. And then from that point on, after that event, I was able to win it, and then just to go from that, where you always still, even though I won that event and did really well, you still always have that in the back of your head that you're not fast enough, and that you could be the next one going home. So I know that helped just kind of always make sure to push myself and do my best. So like when we did the buggy stuff, and then that day I kind of was depressed when we got knocked out, because I didn't know, hey, I did well in the quadrathlon, but maybe I didn't. This event we got knocked out, so if I go home, I go home. And then I'd say probably next few days was just about doing it the best you could, and if you made a mistake, just letting it go and going back on track, and showing why you deserve to be here, and why you should be here more than some of the other guys. But just it was, when you look back on it now, it's just one of the best weeks of my life, just with the Mud Mayhem obstacle course, working with Donald and stuff like that. It was just a cool experience, that it was just something you'll always remember. And then once you kind of slowly get away from more of the general challenges and more specific challenges towards the end, it was just kind of like I could finally start to see, okay, I finally got a shot at winning this. I remember in the Gymkhana event, after I beat Tommy in that one, I actually started thinking, that was the one time I said, hey, you know what, I actually think I have a shot at winning this thing overall. And that was, what, five days in the whole thing? Just because that first event was so detrimental in kind of my motivation or my confidence level, that it kind of put pressure on me to push and to do the best that I could to make up for that. And then the second benchmark was really, really well, saying that I improved, and they never really showed us the times of that. That's what's kind of weird too when you watch the show. You think, oh, we actually knew what we ran. After that, we had no idea who was fast or who wasn't, so they didn't tell us at all. So we didn't know, hey, was I still the slowest or was I the fastest? And maybe that was a good thing, because it kind of kept me still pushing to be the fastest one, or to try to improve the best I could. So it was just kind of one of those things where you're always pushed to do better than what you did in the beginning, and I think that kind of helped me throughout the whole event.
Okay.
I think they do that on purpose too.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep you guessing,
Yeah,
so
I
you
reckon.
keep trying harder.
Exactly. They probably want to see if you just keep pushing, or if you'll end up just going over the limit too much. But I'd say too, Kevin, my favorite event, or one of the best ones, was probably the stock car challenge one. Just being the guy that I was, like I said, I was more of the quiet one, and
Yeah, that's
kinda
what
kept
I
myself.
wanted to ask you, because after the stock cars, they asked everyone to announce their favorite, and you didn't get called at all, if I recall correctly. I wanted to know how that felt, and how did you cope with that?
It was probably like more motivation, like I said, because a lot of the guys were saying, hey, Tommy, or, you know what I mean, Mark and stuff like that. And I just, in school and stuff, I was always the guy that kind of just liked to fly under the radar and be like the underdog. So right before that, I remember not getting my name called. I'm like, okay, this is good. No one expects me to win, so now I can go out and prove them all wrong. So then after winning that one, it was probably really special.
Okay, so you all proved them wrong. So you still make jokes to them about that?
Yeah, exactly. They all think it was that I planned it out the week perfectly to be the slowest at the first benchmark, and then to like prove it. But it's all real nice, because you get, like Nick said, you develop a good friendship with guys that are passionate about racing. I know growing up, I didn't have my dad really loved racing. A lot of my friends did like football and soccer, and then when you go to this week-long experience, you're with guys that they love racing. It was cool, even now, to stay in touch, and all the guys are super nice and really excited to see how they progress in their racing career as well as me.
Okay. Another thing I really like to know is, how do you cope with distraction and adversities during the GT Academy, especially since it's so action-packed, and there's all kinds of emotions in your head that week. How do you manage to keep track of where you're going?
I'd say probably just to try to. I know they had a sports psychologist on the base too when we were going through the thing. So if you ever had any questions or any concerns too, you could always talk to him. So that was helpful.
Okay.
But I know going through it too, it was just all about, at least they keep you busy. That's the thing that a lot of people, it's, you know, I mean, you're always doing something. And besides like the TV stuff where you're sitting redoing different sets and stuff like that, otherwise you're always doing something. So you always got your mind doing something, so you don't really have much time to think about different emotions, and it's all about adapting. You'll be given an instruction, for example, of an event, and then you'll I always did go through it mentally, like the Gymkhana, just to kind of mentally prepare for it, and you'd go out and do it, and then after that, either you did well or you didn't. You kind of figure out what you did well and what you didn't, and then try to improve for that next event and move on. It's all about, you can't dwell and think, oh, I wish I would have did that, I wish I would have did that, because then the next event's going to be there and you'll be put behind right away. So it's all about just putting your best foot forward. If you made a mistake, just try to learn from that the best you can, and then move on to the next event and push yourself even more.
Okay, great to hear that. Also, during the GT Academy in 2040, you guys met during, I think it was previous to one of the benchmark tests. Nicholas, I'd like to know how it was seeing a previous champion in front of you, and what you think.
It was definitely a cool experience. I remember meeting Nick at national finals at MetLife Stadium when we were doing the autocross event, and I'm like, he kind of comes up and with his red jacket on, and being the professional guy that just came from overseas racing the GTR, it kind of sets in stone what you're actually competing for, and it gave you even more motivation just to go out and really do the best, because you have that one opportunity in life like this where it's an easier way to become a professional race car driver. So when I saw Nick and got to talk to him and saw how nice a guy he was and how he really appreciated everything GT Academy got for him, and he was so helpful in just helping us to prepare for whatever we did, and gave us good advice, that it kind of gave me more motivation just to be more like him and win the final event.
Okay, and Nick, how was it for you to see all these guys lined up, being one of them a year before?
It's cool, and it's cool to see all the new guys and people still just going for it in the competition, and then again, meeting people that you chat with through GTPlanet or race against online. And then seeing familiar faces that you've competed with before. So it's always good to see the new graduates and stuff. But I would say it was definitely weird, because I was there the year previous, and then now being on the other side of things, it's completely different. Where there's no pressure on you, and you can kind of do whatever you want. And then it's weird because you're, I guess, everyone looks up to you as like, hey, well, you won. But I like being able to help and give advice and everything, and having gone through it. So, but I mean, there's no difference in you or me or whoever it is. So it was just trying to get to know everyone and having fun with them, and try and remind everyone that this is fun and it's learning, and just to enjoy the experience, because you only have one shot, only one person's gonna win. So just enjoy what you have, and basically make friends with everyone and hang out. And I don't know, it's a good time, but it's definitely, like I said, weird being on the other side as a judge.
I can imagine. Another thing I'd like to know is you did a benchmark lap for them. How much were you faster than your own benchmark lap the year before?
Well, it was actually a completely different driving challenge. The year I did it, we went to Monticello Motor Club and did basically a time there. Whereas last year, 2014, 2014, they did kind of an autocross course set up in the parking lot of MetLife Stadium. So it was a little bit different, but it was fun to let me go out and set a benchmark lap time, and then have the graduate or the new guys try and go out and beat my time. So it was interesting to see how close some of the guys were, and I mean, it's always like a little stressful. You always want to be. You're always racing, I guess. So you're always like, well, I want to be a second or half a second quicker than everyone else. But no, I thought it was fun. It was a fun challenge for me, and then it gives everyone else kind of a benchmark or a goal to try and go for. So it was cool seeing everyone, trying to race each other and getting nervous about their times and everything. It's fun.
Okay, cool. So now we discussed both of your academy trajectories. So let's take a look at the GT Academy this year's, bearing in mind your experience coming from the GT Academy in Silverstone. What do you guys think of the new path the GT Academy has chosen? Nicholas, could you answer that one first?
I think it's a good path that they're becoming more where it's more uniform with like Europe and stuff. I believe that's kind of a good step forward. I know it's not maybe as good because you don't have as many people going forward for going over to Silverstone, but it kind of at least is. It shows that everyone kind of I know going in you get a lot of stuff online saying it's different from international, it's different from Europe. So at least now that we're all kind of competing with that same format. Then people kind of hopefully from other countries or whatever kind of show that we're in the same format as they are, and it's all kind of a fair game now. So I think it's good, and I definitely think it's good for the guys that are coming up. So hopefully that when they do win, they get more kind of a full season of racing and maybe overseas or other stuff that maybe like Nick and I more U.S. stuff based, where it's kind of definitely going to be interesting to see kind of how it's changed and what the plan is here going forward, because we don't, like Kevin, Nick and I, or maybe Nick knows more than I do, but we don't really know what much more than what the average viewers or average gamers kind of know as well. So it will definitely be cool to see how it changes from this year compared to last year.
Yeah, especially the candidates are getting hotter than in Silverstone.
Exactly, so, it definitely is intense competition, and I'm kind of glad I'm sitting on this side of it rather than sitting on the other side, because at least from this way in, I think it definitely is going to be a lot difficult, more difficult than when I kind of went through. Being that, like, I don't know, we didn't really know what places we were at last year going forward. So like at national finals, I didn't know if I was 6th or if I was, 10th. So I now knowing that you got to be the top 6, that kind of gets rid of. How many places like than before? So it's really going to be really competitive in Nashville. Definitely a lot more than what it was in New York last year.
Okay, Nick, what are your thoughts on the path the GT Academy has chosen?
I think it's pretty entertaining. I like seeing that they're kind of mashing everyone up together. I think it'll bring out maybe more stressful competition, at least for the guys competing, but it might make a better choice of driver. Not to say anyone's been bad, but I think you'll really see some people shine and take advantage of it, where some people might stress out and crack under the pressure. But I know 6 spots is hard to fight for, especially now they're taking, I think, 20 people from the States at least. So I know a lot of people have already been stressed knowing that they have less spots to win and get a chance to go to nationals, and then only having 6, they're all going to be putting out a little more effort, I think, than in past years. So I think it'll be a really good competition, and then come time for Silverstone, it's going to be interesting, because that like we've had in the past years, last 3 or 4 years, 4 years, I guess now, that an American guy is going to win, no matter what. Whereas now you're looking at, 6, 7, 8 different countries that could possibly win. So you want to make your country look good and go out and win, for yourself, but also kind of for your country. So I think it's going to be a pretty heated competition, but, I'm hoping to get a good result, and I know they'll pick a great driver either way. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit more stressful, and just hoping our Americans can come out on top.
Okay, so moving on from the GT Academy, after you both won the GT Academy, then's the road towards Dubai, which we've at least Nicholas' journey we could see in the masterclass episodes. But Nicholas, can you give us an insight what happened during these months of the GT Academy finals and competing in Dubai?
Yep. So after winning GT Academy stuff, I flew back I ended up moving all my stuff from. I was going to school I was planning to go to school at the time down in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I called my dad up and came back and moved all my stuff out of university. And I was the guy a week into school moving all their stuff and kind of withdrawing from class. But it's like Nick kind of will probably say too. It's weird because you can't tell anybody about it. So I was the one that I was basically dropping out of school, and everyone's looking at you, asking, "Well, what happened?" And you kind of just got to say, "Oh, I wasn't good enough, or I'm not. The school's not cut out for me," because you can't tell anybody till the TV show was over. So then after that, I kind of flew over to Silverstone, and then you're basically like living a 2.5 month dream. You get to race every day, do workout stuff, do sim stuff. It's just like when you look back at it now, it's just you appreciate it very, very much, and it was cool working through the first few months. Like you first arrive, you're with like Gaetan, Ricardo, and Ahmed, some of the other guys that really love racing as well. So you kind of have that nice common ground, and then you kind of do everything from like karting to testing a GT4 car, testing the GT3 car for us. The workout stuff with Pro Performance, media training. There's a lot of stuff that kind of go throughout the program, and then it's all kind of about signatures as well. So it's kind of weird where you want to go out and like the first race, for example, go out and push and kind of be the fastest one there, prove that America's the best one of all of the countries represented. But it's then they kind of get told, "Oh, you got to race for your signatures," and you're like, "What's this signature racing? What does this have to do with?" So that's definitely a different mindset, but you appreciate what you're doing, and you thank GT Academy and Nissan for giving the great opportunity. And then I basically was there till November 4th. I came home, and we were our prize for winning GT Academy was the driver development program and the 24 hours of Dubai in the GTR GT3 car. So we got to test the GTR a couple days before, I think October 31st, around that time. So that was really cool to kind of prepare for that in that car, and it was definitely a big step. But that was kind of the icing on the cake, getting to test that. And then basically when I came home, it was on November 4th. It was just continuing that training, the physical stuff, as well as the mental preparation. I know I had a really performance plan from Pro Performance for working out every day and in preparation for the 24 hours of Dubai. And then I would do like longer stints on my sim stuff just to kind of prepare for the Dubai 24-hour race. And then it was just kind of getting ready for that Dubai race. And then once we got to Dubai, it was just kind of performing your best. So I'll get into that a little bit later.
Okay. Nick, can you tell us a bit more about your Dubai experience?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, crazy to, after winning, you go through. Ours was, I think, stressful for our driver development program because we had 2 months and there were no races after our 2 months because I think there was a delay or something with Polyphony in the GT Academy competition. So it was a month or two later than it normally would have been. So, yeah, I mean, we went into, I think, it was like October. We showed up like just before October or something. So we had to get all our signatures as soon as possible, and we could never go out and really race and risk crashing or going off track and not getting a race signature for our license. So yeah, I'd say we were a little bit pressured to prepare.
Drive conservative, which is
yeah, we always had to.
Yeah,
you always have to drive conservative, so it makes it difficult because as a racer, a driver, you wanna go out and race and really compete.
Yeah, of course, but it's not necessarily a bad skill for a 24-hour race. I reckon.
No, definitely not. So, for me, I always understood that. But being able to, after we finished the whole driver development program, knowing that Dubai was coming up and that a 24-hour race was going to be our first, big race, and the first race where we could really push, was pretty exciting.
So how did the Dubai 24 hours go for you?
It went really well for us.
Tell us a bit about the weekend and the race itself.
Well, we showed up a day or two beforehand. What sucks is I actually missed my flight the first day, so I had to wait a whole other day to make it to Dubai because there was a big issue with storms on the East Coast. They were canceling tons of flights and everything. So I ended up getting stuck in a 2-hour line and not missing my flight. So I was a little bit stressed at first. So luckily I was able to make it like the day before we started practice. But yeah, you show up and, you sign on and walk the pits, and it was cool. We got to do a few laps just in like rental cars and stuff. They let you go out in your rental cars just to get an idea of the track. So it's cool kind of going around the track and seeing the whole city and, realizing how real this really was. But yeah, I mean, we got on well, went through our practice sessions, and, nothing had really changed, I guess, from the driver development program. All the same people are there, and kind of the same process through practice and qualifying. And it was really just the race that, is different, with so many cars on track, and you're constantly learning every single lap on, how to be quicker, or your driving strategy to keep the cars safe and pass slower cars and stay out of the way of, the faster cars. But I mean, all in all, it was a really cool experience. I loved, driving at night for an hour and a half, or whatever it was. And yeah, you realize how cool it is, just being in the car, looking around, seeing all the other race cars passing by, or you're catching. It's a really fun experience. And then to know, I think after my second or third stint in the morning, that we were leading by kind of a big gap was really cool. Knowing that you're in a race leading your class and you actually have a chance to win. It was, I guess it's something you don't expect for one of your first big races. But in the end, we ended up finishing first by a pretty good margin with really no issues at all. So yeah, it was definitely fun and a really cool experience to go out and win your first big race.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Touch base with Nick stuff too for the 24 Hours of Dubai. I'll kind of, like you said, talk about the event where we arrived. We were a little bit different than Nick. We arrived, I think, January 1st for it, and the race was the 9th and 10th. So where Nick kind of did the rental car stuff, we actually got to test in Radicals.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, in January. So that was pretty cool. And SR3s. So
someone got to upgrade.
Exactly. So no, that was cool to prepare for that. And then we had a couple days off where we could spend some time in Dubai and Abu Dhabi kind of sightseeing. So that was nice to kind of prepare just the time change and the weather. And then for the event, we were running the GTR, GT3, and in Pro-Am class. So we were one of the fastest cars on track with 96 cars, I think is what was kind of were registered. So it was definitely in preparation, a lot of traffic. And like Nick said, your first few days you sign on and you kind of you're comfortable because you know a lot of the people and you kind of develop like a family through the driver development program. So it's nice to see everyone again after that kind of month break or absence from seeing them in the driver development program. But then kind of going through the practice and stuff, you only get a lot of couple 2 laps in each session, just to kind of, by the time we had 4 other drivers with me, and so it was 5 guys in the car altogether. So you didn't really get many laps in a practice session, but it was all about kind of, Florian was a really good coach for us, our pro driver, and he helped us kind of adapt quickly. And then once we got to the race, it was just kind of about, like Nick said, just kind of being conservative and just kind of getting the car through the night. I know Dubai is one of the longest night stints of the entire 24-hour races. So it was as soon as like 6 o'clock, it was already getting dark. So I know my stint was 10 o'clock, I think 9 o'clock right at night. So at least I had some day driving on track, but I probably had maybe 10, 15 laps total altogether. So when you get out, you're thrown in the environment right away, and it's you really appreciate and have fun. The car, you only get like 2 or 3 laps here or there in the practice stuff, but then when you're in the car for 2 hours, like we'd do our stint, we'd come in, we'd refuel, so we'd basically drive past the pits, and then we'd go into like the fuel pump, and they'd pump us up with fuel again, and then we'd go back out for another hour, and then we'd come in, and then they'd change tires and drivers. So you're basically get an hour in, you get a little break, kind of get a breather, fill up the fuel, and go back out. And it was a blast. And just to be the guy that actually gets to drive these GT3 cars, like the GTR, was truly an amazing experience. And then I know my second stint, I had a flat tire going like down the back straightaway, so it was kind of about just getting the car back to the pits. Luckily, it was kind of like 55 minutes into my stint, so we kind of incorporated a fuel stop into there, so we didn't lose as much time as if it would have just been a random flat. And then kind of once the daylight came, I got another hour stint, and that was basically right at the end where we were safely second in class, and then like fifth overall. So it was just about kind of keeping the car. You definitely towards the end you get really anal about different noises and stuff you hear. You start to hear like weird noises, and you're like, "Oh, is that supposed to be there? Is that just my ears ringing?" So you start to kind of like, I'm
A
sure
bit
the
like Nico
engineers and stuff.
Rosberg the other day.
Exactly. You start to like probably bug your engineer a lot, and he's probably like, "Hey, it's fine. Just keep driving and focus on driving." But
Yeah.
you towards the end, you start every shift you do, every corner. You try, you know what I mean. You don't use rumble strips because any little vibration could bounce a wire loose that could cut the engine and end your day there. So you definitely appreciate every lap you get. And then once we handed it off to Florian for the final stint, it was just kind of watching. I didn't get much sleep in the entire race. I think I got an hour and a half. You're just so wound up and enjoying the race so much that it's hard to sleep. But once we ended up crossing the finish line, second in class to Rob Barf, who was the guy that basically had my destiny in his hands a few months prior, it was really, really special. And just to come with the GTR, GT3, and do as well as we did, all gamers, was really incredible.
Okay, thanks for sharing your experiences on the Dubai 24 hour. Really awesome to hear that. But of course, you guys are competing in championships right now. So, Nick, can you tell us about what you've been doing after Dubai and what's in store for the future?
Yeah, well, I mean, after Dubai, I went straight into the Blanc Pond Endurance Series, which was, a really cool series. I've never imagined being on track with 60 other GT3 cars, but being able to run it Monza, Silverstone, Paul Ricard, running the 24 hours of Spa, which is just insane. And then, Nürburgring, just a really cool experience. You're knocking off bucket list tracks every month, and, a couple of really big races as well. But yeah, I'd say that went pretty well for us. We just got some bad luck with car issues, but at one point when you're second, third, or leading the points battle, it kind of, you realize that you're a real driver and you're really living the experience and that you can actually do it. But no, everything went pretty well last year, which I think set up a lot for this year. And this year, right now, I'm running the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge, which runs in tandem with the Tudor United States Sports Car Championship. So I've been to Daytona, Sebring, Laguna Seca, and then this week on Wednesday, I actually fly out to Watkins Glen. So pretty excited. Things have been going well so far. We did a sixth at Daytona and then a fifth at Sebring. Unfortunately, I had some car issues at Laguna Seca, but we definitely had pace to run up front. But we'll see how Watkins Glen goes. It's a pretty good track for us, and I know our teammates finished second there with almost a win last year, so a little bit of a confidence booster going into this weekend.
Yeah, nice. You also did a test for Le Mans. How's that been?
Yeah, the test at Le Mans was pretty crazy. There's definitely nothing like Le Mans. It's such a big race, and you get to see how serious, especially all the LMP1 teams, take everything. But being on track with the GTE, LMP2, and LMP1 cars was very cool, and seeing all the drivers that you kind of look up to as a racing driver there. And I got to meet quite a bit of drivers. Like I met Alex Wers and Mark Webber and a bunch of the other big drivers. So it was really cool to talk to them and get advice as well. But yeah, going onto the track, with the LMP3 car was something completely new for me. A whole new team, new car, new track, new series. Basically, it was a little bit overwhelming, but no, overall it was a really good experience, and I had fun with it, and it sounds like I made a good impression, at least on the team, because they're having me do a test at Watkins Glen in the LMP3 car that they're actually bringing over for next week. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about it, and I hope that's a step forward to starting to get some prototype racing going on. So I'm really looking forward to what's to come.
Okay, great news. So, Nicholas, what are your plans this year? What have you been doing, and what are your future plans?
Yep. I'm running where Nick's run more of the first half of the season. I'm kind of doing more of the second half in the Continental Tire stuff. I was supposed to do Watkins Glen stuff, but McMillan, based on I ended up getting called from the global side of it, and I fly out today actually to the Spa 24-hour test in the GTR GT3. So I get to test there on Wednesday in preparation for my I'll run the Blancpain Sprint Series at Moscow with Mark Schlezitsky in the GTR. So that'll be really cool, July 3rd and 4th. So that would be a neat experience just to run that sprint race in the GTR. And then after that, I'll probably end up coming back and then doing all the rest of my season at Lime Rock, July 24th and 25th, in the Continental Tire stuff, and then Road America later in the year, as well as Circuit of the Americas and Road Atlanta. So I'm looking forward to getting in the car. I know Nick and BJ Zach Bryce have been really, really helpful in getting me information just on getting prepared for that GT4 stuff, like 370. I know it's going to be a different experience than like what Dubai was, where you're more of an endurance format, where this is kind of a 2.5 hour semi-sprint race. So I'm really looking forward to
sprint endurance.
Exactly. So I'm really looking forward to getting in the car and working with Doran Racing. But I'm excited to leave today to go to Moscow, and especially to test at Spa. Just to race at like Spa is one of the best tracks in the world. So getting to test there will be really, really cool. And then hopefully we get a good result in the Moscow Sprint Race in the Blancpain Series.
Okay, thanks for sharing that, guys. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for in this episode. Thank you very much for participating in this interview. It's been a pleasure and an honor having you. So thank you, Nick. Maybe if you have a last word for our viewers.
Yeah. No, thanks for having me. It's definitely been good. I just wish the best for all the new Academy guys going into it this year, and just make sure you have fun with it and try and learn as much as you can. And for guys who haven't made it, just keep pushing and trying to take those steps. It's definitely possible, and I've realized that it takes a lot to get to where we are now, but it's definitely doable as someone who might not have the funding behind them in the first place. It's definitely worth it, and if you guys are out and about near any of our races, definitely come say hi and chat and have a good time.
Okay, and Nicholas, do you have some last words for our viewers?
Yep. First off, thanks Kevin for having us on. We really enjoyed talking to the gaming side of it, because this is where we both came from, so it's really enjoyable sharing our experiences with them.
Likewise.
And like Nick said, if Nick said come stop by at any of the races that we're at, we really enjoy talking to you guys. And I know, get in contact. I know you can go to nicholashammond.com and send me an email if you have any questions. I really enjoy talking and helping out the GT Academy guys as much as possible, because it's, like we said, it's a job interview. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if you're willing to put in the time, effort, and preparation to do well, you deserve to be the GT Academy champion. And I'll do my best to help you get in that mindset, and because it's just such a rewarding experience, and I cannot thank Nissan and GT Academy enough for this great opportunity.
Okay, thank you both for being on the show. So goodbye, listeners, for now. I hope you join me again on the next Dutch's Pit Talk. In episode 4, our special guest will be a Nürburgring Nordschleife specialist. He currently lives and works at the track, and lastly run the Nürburgring 24 hours. So if you have any questions for them, you can send them to me on Twitter at GTP or by PM on GTPlanet.net. So I hope to welcome you all next time. Good night.
And welcome to the GTPlanet Endurance Series.
one's going to be a bit different from the previous one. I'm joined here by Bart, aka GTP Pessim, who's a driver and team manager for Avalerium Racing, and a member of the broadcast team as well. Welcome. My other guest, Jordan, founder and creator of GTPlanet. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Kevin, aka GTP Dutchie. To start the interview, I will be asking all of my guests about the nostalgic feelings towards the series. I myself have a lot of great memories growing up with GT6. For example, the moment I had when I got GT2 for Christmas, the 2 discs full of awesome GT content, and I can remember my parents struggling and fighting me to get me to the dinner table, since I was very little then and insisted to play more. Another one of my great memories was selling all of my toys to be able to afford a PS2 with Gran Turismo 3. But at the time I didn't have enough money to buy a memory card as well. Which caused a lot of restarts and lost progress, which kind of frustrated me, but in the end it was all worth it. So, Jordan, first of all, I'm very interested how you got involved in the GT franchise.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on this interview. First of all, it's really, I always enjoy talking about Gran Turismo and GTPlanet, so it's a pleasure to be here, and I really feel for you not having a memory card back with Gran Turismo 3. That was rough. That was rough. But
yeah, it sure was. I learned some hard lessons there.
Yeah, yeah. It was for me. It all started with a magazine called it was called Electronic Gaming Monthly. I don't know if you guys got it there in Europe, but it was a great magazine, and I really enjoyed reading it, and they had some articles about it, and I saw the advertisement for the original Gran Turismo, which of course had the it was really just the cover, the box art for the game, and it had that car under that silver cover, and it caught my attention, and I started to pay attention to their articles about Gran Turismo, and I really liked the way it had real cars and the way it sort of emphasized simulation, and that was something that I hadn't really been exposed to before. So, to me, it was really interesting to see cars in a game that I could actually see on the road. So, so I got the first game and I absolutely loved it, and then I guess I got Gran Turismo 2, which I really loved. And that's the game that actually inspired me to initially start GTPlanet, and I guess the rest, as they say, is history. But to me, Gran Turismo's always had sort of this a certain allure to it, and it'll always be Gran Turismo.
Yeah, for sure. But I reckon you have a lot of great memories playing the GT franchise as well. Can you share us a couple of those?
Yeah, I've got so many good memories from Gran Turismo. Of course, the first that comes to mind is the Suzuki Escudo Pikes Peak edition. That was I think that car made a big impression on everyone, and I had the chance to visit Pikes Peak a few years ago, and even though it's changed a lot since it was modeled in Gran Turismo 2, it still made me really nostalgic for those old days. I also really enjoyed Laguna Seca, and discovered that with GT2, and it was really a neat experience when I finally got to visit that track in real life, and it was sort of brought the game to life for the first time. It was my first time visiting a circuit, a real racing circuit, and to already know it from Gran Turismo was a really neat experience. And another thing that comes to mind is I had one car. It was the Toyota Altezza. It was yellow, and I think it later on went on to become the Lexus IS 300 and IS 250. But the car wasn't sold in the U.S. at the time, and I just absolutely loved the way it looked and loved the way it handled, and it was kind of my go-to car. I won so many races with that car, and eventually my memory card died, which had it on there, and I felt like I lost the car, even though I could go buy another one. It just wasn't the same. So
a bit like my GT3 story, so to say.
Yeah.
I remember the Suzuki as well. It was sort of the car almost felt like a sort of cheat mechanism within the game.
Mm-hmm.
The real difficult races which I couldn't get done. I always drove it with the Escudo, and always seemed to win it. And the weight to power ratio was just awesome. Really great car.
Really special car.
Yes. So why did you choose the GT franchise instead of other simulation games? I remember in the time on PlayStation 1, for example, also the Formula 1 games being there. Didn't they appeal to you, or what was the reason for you to choose for the GT franchise?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if there were any other really racing games at the time when I first got Gran Turismo 1. I don't recall what else was out there on the market. You know, it was very different from today, where anybody can go on to the internet and see what's out there and find out what games are available. You know, it was a very different time, and I was very young, and if I didn't see something in that magazine, then I really didn't know about it. And too, at the time, I didn't really know what Formula One was. You know, and I think you guys in Europe sort of take it for granted that, you know, Formula One is just kind of something that you grow up with. But where I'm at, and part of the country I'm in the Midwest, in the United States here, a lot of people don't really know what Formula One is, and my parents didn't really know, and they never exposed me to it. So, you know, if I saw a Formula One game, it really wouldn't have meant anything to me. And I think
I can understand that. Yes.
Yeah, and Gran Turismo really sort of, when I first got it and was first playing it, and, you know, I was very young at the time. Of course, we, you know, barely had a dial-up modem, 56K modem to connect to the internet, and, you know, I don't come from a family with you know, a lot of motorsport interests or background or anything. So when I was playing it all, and I saw the tracks with the red and white curbs, and, you know, racing on street circuits and road courses and everything, I thought, you know, this is amazing, but it's just represented in the game. But then when I finally, you know, got a little older and got a channel called Speed Vision here in the United States, we got a satellite TV package, and that was one of the channels I was most interested in watching. And I recall seeing, I think it was probably a World Touring Car Challenge race or something, and it was, you know, it was a road circuits. I think maybe at Brands Hatch, and it was. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I was like, "This is exactly like Gran Turismo." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's all real," and it was a real eye-opening moment for me. And I think that I've always had that interest in there, but Gran Turismo sort of opened my eyes to that whole world of sort of European style motorsport, and I always really liked the way that the franchise sort of, I'm not sure how to describe it, the way it sort of approaches cars and presents them in a formal, organized, and almost reverent way. I think it really respects cars for what they are, and not like, you know, Need for Speed or you know, Ridge Racer or something like that. It takes a different
arcadey, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little bit too arcadey, but still friendly enough, more friendly than, you know, like a hardcore simulator. So I think that really spoke to me as a young child, and it's, you know, it's obviously made a big impression on me for the rest of my life.
Yeah, also what I could add from my point of view was being able to drive your dad's car or the neighbor's car in the game was really great.
Oh yeah, it was great. I learned so many cars, and, you know, I had
yeah,
go ahead.
Please continue.
Yeah, I just had I had those books that had all these different cars, and I would read all the magazines and stuff that I could get my hands on, and it was so cool to be able to load the game up and find Ford Focuses and Honda Accords and it was just amazing. I loved that aspect of it.
Yeah, I really did too. But besides the Gran Turismo franchise, do you play any other racing games or sims at this moment?
Yeah, I've always tried out different racing games to see what's out there, and I like a lot of them. At the moment, the past few years, I've enjoyed iRacing quite a bit. I've also played Assetto Corsa, which is really good. I'm not quite as sold on it as a lot of people are, but it's a good game. And I recently got Drive Club for the PlayStation 4. I was very eager to try that out, and so I had a chance to play that a little bit. Very impressive game. Fortunately, the physics aren't quite up to snuff, but of course, I'm looking forward to trying out Project Cars here in March. So, yeah, I love racing games, and even though I run GTPlanet, I'm I'm not exclusive to it.
Well, you're not bound by it, so
exactly.
Yeah, there should always be some room to explore what else is around there and what differences are between the games. I myself as well look forward to Project Cars. I'm really curious about those guys, what they're bringing to the table, especially after what I've read. I haven't played the game, but it seems like Drive Club really was a disappointment to the guys who took sim racing a bit more seriously. So there isn't anything good around on the PlayStation 4 yet, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can. I'm anxious for Project Cars to come out and really begin the racing genre on PlayStation 4, because Drive Club the graphics are incredible, the sound is incredible, the whole menu system, the music, it's really well done. But then when you actually start driving, it's fun. It's an enjoyable game. You can have a lot of fun with it, but it's I won every single race that I was in by 5-10 seconds, and you don't get it's not like a circuit, so you can't really get into a rhythm, and there's just it's not difficult. You can just put your foot on the brake, turn into a corner, catch a little bit of oversteer, and then there you go. So it's not real satisfying for people like us who really enjoy getting into the driving aspect of it.
Yeah. Thank you for your answers on your history with the franchise. I'm also very curious about Bart's history. Bart, could you tell us how you got involved in Gran Turismo and your history with the franchise?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me in this interview, Kevin. I think it's wonderful.
Welcome to have you.
Yeah, about my history with GT, it all started on PlayStation 1 for me. I bought the PlayStation 1 as a bundle with Ridge Racer, and I played that game. I think it was Ridge Racer Type 4. And playing through that game, I was already quite impressed by the graphics, but the physics weren't definitely too challenging. So one day I went to this video game rental store and I rented GT2. Which looked quite good on the box, and I put it in that PlayStation 1, and I never wanted to take it out again. So I was instantly hooked on GT. I think it was the combination of a huge amount of cars, licensed cars, a realistic for that time engine, and a lot of documentation, and I think these license tests, learning you to drive faster, learning to drive the ideal line. That was definitely an aspect of GT2 that really took my attention, and also the idea, the way the gameplay was starting really small with a small budget, buying a second-hand car and starting your racing career. I mean, who doesn't want to do that? And so winning races, getting more credits, and buying newer, better, faster cars was a lot of fun. And I've played every GT ever since. I think even the prologues in between. So yeah, it's
So a real
been a lot of
die-hard fan
influence.
here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, but since you've played pretty much every game there was, can you share some of your highlights from your GT experiences with us?
Well, as every game you try out for the first time, it all starts with the intro scene, and those were especially excellent for the GT series. I mean, I still remember the first time seeing that GT3 intro scene, and my jaw was on the floor. So that was definitely already an eye catcher starting, and then finding out that the game was so polished in the way the handling was working, and all those aspects were really fun. The second part also for me was learning how to drive with a wheel. Once I bought my first wheel, my first wheel for the GT series was the Logitech Driving Force Pro, and I bought that when GT4 Prologue came out. So was definitely nice to learn that from GT way before I ever stepped into a real car or a kart. And after that it was finding the online racing in GT, and finding a bunch of clean races to race with online.
All right, great stuff. Good to hear your experiences with the game. But for you, the same question as well as I asked Jordan. Why did you choose for GT instead of other sim races, and which other sim races or games have you played?
Well, at the start, I did not have too much experience with auto racing games, barring that old Ridge Racer, which was a bit on the arcadey side, but
a bit on the arcadey side.
Yeah, sliding and drifting everywhere. But definitely in those days it was the GT realism. Still is, by the way. But I think what attracts me to GT is the good mix about having fun and driving seriously. It was a good way to learn how to drive and also have those skills for driving in real life. But at the same time, the races were still short enough to have fun, and comparing to, for example, iRacing, where you have a serious race every hour or every 2 hours. In GT, you can have also a serious race, but maybe a 5 or 10 lap sprint in a lobby, and 5 minutes later, with a short break, you can have another one. And you don't have to wait. I've definitely tried other racing games. I've been playing a lot of DTM Racing Driver a lot of years ago, and lately I've been trying iRacing as well. I've had a subscription for maybe half a year, a couple of years back. Tried it, I really liked it, but wasn't interested in the way that worked with the whole having to wait until you can race again, and also the amount of money that you have to pay to get all the content that you want is a bit too high for me at the moment to really get into it. But definitely liked the driving. But I've always been coming back to GT. Because it has a great community.
Okay, thank you guys for sharing your personal history stories about the GT franchise. really great stories in my opinion. Now I would like to ask Jordan a couple of questions about the founding of GTPlanet. Jordan, when did you get the idea to start GTPlanet? You already said something about it earlier, but we want to know more.
Yeah, I first got the idea in January of 2000. It was, which I actually got Gran Turismo 2 in Christmas of 1999. So that was, I was, Christmas break, and I was, very, very into Gran Turismo 2. That's all I did all day. So that's what, that was around the time when I first conceived the idea.
Okay, and what triggered you to take the initiative and create GTPlanet?
Well, there was a combination of factors. I'd always been really curious about websites and the internet, and of course, for all of our young listeners out there, this is back in the old days, so
yeah, we're
it was very different. Now. Yeah, yeah, there was, Google had just come on the scene. There was no YouTube, no Facebook, no Twitter. It was very, very different. So, but I was really interested in it, and I was really taking an interest in computers and everything. So, I knew I wanted to build a website about something, and the whole year before I got GT2, I knew I wanted to start something, and I'd experimented with personal homepages and that sort of thing. And there was a service called MSN Communities. It was later changed to MSN Groups, but it was really a platform that allowed you to create a website, sort of a point-and-click interface, and it provided a forum and a page builder and all that sort of thing, and it allowed sites to be grouped into categories so that people could find your site and find your community, really. And I decided to create a group on there called Gran Turismo 2 in honor of the game, and I thought, this is something that I'm really interested in right now. This would be a great idea, a great topic for this website, for this community that I can create on here. And sure enough, I created it and put up things like the car list and track list for the game, and had like some basic tips and some info about the game, and had the forum. And sure enough, people started to find this little community, and it really took off from there. But yeah, I've just always been fascinated by websites and how the web works and how computers work, and so it's always been inside me. And I think Gran Turismo just sort of was the trigger, I guess you could say, to push me to go ahead with it.
Okay, now you told about how it all started in this little MSN group, but can you talk a bit more about the process of starting the GTPlanet website as we know it, or making the move from going out of the MSN environment onto the real web, so to say?
Yeah, that was a big transition for me. The MSN group started out, and it was very successful, as I mentioned. I think we had maybe 2,000 or 3,000 members, and I don't recall how many posts, but every day there was always people posting in the forums, and it was good, but it wasn't a real website. And I've got to credit my parents and my mother. They really encouraged me to keep at it and keep interested in these in websites. And my mother, actually a year later, she actually bought me this domain name for my birthday, and so this was in January, early February 2001. And she bought me a domain name for a real website, and she came up with this name, GTPlanet, and she got the .net because the .com was taken at the time. And domain names back then were expensive. It was about $80. So I felt a lot of pressure. It was a big gift. It was
yeah.
it was a substantial gift, and I appreciated that. And she agreed to pay for the hosting and whatever it would take to take it to the next level. And I didn't really know about how all that worked, but I kind of just took it upon myself to figure it out and to begin the transition of moving the site from MSN off to GTPlanet. And so the site, as it's known today, was started in I think January 26th, 28th, actually maybe yes, even the 29th day. It was on 2001, so that would be 14 years ago.
Okay.
So
to the day.
Yeah, yeah, almost exactly.
Yeah. Okay, it's a really great hearing that. A cool investment by parents. They give you a birthday present, but actually they were investing in your knowledge and your skills. So
That's
a
true.
really good thought behind the present, in my opinion. But when you had this MSN community, which was quite successful, and then you made the website, what were your original expectations when you started this website? I can imagine having the success at MSN already. Yeah, that creates certain kind of expectations for you for the website.
Yeah, it really did, and I could not believe how much I really loved and was engaged with this fact that that this MSN site had this forum, had this message board. When people start, when you set up a website like this or a forum, when other people start posting to it and using it, it's a real rush. It's a real sense of satisfaction. And for me it was. It's kind of like now people get that same sense of satisfaction, I think, when they share something on Facebook, and it gets a lot of likes, or they tweet something and it gets a lot of retweets and favorites.
It boosts your ego, of course.
It does, and I think I was getting sort of an early form of that rush by hosting a website like this and seeing the comments and stuff come in. And so as I moved the site, I was really worried about how people make this transition from MSN to a regular website. And I had a guy help me set up the forums and stuff, and I really wanted it to work, and a lot of people did make the transition, and by that point I was a year into it, and I really felt a connection to the community, and it already felt like my baby. It was something that I really just wanted to foster and grow and nurture, and I didn't really think about what it would be in the future, but I didn't want to think too far in advance. I didn't imagine that it would ever become what it is today. It still blows my mind when I see what the site is now. But I just knew that I wanted to foster it, and if I kept at it and kept nurturing it and making it better and improving it, that eventually it would pay off, and of course it has.
Yeah, as we can all see today with our GTP Endurance series. Another thing, could you tell us a bit more about the progression the site's made throughout the years? I mean, we have talked about the starting, and we've talked about when you first made the website. But can you talk us through the next growth? Because I'm thinking the growth GTPlanet's been through has been more of a process than an overnight success. So could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, certainly. It has been quite a process, 14 years now. But when the site started out and we got people posting on the new forums at the time, and it was pretty slow, compared to how things are now. It was very slow, but people kept coming and discovering the game, and then Gran Turismo 3 came along, and people really started to look for more information about the game online. Google was becoming more prominent, and they knew how to search, and they knew how to people really turn to the internet more for information. And I recall I wanted a domain name. Domain names were a lot more important than they are even now because people would just type things in to and add a .com to the end instead of searching Google. So I really wanted gt3.com, and there was this guy that owned it, and I said, hey, I sent him an email. I said, I would really love to buy your domain name, and he wasn't interested in selling it. And apparently it was like his name was like Gerald the Rome the Third or something. So it was his initials, and
yeah, try arguing with that.
Yeah, I know. What could I say? So he rejected my interest, but instead he. By surprise, he linked to GTPlanet from his homepage. He said, if you're here looking for Gran Turismo stuff, go to GTPlanet. And that changed everything. I got a huge amount of traffic from that link. And it was just remarkable. And the site really started to take off. And the forum software at the time, it was an old flat file forum system called Icon Board. And it couldn't keep up with the traffic, and I really had to figure something out. And I switched to vBulletin forum software and learned about MySQL databases and PHP and all that stuff, and really sort of a sink or swim situation from my perspective. But I kept at it and kept building the site. Of course, Gran Turismo 4 came along, and a lot more people kept coming to the site. And then really around Gran Turismo 5 Prologue, Gran Turismo PSP, I started the news blog, which of course is on the homepage. And at that point, the site's homepage really didn't really have anything on it. It was really all about the forums, and I had some resources for the games and that sort of thing. But at that point, the site really transformed, and it started getting links links to my articles from other articles, and people started linking to me, and it really changed the amount of traffic that the site got, and more casual people that maybe weren't interested in the forums could now just browse the homepage. And it all kind of turned into a perfect storm with Gran Turismo 5, which I'm sure we all can remember was a very dramatic pre-release build-up to GT5 with the delays and leaks and interviews. I mean, it was a real roller coaster. They could have made a reality TV show about it. It was so dramatic. And GTPlanet sort of was it sort of allowed. It was harmful, I think, for Gran Turismo 5, but for GTPlanet it was actually good because a lot of people relied on the site's news blog to sort of stay on top of the latest rumors and news and that sort of thing. And it really got people in the habit, I guess you could say, of coming to the site and getting involved in the site. And ultimately that boosted the forums as well and sent a lot of people over there into our message boards and getting involved in the racing leagues and series and making friends and all that sort of thing. And now the same thing sort of happened with Gran Turismo 6, and hopefully the same thing is about to happen with Gran Turismo 7.
Okay, thank you. And we've now talked about the growth of GTPlanet. Can you tell us a bit more? Can you be more specific about the main success factor of GTPlanet? Because you've named the fact that this guy made this link and it caused a lot of traffic towards the site. But what do you think is really the success factor of GTPlanet?
Well, I suppose if we really, really, really narrow it down, I think we have to thank Google for for the site as it is today. I know so many people find the site, while researching for tunes or figuring out how to complete a license test or the best car for a specific event, and a lot of them find their way to GTPlanet. But But in order to have that, you have to have people there talking about that. And I've been extremely lucky to have people just like you guys who are passionate and interested and friendly and want to engage with other fans, other racing game fans and Gran Turismo fans. And when you have that, when you bring everybody together and you provide them with a platform to connect with one another, it's just amazing what can happen. And that sort of sense of community, I think, is what's been the absolute main success factor of the site, and the reason that we have so many members celebrating their 10, 11, 12, 14-year anniversaries on the site, because people keep coming back. They feel like it's a place that that they can be comfortable and meet with and chat with like-minded people. And my role is to keep providing the best platform that I can, so people can continue meeting and connecting with one another.
Okay. Adding to that, when I made these questions, I was thinking about what kind of answer you would give, and one of the other reasons I could think of, which also added to the success of GTPlanet, is you got on really early. You made this MSN community, and you started really early. So everyone wanting to do the same thing would come after you, after you've already established a foundation for this kind of site. How do you think that comes into play to the success factor of GTPlanet?
Oh, I think it's a big factor. Timing is everything, and it would be hard to compete with the site. Although I'm not. I know it's not immune. It's a community, so it's a very fragile thing. That it will, if it involves people, it's always going to be fragile in some way. But the timing was extremely important, and I think the site sort of rose with the internet, I guess you could say. This was pre-Facebook, pre-Twitter. I think it's really hard to build an online community now that's based on a message board, because so many people just turn to Facebook, or they turn to Twitter, or some companies has a corporate forum, and so it's I think it's really hard. Even if there was no GTPlanet and nobody had another GTPlanet, I think it would be really hard to start a GTPlanet today and to build it into what it is now. There's so much momentum and so much history with the site that it really makes an impact and defines what it is today. But there's still so much opportunity, and there's so many communities that do start. And if you love doing it, which I do, if you love running a website and managing an online community, it still can bring you a lot of satisfaction, and people always want to talk to one another.
Yes. Yeah, in a weird kind of way, you rode on the same wave as the guys at Google and Microsoft did, only on a smaller scale and with a smaller community.
Yes, and I made
you took
several
the rise
billion
of the internet
dollars.
as an opportunity there.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
really great story. Really awesome to hear that. So now, at this moment we all know how big GTPlanet is, and it must be a lot of managing to keep it running. Can you give us a bit more insight of how you manage GTPlanet and how much of it of your time does it consume?
Yeah, it consumes a lot of time. It's a full-time job for me, more than full-time, I often say, because it seems like at all hours I'm either having to write a blog post or fix some server issue, or
do an interview.
do an interview. Yeah, it's there's always something, and it's I manage everything myself. There is no GTPlanet office. There's no employees. There's no anything. It's just me and my laptop and some servers in New Jersey. So it's I manage all the servers. I do all the design work. I maintain all the software. Of course, I manage the moderators and help out with these types of projects like the Endurance Series. And and I also build new site features, which I'm doing a lot of that and developing the next generation of things for the site. So I work on it every day, all day. It's a full-time project, but I love it. It's my passion. It's my business. It's really become part of me, I guess you could say.
Yeah, you're real fortunate to make your hobby your work. But coming to that subject, do you still have a time left for your hobby? Do you still play GT6 a lot? And in which series or races do you attend, if you at all have time left?
Yeah, I do. I try to play the game at least once a week. I don't always get to do that. I'm a very ambitious person, so I'm always careful with how I manage my time, and I don't play many games, period. But because I always feel like being productive is more satisfying to me nowadays. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know, but I do still play Gran Turismo or a racing game at least once a week. And I don't have time to commit to any series. I would really like to, but it's just I don't feel like I could fully commit myself as much. But I always like to see what people are up to and follow along, because I think that's an important part of the community these days.
Okay, or are you just afraid to face guys like Bart?
That too. Everybody always freaks out when I join some room online, so everybody's watching me, They're like, oh, it's the GT.
Oh, he found the site. He must be really fast.
Yeah, everybody expects me to be an alien, but I'm not. So there's a bit more pressure on me than the average person. I thought sometimes I may join races under like an anonymous PlayStation name.
Oh, really? Does it get so far?
Just so people don't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, great stuff. We now discussed the rise of GTPlanet, so to say, and how it impacted your personal life. And when we look to the future of GTPlanet, could you give us a look inside the kitchen? What's going to come in the near or in the future?
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on in the kitchen right now. It's even though you can't see it, but hopefully I want to present it as a nice dish for you guys. But the first thing that's going to be coming out is a new store, and I'm really excited to launch this, because I see there's a real absence sort of these of a marketplace for sim racing accessories, steering wheels, pedals, racing seats, butt kickers, and all these things that we all use. And unless you really know what you're looking for, it's difficult to find this stuff. And for the average player who maybe just goes out and picks up the game at the store and maybe wants to get a wheel, and how do they know what to even search for? How do you shop for something like this? And conversely, the people that make these products, a lot of them are small business people, and they don't have a lot of money to advertise themselves and spread the word, and they can't tell these people about their products. Even if they list them on Amazon, unless you know exactly what to search for, you're probably not going to find it. So I think there's a real opportunity there to bring together these vendors and bring together all the people on the site, a lot of the more casual players, bring them together so that people can find these accessories that will really help them play the game and get a lot more enjoyment out of the game. And on the other side, help these people build their businesses and support this whole little industry, this whole little sim racing accessory industry that's just been growing like crazy over the past few years. So that's going to be coming really soon. And I want to do a lot more, add photo galleries for our photo mode enthusiasts, and want to add special tools to help people manage racing links, just like this endurance series as well. So all things I hope to accomplish this year. and I'm really looking forward to rolling all these things out.
Yeah, brilliant. About the store stuff, that's a whole new branch. Do you plan on doing some reviews as well as some in a similar way to some guys have a YouTube channel where they test out different steering wheels and accessories, or will it be focused on consumer advice as well, or will it be more be just of a store, so to say?
Yeah, it'll sort of be sort of a store, sort of a marketplace, a mall, if you will. And I want to. One thing I've always learned is that the community can do anything better than I can do myself. So it's going to have a full review system, and you'll be able to rate things just like you do on Amazon with stars. And I will sort of want to hand the reviewing over to the collective mind of the community and let people review all these products. So there's an easy place to see what the general consensus is without having to spend all day searching the forums and stuff to see what people think of all these products. But yeah, I will continue to do some reviews myself, but I don't consider myself the perfect expert. I'm not nearly as good as those guys on YouTube with like Inside Sim Racing and all of them. They do an excellent job, but that's not my specialty. But I do enjoy sharing my thoughts on various products.
Yeah, but you're planning to provide the option for the users to come up with their own kind of reviews on products. Maybe even Inside Racing doesn't discuss because they're busy doing other stuff, for example.
Exactly.
Okay. Really great to hear what's coming for us in 2015, hopefully. Thank you for your insight in the GTPlanet kitchen. It's been really interesting to see what's going on behind the site and how it formed up and where we're at now. Well, it's already been a long conversation about GTPlanet, but I could go on forever, really. So I want to ask Bart a couple of questions about his stay at GTPlanet here. First of all, I'm curious why and when you made the decision to join GTPlanet.
Well, for that, we have to go back to 2008 when it was early days for online racing in Gran Turismo, with GT5 Prologue being released, and that was the first experience online with GT for me, and being in those servers, because you had basically a matchmaking system where Polyphony Digital has selected some races with some certain types of restrictions in advance, and you join them just at a random moment, and the game finds you 15 other guys to drive with and puts you on a grid for 5 or 10 laps. And during those races I found out that there were actually quite a lot of bad drivers out there. Basically taking very good care to ram you off the road every time they get the opportunity. So that's that. But I've also found out that drivers with a GTP underscore tag were always very clean and they drove with respect. So that was instantly what was very recognizable in their driving. And so I Google searched for GTP, and then I found GTPlanet and joined immediately.
Okay, that's interesting to hear. Bart, if I recall correctly, when you joined GTPlanet, you joined the weekly racing series, or the WRS for short. And recently you've been promoted to a moderator. Could you tell our viewers a bit more about your journey through GTPlanet?
Yeah, definitely. The WRS racing series initially started out as a time trial series, I think back in 2003. But yeah, I wasn't around then. So from finding GTPlanet and the GTP tag drivers, I quickly found out that the GTP was a connection with WRS, and at that time it was still in an early stage, the WRS registry. So they were trying to form some kind of registry for registered drivers for the WRS time trials, and they were starting up this thing that was called a qualifier run. So they had one time trial where all the applicants with the GTP tag could drive for maybe two or 3 weeks, and then have a sort of a ranking with a handicap system, and you get split in these divisions. So back then it was 5 divisions, each split into 3 subdivisions: gold, silver, and bronze. And I was very proud to be a part of that first qualifier, and I think I was placed the first driver in Division 2 Gold. So I was very happy with that, and from that point on, I did a few time trials, not too many, I think, only a couple, because back in that time I was already quite focused on online racing, more on racing than time trialing. So it was great to see the WRS admins taking a look into online racing and organizing big events like Event 01, 02 and 03, which were basically sort of a tournament, an online racing tournament for all the divisions. And it was a great thing to be a part of that. I was a part of Event 02 because I kind of missed Event 01 in the forums, and especially Event 03. I had a great run, driving really great races with really stellar drivers like Sinwraith and Animera, a couple of others, and also Hyperdan. It was a really great time, and was really pleased to win the competition in Division 2. And then with the transition to GT5, where you had online lobbies, there was a qualifier for the WRS time trials, and also online racing started with the 3D3 racing group, originally starting to race the WRS combos online, and then becoming the official go-to place for online racing in conjecture with WRS. Definitely took an interest to that because it was my main interest in the game. I've done a couple of races with them, and then they started sort of a racing league or a club called the WRS Academy, and me being more experienced by that time in online racing, and being a Division 1 silver driver, they asked me to help along, because that club was basically made for helping the Division 5 and 4 and 3 drivers getting more comfortable with online racing and racing in general, and trying to help them develop their skills on any level in sim racing. So that was definitely fun.
Interrupt you there for a second.
Yeah,
I've heard through the grapevine that there's some activity on a new driving academy. Can you please comment on this?
Yes. So I'm currently still working on starting up a new WRS Academy for GT6, which has been long in the making due to various reasons, but it's still on there, and we're still trying to get a decent program with a lot of information together. I mean, it's looking at a 12-week 12-week kind of program with 3 weeks focusing on one combo each, and each of those 3 weeks will be with one combo of a certain drivetrain type, and in each week we try to focus on a different skill in sim racing. And moving on in those 3 weeks, you should get more experience with that combo and see your progression. So, and we're also trying to make videos, detailed videos about the skills that's centered each week, and trying to get that skills more easily explained than with text maybe. So yeah, that's on the cards for WRS.
Brilliant stuff here. So one of the viewers who may find themselves not as fast should definitely join the WRS and the WRS Academy very soon. But to come back to the question I originally asked was, could you tell the viewers about more about your journey through GTPlanet? And we were at the part that you were talking about the GTPlanet Academy, where you participated in.
Definitely, the academy was a good thing to help with. It was a lot of fun. As a part of that in GT5, I also did a couple of demonstration laps on the track, talking through each corner as I go through them. First as a slower speed and then on a hot lap. And that was definitely something I really like to do in GT5. And then came GT6 with a new registry. And then in January of 2014, I offered to help with WRS online events. And Tim and Lucas, they offered me a WRS steward position. So I was really pleased to become active in helping the WRS online events in all their work. I mean, I've had a lot of fun driving in their races, and I wanted to give something back to the community. And then after that, I also became a WRS time trial steward in helping with the combo selection and getting everything together. And it's been a really great honor to become a moderator this past November. So that was maybe a great moment to see the recognition for the work that I've done for the community. But still humble to be a moderator.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Bart, and really great job. As one of the WRS guys myself, I can totally agree to the fact that you are a great driver and a great instructor as well. Always have time to comment to the guys slower than you. Never ever whining about a stupid question or so to say. So really brilliant stuff there. Now we've discussed your journey through GTPlanet and how your growth's been. Could you tell us something about your greatest GTPlanet races and experiences?
I think that all started with GT5 Prologue, and in those early days I still remember the Suzuka 650 performance point races. Those were really brilliant, where you have a lot of racing cars and great drivers from GTPlanet all joining in at the same time, because we had this sub-forum where you had all the topics, and you could see which starting times the guys would be joining. So it was just as simple as looking for those times and join with a car, and you'd be in a good lobby. I also remember the Suzuka events with the Ferrari 512 BB, and obviously the event 02 and 03 I've talked about already. And after that it was the formation of the WRS online events by the 3D3 Racing Group. And one event that was really stands out in the memory is the special events, the enduro races. The first race I did was the Spa 2.4 hour in the LMP category, where I drove the Peugeot 908, which was really a great thing to get into the longer races. I also did some driving in the pure Japanese Grand Touring series, where we've had a lot of great drivers and excellent wheel-to-wheel stuff. And now moving on to the Endurance series, where I joined last year after seeing the news post about the Spa 24, and instantly decided to join and form a team. So I did the Spa 24 and the Nürburgring 6 and 4 hours. Those were great races too.
Thank you. I would like to add the race that I saw of you, which I particularly liked, was the WRS race with the knee, which was called the Nada Neon, which was driven by Honda and Tegras. So for the viewers watching our feed right now, there is a WRS breakdown video about that race. It was really close, 4 guys battling it all the way out through the end. A lot of positional changes. I think that one's deserves honorable mention as well. A really great race, and great to hear the stories you told about the races. Coming to the racing series and races, what races and series are you planning to participate in this year?
Well, I'm still planning to keep active in the WRS online events and special events. Even though I'm also working on to getting the time trial combos together and working out a schedule for the WRS events for next year, I still try to keep as much time as I can for driving in them, because I really enjoy them, and we have a great group of drivers in them. And I also plan to be active in this endurance racing series, which looks to be a great season for everyone. A lot of great races are on the calendar, and I definitely look forward to stopping at major races like Le Mans and the Spa and the Nürburgring, for example.
Okay, thank you for sharing your journey through GTPlanet. Now let's move on to talk about the GT Endurance Series. You already named it, Bart. But first off, I want to ask Jordan a few questions about the endurance series. I'm sorry, and after that, I'll come back to your opinion, Bart. So, Jordan, how did you get involved with organizing the GTPlanet Endurance Series?
Well, AJ, of course, is the main series director, and it's really his brainchild, so to speak. And he approached me. I guess it's been maybe over 2 years ago now. He sent me a message, and he was a brand new GTPlanet member, and he said, "Hey, I want to do this thing and this massive endurance series project." And I didn't know him, and people send me messages like that, all the time. They want to do these, wildly ambitious projects, and And I was like, well, it sounds like a great idea, but I don't really, know who you are, and I don't know, if this is really something that you're capable of, of actually pulling off. And he was persistent, and he explained his background in online racing and with Forza, and he really has an impressive resume, and he's one of the best racing series organizers that I've ever seen. He's very detail oriented and a very hard worker, and is really passionate about online racing and what it means for the future of really racing in general. And so once I realized his passion and his commitment to all the details, I realized it was definitely something that GTPlanet should become officially involved in and officially support. And since then, it's been growing, and we had our first test events. Really, all the events last year were sort of tests to see just how everything could come together, and it's been growing, and now we're all set for a great series this year.
Okay, so we've got the beginning covered. Can you tell our viewers something about how the series evolved after one of the first events, the Spa 24 hours, and that until the current day, where at the Daytona is already underway, so to say. So could you talk us a bit through that process?
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes since we first began. I think I'm more involved with the promotional and the stream aspects of the race, and I know AJ has made a lot of refinements and organizational changes. We've created a dedicated forum on the message boards for the series to help AJ get things organized. And in terms of the broadcast side, we've made a lot of work figuring out how to do the commentary and how to provide the graphics for the live stream. Of course, now we have Passam, of course, hosting the broadcast now, and he does a great job managing the graphics. We've established RTMP streaming servers, so we can now support multiple live streams with views from multiple cars, and it's really, really impressive as the series has grown and interest in the series has expanded. Just how much we've changed in the last few months since our last event last year. So I'm very excited, and we have so many racers now that we've begun to promote the series, and AJ defined a structure for organizing teams, and it's really been amazing to see just how many people have been so enthusiastic about this and have signed up to participate.
Yes, and coming towards this season with all the preparations and the tweaking and getting rid of the little bugs and mistakes there were, what are your expectations for this season in a technical way, or so to say, in more of the organizational way?
Yeah, I'm really eager to see as we move forward how the organizational process in terms of tracking and publishing the results of the race evolves. We're going to continue to learn the best way to do that sort of thing. And in terms of the broadcast, I think we're making all kinds of refinements. I can't wait to see how we're able to maybe add more commentators and things like this interview here. During slow periods in the race, of course, it's not practical to have somebody live commenting the entire race, especially for the 24-hour events. So hopefully we can do more to make the stream, keep the stream engaging for our viewers who are going to be watching, from all over the world. I really want to expand our viewership for the live events as it gets more more prominent, I hope maybe we can one day, maybe next year, bring on sponsors, maybe get some companies and businesses involved to really take this to the next level. And in terms of entertainment, I think it's going to be fun to watch as these teams acquire points and to see how they perform across the entire series throughout the year, and maybe get some rivalries going, and really enjoy the drama of series racings that it can generate.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on these expectations. Really should be really fun to watch all this unfold, especially since it's such a large-scale project which involves a lot of pioneering. We're really stretching the limits of what the software in GT6 can provide. So really awesome to see how it will all unfold. But coming towards this season, do you already have favorite teams or drivers, or teams that you have taken a special interest in?
Well, I want to stay as neutral as I can, so I don't want to cheer on anyone too much. However, of course, I know a lot of the drivers, and especially all the WRS guys. Of course, I work closely with many of them on the moderation team, so I always like to see them do well. So, if I did have to say a favorite, they would probably have to be an obvious choice. They've all done so much for GTPlanet and for online racing in general, and so many of them are actually helping the series become reality. Anyway, such as Bart. So I always like to see them do well.
Okay, thank you for that answer. As we stated earlier, the GTP Endurance Series is quite an ambitious project, and it takes a lot of organizing. For example, we haven't discussed the nerds system development, but have you ever seen a project or a race series on GTPlanet with this magnitude?
No, this is a very special event, and as I said earlier, AJ is a big, AJ is a big part of that. But the only thing similar in scale would really be the weekly race series. Of course, we have a full automated leaderboard system that allows people to report their times, and of course a lot of staff involved in managing that. So that's sort of always going on, and of course those races involve a lot of people, but they're not broadcast on a regular schedule. So that aspect of making it a live event is really something that's new for GTPlanet, and it adds a whole new level of administrative overhead and workload for a lot of people, and it requires a lot of people that aren't even racing to participate in some way. So it's definitely a groundbreaking project, but I think it's really going to sort of set the tone for online racing in the years to come, and I think it's only going to get more prominent and more popular as the games get better and as internet connections improve, and I think we're sort of ahead of the curve here, sort of as I was when I originally made GTPlanet, I guess you could say. So I'm excited to see what happens over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, sure, certainly, because when I look back at what I know about GTPlanet and the answers Bart provided and you provided, as you said, you were ahead of your curve when you started GTPlanet, when the first possibility came when to be able to race together, so people sitting at their PlayStation trying to connect at pretty much the same time, so they have the most opportunity to get in the lobby with each other. I mean, all those times you've been stretching the software to its capabilities, and later on it would implement these capabilities. And as some of our viewers may know, you were in the CAS, the Pushing the Virtual Divide documentary. But on that specific subject we'll come back later. But first, I would like to know how Polyphony Digital looks at the GTPlanet community and how does it affect their decision making to embed certain projects, pioneering projects of GTPlanet, a reality and a standard software thing in their next generation of their GT games.
Yeah, that's a good question. I know they absolutely do have their eyes on this endurance series. No question about that. I've been told by multiple people from Polyphony as well as Sony Computer Entertainment America. They watch all of our streams and enjoy them because most of these guys are racing fans as well, and of course they're interested in Gran Turismo. So I think we're going to see more online features in the future with Gran Turismo 7, and I think the community features that we've seen in Gran Turismo 6 have sort of been a nod to.
They're a bit of an extension of GTPlanet as well. It's sort of a comparable functionality, but except then it's within the game. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we'll see some more aspects like that in the future. Hopefully, I think I'd like to see some maybe a more resilient online infrastructure and maybe infrastructure that takes the reality of disconnects into consideration. So maybe you could, if a race gets disconnected, it could sort of persist somewhere on a server and would let you maybe rejoin it and continue on. That sort of thing, where it keeps track of your laps and your lap times and from the previous session before the disconnect. Little things like that could really make it easier for us and for more people to host really fun events like this, which ultimately keep people playing the game and buying their products. So I think they definitely have a vested interest in what we're doing here.
Yeah, especially for them as well. It should be. It's also a kind of garden to see how their product grows. Maybe they didn't even anticipate on people trying this actual endurance series in the form they're in now. So yeah, I think it's interesting for them as well to see how this all evolves and how the organization of such an event takes place. Because we've already seen the ability to do endurance races, but not with driver changes. It would be really great in the future to have these kind of options embedded in the software, so it would be more easier to organize these events. My opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I would like to switch to Bart now for a second to ask him a couple of questions about these endurance series. Bart, can you tell our viewers a bit more about the differences between the classes and the cars within them? We have really a great number of classes and cars within this series, and maybe some of the viewers don't know all the differences, and we would like to know more details about the classes and the cars that drive within the class.
Yeah, so we've had a great number of classes in the endurance series. Without getting boring, I'd really like to say a couple of things about each class and each car individually. So starting off with the LMP1, we have the Audi R18, the Peugeot 908, and the Toyota TS030, all on racing soft tires. Of this group, I think Toyota is the only hybrid, but that can be tuned further than its standard capability. So balance of performance tuning had to be based on Toyota's basic speed. Being a hybrid, and it has very fast acceleration from about 125 kilometers an hour, and it's a great car. It's very precise to place, and it has great fuel economy. The Peugeot is a diesel. Funnily enough, it has worse fuel economy than the Toyota, but it's a great all-round car. The Audi is also a diesel, and same as for the Peugeot, it has also a worse fuel economy than the Toyota. It's a great all-rounder, but it has a little worse traction than the Peugeot. Then moving on to LMP2, we have a couple of Delta Wings and a couple of Courage C60 chassis with 3 different engines. The Delta Wings, they are really interesting bunch. Being very light and having a lot of downforce means that they have superior fuel economy and tire life compared to the others. So they will be slower in the race because of the balance of performance we've made for them to compensate them running longer stints than the other LMP2s. Coming back to the Courage and Pescarolo C60 chassis, they are really a great chassis. There's not much in between those 3 types of cars. Not much difference in terms of handling. They're all very agile, so that's good. Moving on to GT500, we have the Honda HSV, the Lexus SE430, and the Nissan GTR. The Honda HSV is a really great sounding car. It's got a V8, I saw in the comments. So initially said it's a V10, but it's a V8. Very particular sound. You'll be able to identify it from only hearing that in the game, and it has.
Some people call it a sewing machine.
Yeah, definitely really high revving, high pitch sound, and yeah, it has good handling. The Lexus, I'll be very short. It has good power, and the Nissan GTR is. I think known for its neutral handling. Haven't done much driving in these cars in the endurance series spec, but they should be very close to each other. Moving on to GT3, which is a class that we've run in GT40 in 2014 in the Audi R8. It consists of the Audi R8, the BMW Z4, the Mercedes-Benz SLS, and the Nissan GTR once again. Now in GT3 spec, obviously. The Audi is the very agile car, being a MR chassis, and it has really good brakes. The BMW is a good all-round car and has good tire life. The Mercedes is a very planted car. This has a really neutral handling characteristic. The Nissan, I think, has good straight line speed and handling, although the traction is a little bit less. Then moving on to LMGTE, we got the BMW M3, the Ford GT, and the Chevrolet Corvette. The Ford being one of the MR cars versus 2 FR cars. The Ford will be a little bit more agile from natural standpoint than the other 2s. In terms of straight line speeds, they will obviously be balanced in the end before we get to the first stop on the calendar for that season. For that class. Then moving on to GT300, we've got the Lexus IS350, the Mazda RX-7, and the Subaru BRZ. The Lexus is also an MR, so it's a very agile car, a great type of car to drive. We've driven that in the WRS as well. The Mazda is a great all-round chassis, good on brakes, good on acceleration, and the Subaru is a very planted car and has great traction. Always manages to get all the power down to the wheels. And then our final class is GT Cup, which consists of the Honda NSX, the Lotus Elise, and the Renault Megane. The Honda, being an MR, has a really great chassis, very neutral, and you can really get all the horses to the tarmac. The Lotus, being the lightweight here, has great cornering speeds and braking abilities. And the Renault is also an MR, so it's an all MR class. Has also good agility and great handling. So that rounds out all the classes for the endurance series.
Yeah, funny, the Renault being an MR chassis. I'm not quite used to that from them.
yeah, you think the street car is an FF, but Renault obviously deciding that FF is not the way to go for one make race class.
Well, I'm only gonna thank him for that insight. Anyway, let's move on. Now I want to ask you some questions as being a driver and a team manager for Avalarion Racing, the number 33, the 33 Audi R8. What are your expectations and the goals for this season?
Well, our goal is to basically do the best we can every race, which is maybe the obvious one, but we really enjoy getting the effort in as a team, because starting in the endurance series in 2014, we've realized that getting a team together for a whole 24-hour race is a tough thing to do, and especially communication is key. Getting great consistency is key, and it's a great thing to be targeting to get a clean run in for a 24-hour race. I mean, that's really challenging. I think we're right in saying that we're targeting the podium for all the races we're in.
Okay, ambitious, but everybody's got their goals set for them. Fun to see how you guys want to pay attention to the little details. Also, as you mentioned, previous season you participated in the Spa 24 hours and the Nürburgring 6 and 4 hours. Can you give us a small report on those races?
As for the Spa 24, that was my first race and the first race for Avalarion Racing in the endurance series. That was a race that we were in the GT3 class in the Audi R8, and preparing for that race, we did a lot of testing, and starting from I think third, I took the first stint, and I was able to do a double overtake on the Camel Straight in the first lap. So that moment definitely
we all remember that one.
Was one of a good memory in terms of racing. Obviously being a 24-hour race, the race isn't won in the first lap, but gave a good start to our race. And after that we drove a solid race. Our plan was to stop around every 2 to 2.5 hours for each driver change. The bad thing there was that on one of our driver changes, I think it was Steve's Skylines. I think his PS3 got stuck upon loading the lobby, so we had to have Joe stepping in, Mini Stiggy, I think, and drive instead. So yeah, that was a challenge. And after that, I think Skyline is whole neighborhood was hit by a power outage. So that was definitely a challenging moment in our race. But luckily, he had already driven, I think, 2 hours and 15 minutes or something in that race. But yeah, he didn't reach the minimum amount of driving time, so that was a worry for us. But eventually, AJ gives the waiver on that rule for the circumstances that we were in. And later in the race, I think it was Ministigi driving, and it was really late at night. I was still awake for European local time. It was really late. I was still awake, and Ghost Driver was still awake. We were saying, well, who will be the standby driver for Joe? And I think it was Ghost Driver scheduled next to drive, and he said, "Well, it's okay. I can be the standby and drive the next stint." So I went to sleep, and then when I woke up only a few hours later, I realized that Ministigi was still in the car and already driving for a really long time, already about 4 hours, 4 hours and 30 minutes even. So I literally just jumped out of bed, jumped in the behind the wheel, and took over from Joe. And then realizing that Joe had driven 4 hours and 38 minutes, which was 8 minutes too long. So Ghost Driver got a penalty for that in his stint, which cost us 2 minutes. And then in the end of the race, we got a disconnection from the lobby, which was really unfortunate because it was such a great event that I think in the last hour we still had 3 or 4 teams competing for the win, or at least within a lap of each other. So yeah, that was a really unfortunate thing. So I think the organizers decided to have a little sprint race till the end. But as it turned out, it was just it would be too unfair to base the race results on the outcome of that sprint race. So the results of the 23rd hour was taken for the race. And I think we maybe lost 1 or 2 stint pictures, so we got a penalty for that and finished 4th. So it was a steep learning curve that first 24 hours, but an experience I would not want to forget. It was a really great race to get into the endurance racing series. And then moving on to the Nürburgring races, those were a 6-hour race on Saturday and a 4-hour race on Sunday, with the 4-hour race being on the Nürburgring 24 hours layout. So that means the Grand Prix track and the Nordschleife all together. I participated in both, with Ghost Driver joining me for the Nürburgring 4. It was were good races as well. I mean, the Nürburgring 6 and 4, I think I'm right in saying, yeah, we definitely got pole for the Nürburgring 4, and I think also for the Nürburgring 6. I'm not sure, so correct me if I'm wrong. But we had a great run in both races until we hit some troubles in the N6 with traffic. Had some contact and lost some pace in the car due to damage. So that was unfortunate, but got dealt with really nice with the driver at that time, Skyline. He did not want to give up, He didn't want to get that affect the whole race, and he drove brilliantly. A very consistent job after that. And our strategy being 4 stints of 1.5 hours. We had one driver change more than our main rival, so that cost us a minute extra. And not realizing that we were actually behind in second for the last stint. I think we finished about 8 seconds off the lead in the end there. So that was really close.
A bit
And for the
sour, but okay.
Yeah, that was
Really great effort though.
a tough one, but also reflecting on it, we did a great race and we did nothing wrong. So a good step forward from the Spa 24. And driving for the N4, it was me taking the start and then Ghost Driver driving the final 2 hours. And we were really in the zone for that race. In qualifying,
After the bad luck of the N6, you wanted to wanted to set things right.
Yeah, we definitely wanted to win that one, and set out to do so by setting a good pole lap, and we managed to build the gap early in the race, and never hitting any problems. I think that was maybe one of my most consistent drives where I didn't even go off the track maybe not more than 2 wheels for 2 hours on the Nordschleife. So I'm really proud of that. And after that, Ghost Driver took over and basically drove the same consistency due to the remainder of the race. So we won that one quite comfortably. So really happy with that result.
Okay, thank you. It's been brilliant hearing the stories of the last year's endurance races. Can you tell us a bit more about Avalarion Racing and the changes to the team since last year?
I can. Avalarion Racing was formed for the Spa 24, as I mentioned before. So at that time when we were forming a racing team, we were thinking about a name, obviously, and getting the right group of drivers together. As I was actually invited by Mini Stiggy into that group, as I was just about to start a conversation with a few other drivers and Mini Stiggy as well to form a team. So that was a brilliant coincidence right there. In that 2014 season, it was initially me, Mini Stiggy, Ghost Driver, and Skyline together in the GT3 class in the Audi R8, and we got the Phoenix Racing liveried one, the number 3 yellow and blue car. So I thought it would be a great thing to base our team name upon that team. Phoenix Racing is a team that has been doing well in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and the Phoenix was definitely a symbol of power. So we wanted to base our name on something like that, and then we found Avalarion, which is also a mythical bird similar to a phoenix. So that's how Avalarion Racing was born. And for 2015, when we found out that we were allowed 8 drivers on our roster, so we applied for franchises in LMP1 and GT3, and not surprisingly, we got the Audi R8 with the Phoenix livery again. So
Bit obvious, okay.
Bit obvious, yeah. was to be expected. And yeah, then we added Animira, long-time WRS member, great driver. Friday, also WRS driver and Dachi to our team.
Dachi, you say?
Yeah, yeah. who is that guy anyway? I mean, no,
yeah,
but,
I'm wondering that as well.
Yeah, you will be driving our support race team for
I will be
for most of the
driving
season.
the Golden Chrome Miata.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you for your insight on the endurance series, and as well as a team manager of Team Valerian Racing. We're almost at the end of this interview, but not before I know a little bit more about the cast pushing the virtual divide documentary. As told earlier, Jordan, you took part in the documentary cast pushing the virtual divide. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, Cause Pushing the Virtual Divide was a movie that a documentary film that was released almost 1 year ago to the day. For everybody out there watching, if you haven't seen it yet,
you must see it. It's one of the greatest documentaries I've seen, but also one of the greatest film documentaries I've seen. Some great shots in that, but. Please continue before I disrupt you any further.
Yeah, no, it's right here on YouTube. So if you after this interview, of course, if you or after the race, if you want to check it out, just search for Kaz. That's Kaz, and then Pushing the Virtual Divide, and you'll be able to watch the full film right here on YouTube. It's really hard to describe what it is. It's about Kazunori Yamauchi, who created the Gran Turismo series, but it's also about the Gran Turismo series itself and how it's had an impact on the automotive and motorsport industries. It was commissioned as part of the 15th anniversary for Gran Turismo to coincide with the launch of Gran Turismo 6, and it was a huge honor to be asked to take part in that. I was invited to interview a segment for the documentary back in, I guess it was back in June. I actually filmed my segment the same day that E3 was going on there in Los Angeles, and it was a lot of fun. I'd never done anything quite like that, and the director Tamir Moscovici asked me probably 2.5-3 hours worth of questions, and it was I could tell then that it was going to be an interesting documentary, because his questions were very 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 esoteric, I guess. They were very general, and but not general in a bad way, general in a good way. He wasn't just asking me about GTPlanet or the Gran Turismo series. He sort of asked me about what the impact was for the game, and I could kind of tell that he was going to do a pretty good job and more of an artistic film. And I was very surprised when I finally got an advanced copy of it last year, and I started watching it, and I was in the first few minutes right after the main intro there. I was talking, and I was like, "Oh my goodness! They used part of my interview," and it's really cool to see how the film has been received, and to know that I got to play a small part in it.
Yeah, in my opinion, you did really well. You made some good points out there. Ones I can totally agree with. But do you still have contact with the guys who made the documentary, or Polyphony Digital guys?
Yeah, the guys that made the documentary, Tamir Moscovici is his name. I did an interview with him last year at the PlayStation's North American headquarters, just to help promote the film, and we've kept in touch. And Polyphony Digital actually has recently hired a community manager to who works with me quite often, and we maintain regular contact, and he gives me a lot of information about what's coming down the road, and before advance notice for their press releases and announcements and things like that, which is a huge help. And I also give him a lot of feedback and give him an idea about how certain things are perceived in the community and that sort of thing. So it's a great relationship.
Okay, it's been brilliant to hear that there are such short communication lines between our wonderful community and the developers of the game as well. What I wonder is, how's that contact been? Could you tell us what kind of questions they ask, or what kind of things they're interested in from the community?
Yeah, they're really interested in the suggestions forum, which I started. I guess that was last year. I think maybe even before that.
The interview with Kazunori, the one you mean about. Some people could ask the question to Kaz.
Oh yes, well that was another project, which of course Kazunori hasn't answered the questions as quickly as we would have liked. But there's another section of suggestions forum where people can vote on cars and tracks and certain game features that they would like to see in the game, just to give us an idea of what features are most popular. And although I know that people haven't seen any changes in Gran Turismo 6, although there have been some of the most popular tracks included from that have been
well, I'm not agreeing with that. If we look at all the Vision GT cars that's been added, circuits like the Red Bull Ring, and that without paying for it, I think they've been really great towards the community in terms of adding free content. Not everybody's gonna be on one side about which things they should add to the game and which things they shouldn't, but I think overall they did a really great job satisfying the community with new content.
Yeah, I think
but
so
that's
too.
Just,
I mean,
my opinion.
Yeah, no, they have been. Of course, a lot of people like to complain about the game and the state of Gran Turismo 6, but I think things are really it's going to be kind of a new era for the next game on the PlayStation 4, and I think for obvious reasons they're saving a lot of the major changes for the next generation of the game. But there's been a lot of changes behind the scenes over the past year that I think will. They're not ready to show them yet, and I don't know exactly when they will be, but I think that will be sometime this year. And I think things are going to change for the better for people who aren't happy, and I think for those of us who are happy, they will be very pleasantly surprised to see what's coming down the road.
More good stuff coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As we really approach the end of the interview, do you have anything else you want to say to our viewers, Jordan?
Yeah, I think I just want to say thank you. Thank you for supporting this endurance series and supporting these broadcasts and supporting GTPlanet. AJ and Bart and you and everyone involved, even a lot of the racers and all of our commentators. We're all doing it because we like to know that people are enjoying it and that people are find it interesting. It's fun for us, but part of that fun comes from providing this service and this broadcast for others. So thank you for watching. Exactly, and thank you for watching, and spread the word on this. Share this with your friends. Share it on Facebook. Share it on Twitter. If you know anybody else who might be interested in this, please help us out and get more people involved. The more, the merrier. And thanks for all your support. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I'd like to pile on onto the thank yous. Thank you for watching, and thank you for listening to this interview. Please feel free to join in on the racing and join the GTPlanet forums for some discussions. And I'd like to say good luck to everyone involved in this race.
Okay, so unfortunately we're already at the end of this driver interview. I'd like to thank you all for watching. I want to thank my guests Jordan and Bart for joining me. Thank you guys for your time. It's been great having you on this interview. So for our viewers, if you are watching the live stream and you have great questions for one of the drivers, send me a personal message on GTPlanet. Just put hashtag Dutchies driver interview as a subject, and maybe your question will be asked in one of the coming interviews. Thank you all, and I'm looking forward to see you all on the next Dutchies driver interviews. See you, bye.
And welcome back to all our viewers. HP here, flying solo for a little while until I get some assistance. Now I've got some do have some audio just running in the background here for me, so just bear with me a moment while I mute what I need to mute. Done. Excellent. So thank you so much to all of our viewers for sticking through the night, day / morning, or whatever the time is where you are. I can tell you it's 20 to 8 here in Adelaide in the evening. So coming to the end of the race, it'll be night time here. But obviously, for some of you guys in the Northern Hemisphere, you're looking at the afternoon. So thanks again for hanging around. Now we do have an update up. I've got got that information here. I'm just going to find that, and then we're going to run through it with you all once I can locate it. Just while I'm searching for that in the background, we'll go over some of the times. We've obviously had a bit of rain, and those who have been watching the last couple of hours will know that it abated not that long ago, and we've got 0% track water out there. So some of the lap times are starting to come down. Got De Bomb out there. He's just come out with a 3:25.949 in his last lap. Personal best there for him for this particular stint, and the Flash has done a 3:26.152. So yeah, trying to get themselves sorted out, and I guess get their rhythm back on a dry track, which I'm sure they'll be glad that that water's gone. So update is in. Currently we have in first position, we've got ABC Racing, the number 3 car, and they are in the Peugeot 908 HDI F8P. They're currently in first position. Now there's quite a gap between them and the number 1 of Avalerion Racing, who are in the Audi R18. They are 5 laps behind. So ABC really are sitting pretty, so barring any disasters, they should, and fingers crossed for them, take out the race with 5 laps. That is a big gap indeed. But anything can happen. All that takes is a disconnect, and that lead evaporates. So certainly not over yet. In third place we have the number 7 of Escuderia GTMX, and they are 8 laps behind the lead. So in third place, 3 laps behind Avalerion Racing and 8 laps behind ABC. And then we go down to number 4, and that is the number 11 car of Inferno Racing. Inferno Racing, and they are currently 15 laps off the pace. Obviously they're in the next class down there in the LMP2s. We do have one more LMP1 car to get to. We'll get to that in a minute. That's Better Rivals Racing. I dare say that they are, well, they would be waiting on some stint picks, I think. We'll get to that in a minute. Fifth place, we've got LMP2 ABC Racing. They are 35 laps down on themselves in their other class, and 35 laps down. So they're 20 laps behind the Inferno Racing number 11. So again, it could be stint picks involved there. So we will wait to see what is made of that one. And number 6 car, number 58 of Teamwise Racing. 40 laps, so they're 5 laps behind ABC Racing. In 7th, we've got the number 10 of SSR Motorsports, 41 laps behind the leader. Number 8 is the LMGTE MWM Racers Collective. They're 3 laps behind SSR and 44 laps behind the leader. Our last LMP1 car is the number 4 LMP1 Bitter Rivals Racing in the Peugeot 908, and they are 49 laps behind ABC Racing. So I suspect that there's stint picks that we're waiting on for that one. So we'll keep you updated with that. In 10th place, number 55, LMGTE Can-Am VRL, 60 laps behind the leader. A couple more to go. We've got the number 16 and 11th of ORA Racing, 61 laps down. And in 12th, number 52, Venator Racing, they are 71 laps down. And there are, I've just had confirmation, some picks still outstanding. So AJ will keep me updated when those issues are resolved. So watch this space for that one. Currently on board with, I'll just wait for my screen to upload. Looks like we're currently on board with the number 3 car of ABC Racing. So that is the car in the lead, I believe. And they're coming through on their... Let's see how many laps they've done. They currently have in the car, ABC have Dabom 330, and he's on his 6th lap. So relatively fresh in his stint. For Bitter Rivals Racing, we've got the Flash in. He's on his 10th lap of the stint. No pit stops for either of those guys. GTMX have Alpha Vanti 44 in the car. He's had 2 pits and on his 23rd lap. So I'm not sure if he's going to try and see the race out or if they've got another change coming in. Bambi is in for Avalerion, the number 1 car. He's on his 53rd lap, so he's got a bit of a good stint there. But he is maintaining some consistency. He has had 5 pit stops, so I suspect that he's been issue free. Certainly hope so. And I've just gotten word that the number 7 of GTMX and the number 4 of Bitter Rivals Racing are indeed on the same lap, with GTMX in the lead. So with all these controls here, I need to just switch that over. I'm going to go and see where they are on track, so just bear with me a moment, guys. Feel free to ask anything in the YouTube chat. I'll get to that in a minute. So if you've got any questions for this very tired Australian, you just let me know and I'll get to them when I can. So we have GTMX, they are on track on the approach to Indianapolis, and the Flash is pretty much half a lap behind him. He's just coming into the Mulsanne kink as we speak. So that could be an interesting race for both of these teams. The Flash does have to pit though, and he has to pit pretty soon. In fact, if he stays out on this lap, he is in quite a bit of trouble because he won't have the fuel to make it around again. So that's going to put him further behind, and it doesn't look like they're due for a driver change either. So he's got some time to make up. With GTMX, they have 3/4 of a tank of fuel and what appears to be, well, it says wet tyres, but we all know that probably isn't the case. So it appears that they've got some good tyres and quite a bit of fuel there. So you'd expect their lead to increase by maybe 30 to 40 seconds. I do have a report here on the YouTube channel for Stiggs having a little bit of lag apparently, so we'll get AJ and the stewards just to have a look at that. We'll pop a little thing here for them. I've got to learn to type and talk at the same time. Okay, so we need been asked for a gap between 58 and 51. So we're going to see if we can get that for you, Rorschach. That's come from Rorschach on the YouTube. I'm going to see if I can get that for you. Okay. Rightio, so we're going to see what they come back with there. Right now, Inferno Racing's asking about the story between second and third. Once again, I'll try and get that information for you. As a lot of you know, I've been on the YouTube channel just fielding some comments and trying to provide some updates while that interview was on. So we have a driver change. We've actually just had a driver change. We have got the DC Want Cash, who is driving for the number 55 in the Ford Spec 2 test car. He has made way for Ogdoogie Nutty. I hope I pronounced that right. So we do have a driver change for the number 55 Can-Am VRL, so it will be interesting to see if that is that's their final change. I don't think we've had any others. We have had Stiggs TC has just left the room, so we need to keep an eye on him and make sure that well, let's hope it's a scheduled driver change and not a disconnection. Have not seen anybody else come in yet, so maybe we're having issues. They might be having issues getting back in. Okay, and confirmation on the chat from Thomas that it is indeed the final driver change for Can-Am VRL, so you can expect to see no more driver changes from them, barring any unfortunate disconnections that prevent the driver getting back in. So looks to be like one of the first teams that have their final driver in, so we'll see how that goes for them. Currently, apologies here folks, my stream's gone all buggy, so I'm just going to try and let that catch up with it. That is on board with the number 79 BMW of MWM Racers Collective, and I'm going to just wait for my stream to catch up with itself. And I am in the room as well, so we can change to I guess the car that I would like to have a look at. So if anybody has a car that they would like any information on, or a team, let me know, and I'll change my my in-game camera here, and I'll see if we can give you any information. Now, we have had that as a disconnection. Stiggs TC has rejoined the room, so would suspect that is a disconnection. I doubt he's gone off for an oil change. I would imagine that that's been a disconnection, but he is back in the room. So that is seemingly unfortunate for the number 10 of SSR Motorsports, because obviously they will lose some time there, and there will be some compensation laps as per the regulations. Thomas Hardy in the YouTube chat has said that there are possible technical issues for Ogdoogie Nutty. Stand by. So we're going to wait for any information from Thomas. It would be great if you could let us all know what is happening there. It is unfortunate, but the nature of the beast is that sometimes we do have these technical problems, and it doesn't really matter if you've got bad internet or the best internet in the world. You can still have all sorts of issues pop up, and it's not always the fault of your internet. It could be just someone else's connection that doesn't like yours. So it does happen, and it is, I guess it's part of what we do here in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Just while I'm waiting on any suggestions for cars that we can have a look at, we'll jump on board with Pubs 16. He's just sitting in the pits, filling up his fuel tank, and also in the pits we have the Flash. So he has, he's just exiting the pits now by the look of it. He's got himself a fresh set of boots and a nice full tank of fuel. So look for him to do a nice long stint. They had quite a few issues earlier on, but they're generally pretty good when it comes to the business end of the race. So do keep an eye on them. Can't see them making up all those laps, but they will see it out to the end, and they'll definitely try and be competitive. I am seeing some rain again falling on track, and it's probably going to bring some groans from some of our drivers out there that it's now spitting with rain again. So still at 0%. We'll keep an eye on that for you and keep you updated, definitely. Got a request from RCB. G'day RCB, how are you? Good drive earlier on, by the way, very well done. He's asked for me to have a look at the number 11 of Inferno Racing. So we're going to go and find, where is it? Mr. TRL Evolution. And he's currently just exiting Tert Rouge. And I've heard a lot of pronunciation differences in pronunciations on Tert Rouge. That's how I pronounce it. Maybe let us know, or let me know, how you guys think it should be pronounced, because I've heard about four different variations on that. So maybe if there's any French people out there, they could probably tell us. So he's just coming down the Mulsanne now, and coming into the PlayStation chicane. And he's taken that very smoothly indeed, actually. So getting some good pace. He's 250 kilometres an hour and climbing, and he's really pushing it. But he does have not a lot of fuel. So RCB, if he plans on doing another lap after this one, you might want to tap him on the shoulder, virtually, of course, and probably tell him to come into the pits, because he won't get round a second time. Gap between 58 and 51, still working on that. AJ's neck deep in a whole bunch of stint photos, so I have asked the question for the difference between 58 and 51, so we are still waiting on that. Rorschach, haven't forgotten you, mate. We've got a driver change that has just come through for the number 1 of Avalerion Racing. Bambi has just left the room after a significant stint. Obviously, for those of you who were around earlier, they'd lost GTP Ghost Driver. I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but we'll try and work out exactly what happened there. But they've been racing for some time with 2 drivers. So Pasm's come in, GTP Bambi has left, and one would suspect, in fact, I will eat my hat if Bambi is back in that car for this race. I reckon he is well and truly done. So we can expect to see him on the YouTube chat in a minute, I reckon. He'll probably come in and hopefully give us some insight on track conditions and let us know how he thought he went. And yes, no, RCB, no, yes, he does. RCB's just letting us know that TRL Evolution knows what he's doing. Of course he does, mate. Not the sort of driver I would expect to run out of fuel, but he certainly doesn't have a lot left. We'll know in a minute, because he's approaching the pits. He's just coming out of the Porsche curves now, so we will know in a minute if he reckons he's got enough. He's got 10 litres left now, actually. I'm not sure if 10 litres will get you around this track once, but I would suspect it might. His fuel light's just come on, so... And he's come into the pit, so he's not going to risk it. Probably a safe thing to do. Very smart at this point in the race. So while Evolution comes into the pits, we will see what's happening in some of the other classes. So we'll pop down to the LMGTE class, and still not 100% sure Actually, no, ignore that. The LMGTE class, the 51 of the MWM Racers Collective, they were currently estimated to be in first, so we're going to go and join them and see where they are. Just trying to work out who's in the car for those guys, so just bear with me a minute, guys. They've got Tanky 1 who's in the car for them, and he's just exiting the Indianapolis and Arnage complex of corners there. And the next car on the list from the last update in that class was the 55 of Can-Am VRL, and that's the Ford GTL Spec 2. So I'm just going to see where they are on track. Looks like we've got a Doogie Nutty has made it on track, and he is currently sitting right behind Tanky 1. He's probably a few seconds behind him, actually. No, he's in front of him on track, so I don't think they're fighting for track position there, guys, but we'll keep an eye on that one, definitely. And as predicted, we do have GTP Bambi, who's popped into the chat there, so he's saying that he's driven for roughly 9.5 hours, and RCB has done 10. And I think I might trump you there, both of you guys. I reckon I might have commentated for longer than both of you drove, but it's sort of competition about who's silly enough to stay awake the longest, because well, we'd all go mad trying to outdo each other. But definitely a huge effort by all drivers, and especially as commentators as well, because just like drivers and teams, we had a few issues here as well, and we had a couple of commentators that for various different reasons were something had come up and were unable to. We had to do a lot of changing around, basically. So it's pretty similar up here in the combox as it is out there on the track. So huge effort by everybody involved, AJ as well. Obviously, another really good event, and I think this has been an outstanding event so far. Can't wait to see the finish. Would be nice if it was a little bit closer, but I know that AJ will be working feverishly in the background to make sure that in the lead up to the end of the race that the running order is as accurate as possible. And when those final stint picks start coming in, we will have a better understanding of exactly who is where. But just getting the confirmation now that the final driver changes are starting. That was about 3 minutes ago that message came in, so you can expect to see, once this round is done of driver changes, you probably won't see any new drivers. So well done to everybody who has exited the car for the final time. You've definitely done an amazing job, absolutely. As we see, probably you guys don't have him on screen, but we do have Creelo, who is in the pits for the number 58 of Team Wise Racing, so imagine that might be a driver change. I'll just go and see. No, he's coming in. That is one long pit lane. No, he's coming out, so that is looks like a scheduled stop for Creelo, which is good for those guys if it didn't involve any damage. We'll just have a look at who's on track and how long they've been out. Oh no, we've got a black flag. A black flag for the number 10 of SSR Motorsports. A black flag for connection issues. Your connection has not improved. Box this lap and change driver. So that is a forced change for the number 10. Now, we have in the car at the moment for the number 10, we have Stiggs TC, so he has to exit the car, and either GTP Danger Zone or TNR Zyger needs to enter the car. Now, I'm pretty sure I saw something saying that Danger Zone was going to bed. I'm not sure if you're out there, Danger, but you guys have got some issues happening right now, so hopefully that gets sorted out and a driver is, well, found very soon. This is definitely definitely not good for the number 10 of SSR Motorsports. So we'll keep an eye on him. And indeed, they've entered limp home mode, and we can just hang on. I'm going to find where he is on track. He's in limp home mode, exiting Arnage, so he's going to lose a few minutes there, probably 2 minutes, unfortunately, maybe a little bit longer. So that just goes from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the number 10 of SSR. And they have indeed been instructed to activate limp home mode by race control. So it's definitely all happening here. What I was going to go into was the drivers that we have on track. Looks like they are all the final driver changes I think have been done. I'll just wait for confirmation on that from AJ. But we do have currently De Bomb in the number 3 of ABC Racing. He's done 11 laps. Flash for BRR has done 16. GTMX Alpha Vandy has done 28 laps for the GTMX team. Pazim is out there. He's on 3 laps, so he's nice and fresh. TRL Evolution has done 16 laps with 1 pit stop. Stiggs TC has only done 4 laps, and he has to leave, unfortunately. So interesting to see whether they can get another driver to come in. Richie Bugs is in the pits currently, so he may be doing a change here. We'll have a look at him, but he's no, he's staying out there. He has done 35 laps. Stiggs TC has left the room, and TNR Zygen has joined the room. So certainly not as much time lost as it could have been, but certainly not ideal either. That was a pit stop after 4 laps. That would not have been in their plans. And down into Pubs 16, he's on 15 laps. Tanky 1 is on 10 laps for the number 51 in the MWM Racers Collective BMW. 13 laps for Creeloo in the number 58. 15 laps for Sprint 64, who's driving for the 52 of Venator Racing. And then we have Ogadoogie Nutty. He's on 4 laps. We all know that he's just come in. He's fresh and still showing as Stiggs TC. Just need to see what's happening here, because it's showing as he's still in there, but he has left the room. Yep, no, he's gone. So that's where we stand at the moment. It looks like all of the driver changes have been affected. Richie Bugs has done the most laps at the moment. He's done 35. Best lap of the current lot of drivers in their current stint is a 3:24.555 by De Bomb. It's probably no great surprise there. We all know he's pretty quick. And we do have GTMX Alpha Vanti in the pits, as well as Creeloo. Okay, so Creeloo looks to be fixing some damage, possibly. He's showing us having quite a bit of damage on screen there. Not sure if that's accurate or part of the glitch that we all know exists. We do have Tanky, who's showing as being heavily damaged in the BMW. That would be the number 51 BMW of MWM Racers Collective. So I'll have a look at him, because he does seem to be damaged quite a bit. I'll be monitoring his speed. Creeloo has left the room for a driver change. So the number 58 of Teamwise Racing has had a driver change. We see Creeloo exit the room, and TWR Seb 72, he enters the room. We have instructions from AJ for numbers 51 and 52 to activate limp home mode. That is the MWM Racers Collective number 51 and the number 52 of Venator Racing, both cars instructed to activate limp home mode. So both BMWs at the moment are going very, very slow. They are extensively damaged. Not 100% sure if that was a result of a collision between them both, but let's see if we can get some more information on that one. We're just going to go and have a look at the YouTube chat now. We have, MWM Racers Collective have said that Sprinter 64 lagged and hit us, and it was avoidable contact. Obviously, we'll leave that up to race control to investigate that. That's certainly not for me to comment on. I didn't see didn't actually happen to see the incident either. So, what else have we got here? Still 0% in the rain stakes, so it is drizzling, but it has not increased the track moisture. But there is a light spray coming off the back of these cars, so the rain is not finished with us yet, folks. I think this particular race definitely has still got a couple of stories to tell, definitely. Ice Cream Kimmy suggesting that, or asking, did the rain actually stop at one point? Didn't watch the 22 hours, but looks like it never really stopped. No, it has stopped, and it has come and gone, Kimmy. So yes, it stopped, but didn't really stop for too long. That's the unfortunate thing about it, I guess. And what it's really meant is that drivers have been unable to really get into too much of a rhythm, because no sooner are you set and starting to put down some good times, and then the rain comes along again. So difficult conditions, but all of our drivers out there are well enough experienced to be able to drive in this, and certainly adapt to those conditions as well. And we have another comment there from Rorschach saying that he's heard from his driver, and a second comment there about the lagging car of Sprinter. So we're going to let the race organisers look into that one, and the stewards. Hopefully that can get sorted out soon. But we do have Tanky One, who's just coming into the pits now on limp home mode. He has lost significant time, unfortunately for them. And the other BMW is, it's still coming through the Porsche curves, I believe, just coming out of the Porsche curves. So got a little bit of time to go, unfortunately. So they will lose even more time. We have a spin from Pasm by the look of it. He's off now, but he was certainly in the middle of the road. It's a good thing that BMW was in limp home mode, because it certainly looked like it nearly had a collision there. You don't want to have that this late in the race. So it's certainly been an interesting race so far. Everything's been happening as we have a caution from AJ, a general caution for the entire field, lack of grip off the racing line. So drivers do need to be careful. As we see, the number 4 of Bitter Rivals Racing, I believe, has yes, they absolutely have. Although that's on the YouTube. You have to excuse me, guys. That is on the YouTube stream, and that is not live for me. So but the Bitter Rivals Racing car has unfortunately had a spin. That was a little while ago, and just looking at the replay of that, they've spun going into the pits as well. Look, it's not good, but you can't win every race, and you certainly you can't take race. You can't do many races like this, and one after the other consistently and perform. It's very hard to do that. It's incredibly hard to podium every one of these, and some races you are just going to have a bad time, and it looks like it's one of those races for Bitter Rivals today. The YouTube chat's gone a little bit quiet by the look of it. There's 47 people watching. Help me out a little, guys. You're listening to Heathen Pride or HP. This is the Endurance Series, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I am on my own until I can get another commentator in here, so help me out, will you? Give me some comments. Give me your, I guess your views on the race so far. Let us know if you think that it's possible for another team to knock ABC Racing off the top of that leaderboard, because they are some laps in front. So at last update it was 5 laps. So let us know, do you think that it's possible that one of these other teams can knock them off their perch? Now I do have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. Now I hope he does. He should be here, but the big boss man of GTPlanet is scheduled to finish off in the commentary box, starting at, I reckon that's 11:30. So he should be the next commentator that comes in. So definitely hang around. You are in for a bit of a treat, because it's not often we get Jordan in here. That will be another 40 minutes though. So I guess the big question is, can I keep talking for 40 minutes? And will I ever get to drink this coffee that's in front of me? Because I have to continuously speak by the sound of this. So I'm going to have a little bit of coffee. This is going to go. It's going to go maybe silent just for 10 seconds or so. Apologies for that. Let's get your comments into the YouTube feed. Don't let Heathen run out of things to say. I'll be back in a few seconds. And thank you very much for allowing me to finish that much needed coffee. So just see if we can get any more information about what's happening out there. We have had a driver change. We have had Sprinter for the number 52 of Venator Racing. He has left the room and made way for Cross 24. So not sure if that was an intended stop or not, but I dare say that that's a strategic move because of the reports of lag, and it looks like that they might be playing it safe, because there has already been one black flag which was related to connection stability. So probably the right move there from the number 52 of Venator Racing to have Sprinter 64 leave the room and replace him with Cross 24. In terms of personal best lap times, we have had a PB from TNR Zygen. He's just ripped out a 3:44.203. That was his last lap. He's on his third lap. And he is showing, interestingly enough, he is showing as on intermediate tyres. So I believe that's accurate, because he has only been out there for a few laps, so he's I reckon he's definitely on intermediate. So that'll be interesting to watch, because it could dry out, it could get wet or wetter. Other drivers who seemingly are on different tyres, De Bomb and The Flash are on racing hards. Pasm and TRL Evolution are on racing hards. It's reporting here that GTMX Alpha Vant is on full wets, but I suspect that that's not the case, and that is the case with Richie Bugs there. Both of those drivers have done over 30 laps, so they've been in the car for some time, yeah, I would suggest that is not in any way accurate. Other drivers that we have listed as on intermediates are TWR Seb 72 in the 58 for Team Wise Racing, Ogdoogie Nutty, I don't think I'll ever get that right, but yes, we're just going to call him Dougie. So Dougie's on intermediates as reported here. He's on his 7th lap. Tanky 1. He's also on intermediates as is Cross 24. So some strategy coming into play with the tyres, which is good to see. Now I'm assuming that the full wet tyres is not accurate, and I would imagine that those teams of GTMX and that would be TNR Zygen in the number 10. I'd imagine that they're on probably racing cards or inters. They're currently sitting on board with looks like the number 11, I think. There we go, the number 11 Inferno Racing, the Gibson 0155 Nissan. That does have TRL Evolution on board for you, and he's just coming through. He's coming up behind somebody there. I do have a jerky, unfortunately a jerky stream here, guys, so it's a little bit tough. A little bit tough for me to continuously report on it when it's just a little bit jerky. So apologies for that, but we're going to try and get that information coming in. It looks like he is in front of... Where are we? Come on. Okay. That looks to be Stiggs TC ahead of him there. Just waiting for my PS3 to load. Yeah, that is Stiggs TC in the number 10 of the SSR Motorsports. So that could be an interesting little period for those guys, but be sure that wasn't for track position. We'll just double check that from the update. So we've got no, it's definitely not for position. With the number 11 car was significantly in front of many laps of the number 10 of SSR Motorsport. So it's not for track position, but could well be a good little battle going on there anyway. Looks to be like everywhere else on the track, everyone's spread out just a little, which is it's not going to make for too many on-track battles. So I'm going to stick with this one for now. TRL Evolution in the number 11 for Inferno Racing, and Stiggs TC, who is in the number 10, both in the Gibson, which is the new car for Gran Turismo 6. Maybe some of you in the YouTube chat can comment on what you think of the car. It's certainly an interesting one, but maybe you like it, maybe you love it, maybe you hate it. Who knows? Let us know, and yeah, have your input here. I'm not sure if there's been any issue with the YouTube chat here. I'm going to reload my YouTube because those comments haven't moved for some time. So if they have been, comments, guys, I do apologise, but I haven't seen them. I'm just going to refresh now, and we'll see if that fixes the issues that I'm having on my end. Hopefully it does. It's taking its time. Yeah, and indeed, it's there's been quite a few comments there, guys. I do apologise. The last one that I could see was from Kimmy, and that was some time ago. So we'll just have a look through the comments here. GTP Bambi, yes, he's out of the car. First ever 24-hour race. Well done, mate. It's always good to get it, under your belt. So very good that you've done it. And the next one, you'll you obviously know what to do for that one, and you've had one hell of a drive today. You've been thrown in, and there's been some very, I guess, adverse conditions. There's been only 2 of you, so it's been extended driving stints. The conditions have been tough. So I know exactly what you went through today, mate, and my hat is off to you. Absolutely. But trust me, that will stand you in good stead for future races, because other races will come along and you'll remember that this one was way tougher than other races that you'll do. You will have other ones that are tougher in future, but probably not too many that are tougher than what you went through today. So well done. Everybody give Bambi a round of applause, and also Pazin, who's in the car at the moment. So well done to you guys, and also massive shout out to the guys in the number 16 ORA racing team. Let's not forget that Cod Demon 101 and Pubs 16, they are also the only drivers in that car. Now the reason for this, if you are just joining us or have not heard, there was a black flag for the number 16. That was because driver Mikey _2412 in the course of the race, he's had some issues on the forum, and unfortunately his forum account was no longer in good standing, and that is one of the requirements of racing in this series. You must have a GTPlanet user account in good standing. So very unfortunate. Hopefully that maybe that can get sorted out. Maybe it can't, but it's done now, and my hat's definitely off to Cod Demon and Pubs, and I think everybody should give those guys and Bambi and Pazim a big pat on the back when we see them around the forum, because trust me, it's not easy doing what those guys have done today. Let's see what else I've missed in the YouTube chat. Thomas Harder has said there has been some lag. The room has been actually very stable. I agree with that. I've seen a little bit of lag here or there, nothing major, but there has been a little bit, which is, I guess, to be expected. Yoki has, well, he's predicting 100 viewers in the final hour. That would be nice. Let's hope I've got someone to help me for that final hour. Yes, Gamer Mikey has asked if Jordan is commentating. Well, he's on the list, so he is apparently down to commentate for the last stint. And let me just go to my list here. We've got him down at 11:30 UTC, and currently it's 10:58 UTC. So in half an hour he should be joining us. Now if he doesn't, don't lynch me, but as far as I know, he'll be here. You should also see Jono, who should be around for the last hour and a half of the race. It'd be good to have him back. Some of you will remember him from the first stint, and gee, what a depth of motorsports knowledge that man has. For those who were around a little bit earlier for the start of the race, you'll remember that he's got knowledge of things that happened before a lot of you were even born. So definitely a motorsport nut there. So it'd be good to have him back in, and certainly Jordan as well. So hopefully it won't be too much longer before you can get rid of this annoying Australian and get some real commentators in here. Just going to continue to go through some of these posts that I've missed here in the chat log. Still online with TRL Evolution. Let's double check that. Actually, I'm on the wrong stream again. Yeah, still online with, still on board with TRL Evolution. We have got a driver change for GTMX. Alfavanti has left the room, and GTMX Jimmy 94 has joined. So they have effected a driver change, which, well, that's within the rules because it's not in the last hour, but it is dead on 1 o'clock for them. So they've got a driver that's going to come through and do the last 2 hours. So looks like some strategy coming into play for them. They obviously know what they're doing, and it'll be interesting to see how they go from here on in, but I wouldn't expect to see any more driver changes for them. What do we got here? Okay. The Oil123440 says he's impressed with the new Nissan LMP. That would be the Gibson. Considering they would have had so little time to test and tweak them for this race, they are new to the series after all, and that is true. It's look, it's a difficult car to get used to anyway. If you got a reduced amount of time, then your back's really to the wall, unfortunately. But yeah, no, those teams have done very well. And we say that, and I'm looking at TRL Evolution getting himself some significant damage in the Gibson, and he's come off at the Porsche curves, unfortunately for him, and he's carrying quite a bit of damage. He's got rear left suspension damage, front right suspension damage, and a massive red splodge in the middle of his car, so he's got the significant engine damage as well, and he is coming into the pits. So not a lot of damage done there to their times, I wouldn't think, aside from an unscheduled pit stop. He's got half a tank of fuel and his tyres are on all nine, so certainly didn't expect to come in, but that incident did happen relatively close to the pits, so there's a positive to be taken out of that. Just going to keep scrolling down here. Gamer Mikey asked who got black flag for connection. That was Stiggs TC, was in the number 10 SSR Motorsports. Stiggs TC was black flagged for connection. He was asked to improve his connection, I believe, and race control, and it didn't improve, so race control have asked them to get another driver in, and they've done that with TNR Zygen in the car. Just bear with me a moment here. Okay, just got confirmation that we don't think there's another commentator coming in just yet, so we're going to have to be stuck with me, guys. Probably won't do much talking tomorrow. I'll all be talked out, I think. I'll go to work and everybody will wonder why I'm so quiet. Confirmed that Dougie Nutty is on Inters, so that's OG Doggy Nutty. That's confirmed from Thomas Harder, who I believe is the... Thomas, can you just confirm if you're the team manager for the number 55 Can-Am? You must be involved in that team some way. So yeah, they're definitely on Inters, so that is an interesting strategy. The rain is still coming down, but it has not increased from 0% yet, so it is still on 0. We've got 1:02 PM on the race clock, so we have less than 2 hours to go. So definitely the business end of this race, folks. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to you're watching the GTPlanet Endurance Series, the 24 hours of Le Mans. We currently have 12 teams battling out there in 3 classes, being the LMP1, the LMP2 and the LMGTE. Our overall race leader, as at the last update, was the number 3 car of ABC Racing, who have pretty much not looked back from the start, and they just well, they've 5 laps up from the last update. So you would think if they keep it on the road and bring it home, then they should be fine. But we do have, looking at TRL Evolution in that Gibson again, he has come off. He is in the kitty litter. He's deep in the kitty litter at the Mulsanne corner, at the end of the very end of the Mulsanne straight. He was in the kitty litter for some time. You know, when you go deep into the kitty litter, it can take a while to get out. But he's back on the road now. Does not seem to have any damage at all either, so probably a bit of hurt pride and some dusty tyres, but he's on his way again now. Gamer Mikey has said this is Zytek's first 24-hour race. Well, if it's anybody's first 24-hour race, give yourself a pat on the back, because they are not easy, and anyone who's done one knows that. Got a little bit of chatter going on regarding the lag. We're going to leave that alone. Not going to get too much into that. GTP Bambi says 90% of his driving was with a soaked track. scary, especially at night. It is. It's not pleasant when you're out on any track at night and it's raining. It really isn't. Rorschach has asked again for the gaps between 58 and 51. I have asked the question, mate. I'll ask it again. Let's see if we can't get that 58 to 51. Okay, so we'll see how we go with a response from AJ on that one. What I can do is I can tell you where they are on track in relation to each other. So let's find number 51 is, it's got Tanky 1 in the car in the MWM Racers Collective. So he is just on the Mulsanne Straight. He's exited Turf Rouge and he's well on his way on the Mulsanne now. So we know where he is in the number 58 of Team Wise Racing. We have TWR Seb, and he is at the end of the Mulsanne Straight. So a little bit of a gap. One would think probably maybe 45 seconds. We'll have a look at that. So yeah, there is a little bit of a gap there, but as far as track position is concerned, we're waiting on information on that to come through. Bambi Heathen, you're a great commentator, don't doubt yourself. You're too kind, Bambi, thank you. Didn't expect to be a commentator, but here I am. Here we go. Pointless has said, that's with a Y. I'm disappointed that I can drive around for multiple laps and be okay. Then race director decides LHM is appropriate when the track is empty. Well, as frustrating as it no doubt is, Pointless, I'd suggest, I guess, discussing that with AJ and get his reasons for that, because there are reasons for everything he does. So whether you agree with them or not, there's definitely going to be a reason for that. So definitely that would be frustrating. Absolutely. In fact, it would be. I don't think anybody would be, it'd frustrate anybody. So by all means, have a chat to him and just get an understanding for why he's instructed you guys to do that. I would have thought it was the damage. Having a look at, I had you guys on the screen when that was happening, and both cars had quite a bit of damage. So that's what I suspect. But have a chat to him and let's go from there. Here we go. Lionface has entered the chat. I need to charge my headset. Yeah, welcome to Lionface for the first time. I think he's been out on track for a while. Good to see you. Well driven, mate. Perhaps you could tell us, Lion, just maybe put a bit of a spiel in the YouTube chat there about how your race has been going so far, because it hasn't looked like you've had a good day today, unfortunately. Doesn't seem like it's BRR's race today. So maybe just let us know what happened on your end, whether it was the conditions or could be anything. I guess it could just be one of those things. And we do have confirmation that the rain has stopped. Thanks for pointing that out, Thomas. It definitely has, but we do have a little bit of track moisture on. So you'd want to stay out there for another, well, I would think another lap or two, probably 2 laps, maybe. The trick is when you see that mist continue, if you look behind your car, if you still see some of that mist, then it's probably a good idea to stay out for one more lap. As soon as that has a break in mist and it's not continuous, so if when you're driving for 100 or so meters or whatever, and if you look behind, if that mist is broken and it's in bursts, then it's pretty safe to come in. That's how I work it, and it seems to work most of the time. Okay, we'll go and have a look and see what some of these teams are doing. Now we have Evolution and Tanky 1 in the pits at the moment, so not 100% sure if they have been scheduled stops. So Evolution looks like that was a scheduled stop, and Not 100% sure about Tanky, but he is still showing as on intermediate tyres, which may or may not be wrong. Be good to know if we could get that confirmed for the 51 MWM Racers Collective. Be good to know if anyone's out there is privy to that information. If they still are on intermediates, that could spell a bit of disaster for them actually, because 0% on the track moisture. Don't seem to have too many on-track battles going at the moment. We do have a bit of a small cluster of cars coming out of Turk Rouge. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars on the straight as it stands. So that is that could be interesting. We've got GTP Pasm. De Bomb is on the straight. I'm going to go and see what he's doing actually. See if we can get him on camera. Lion has confirmed here. He's saying that where are we? His race started poorly. I was down to come on. Race started poorly. I was down 20 horsepower for I don't know why. For the initial wet stint, then dry running, I changed it to 10 horsepower down without realising that I was meant to be at 680 horsepower. That is unfortunate. Then at 3 hours, I had a disconnect, costing us 6 laps then and more. Rest of the race has gone okay though. My final stint before was brilliant. Really enjoyed it and enjoyed the mixed track conditions. You may be one of the only drivers out there enjoying the mixed track conditions, mate, but it's good to see that you're getting a challenge out of it, and it is. When you do drive well in these conditions, you know that you've driven well, and you do feel good about it. So definitely understand where you're coming from there. MWM has confirmed that they are on racing hard tyres, so we can't trust the information on screen for them. That is telling us that they're on intermediates. That is not true. Thank you very much, Rorschach, for confirming that. GTMX are also showing as on intermediates. I'm going to just having a look at them driving. There's no way they're on inters. So it looks like everyone else is on. Looks like everyone else is on racing hards. Dougie Nutty's going to need to come into the pits pretty soon, because in fact he'll need to come in this lap, I'd imagine. He might get one more lap out of his fuel, but his tyres are on 5s and 6s front, 7/8 rears, and he's got a fuel light that's just about to come on. In fact, it did just come on then, and that GT, Ford GT, that does go through the fuel as well, so interesting to see if he's going to come in. Alrighty, so we've got a little over an hour. We've got about an hour and 45 minutes to go in the race, and I'm just going to see if we can get any further update on track position from AJ, although I doubt it, but we'll try. Okay, we'll see what he comes back with there. And we do have Dougie has come into the pits in that favourite car of mine, the Ford GT LM Spec 2. Okay. Oh, actually, looks like a driver change with. Where are we? They say we're going to have a driver change here, folks. Couple of driver changes actually, because Richie Buggs has left the room. He's jumped out of the ABC Racing Courage LMP2 car, and Adventure Us has come in. So keep an eye on Adventure Us. He is lightning fast, incredibly fast. The other driver was Dougie Nutty. He has, I believe, I reckon he jumped out and did a quick change of setup, because it looked like he left the pits on my screen. So maybe if we can get that confirmed, Thomas, is that in for scheduled switch to dry setup and racing hard tyres? There you go. Excellent. Perhaps I should have read that first. Yes, he jumped out and then jumped back in, but we did have that driver change in the number 17 of ABC Racing as well. So wouldn't think that there would be too many driver changes to go. Don't forget that you cannot make a driver change in the last hour. That is my understanding of the rules. So yeah, be very careful. If you're going to do that, you can expect a slap on the wrist and quite a decent penalty. While I'm waiting for anyone else to throw in some comments on the YouTube chat, we will some of the times. We had also there was another change the last few minutes as well, but it's not one that you would probably notice. But we've had a change. So Little Regret 265 has left the room, and Pilster 1 has entered the room, and it's well worth bringing up that those guys do an amazing job. Quite often the unsung heroes, I think. I mean, they're out there for long periods of time, stewarding the event and making sure that that it runs as smoothly as it does. So big thanks to you guys for the role you played doing that. So yes, we've got Pilster in for what I suspect would be until the end of the race. 2 fastest laps have come through. Pasm's done a 3:25.875 in LMP1, but the fastest lap is De Bob, who is currently in the pits with a 3:24.555. So he is a second, 1.3 seconds faster than Pasm at the moment. We should see those times get a little bit quicker as the fuel loads drop, and obviously the track is now dry too. The Flash is 3:26.152, so Lion, you'd probably be happy with that. It's not a bad time. He's on his 26th lap, so maybe Lion, you could let us know, he's in for the rest of the race, is he, or have you guys got something up your sleeve? What's happening there? Or maybe you don't want to tell us, which is understandable. And the other personal best lap that we've had come through is TNR Zygen, who is on a 3:40.198. Most drivers are getting green sectors. That's to be expected with the track drying out a little. So we'll see those times. They will drop, and hopefully we'll start seeing some good racing out there. So let's go and jump on board with. Let's jump on board with Adventurous, who's our new driver. That's one of the latest drivers that's come in. Obviously, he's just come into the room, so he's got a full tank. He's got fresh legs on, and he's a good driver. So he's got a little bit of open track as well. He does have one car a little bit up the way ahead of him, and that is GTP Pasm. So as long as Pasm keeps at his pace, he probably won't see Pasm. Those guys are both going through the Porsche curves, but there's probably a good 10 to 12 seconds between them, I would think, maybe 8 to 10. So Adventurous has got a good platform there to build on laying down some good lap times, and indeed we could probably expect Pasm to be pitting in the next sort of 5 laps, maybe 4 to 5 laps possibly. and then the track will open up even more. So the weather's looking very good, which is excellent. We don't want to see any more rain, I don't think. I think we've had enough. I think the YouTube chat would probably agree with that. Rorschach saying racing hard tyres on a wet setup for the win. That would be interesting. Bambi said that's how he finished his stint, with racing hard tyres on a wet setup. That's excellent. Living on the edge, Bambi. That's how we like to see it done, mate. Now, just checking the time here. And 11:21 a.m. So I am hoping. Oh, there we go. AJ said as soon as he has information, he's giving it to me. So I'm going to stop asking him for stuff because he'll give it to me when he's ready. So just bear that in mind, guys. He's obviously very busy, so he'll feed that through as it becomes available. But I am hoping that Jordan will be along in 9 minutes because his scheduled stint starts in 9 minutes. If not, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it'll certainly involve another coffee, I think. And we'll see if he's come online, I guess. But back to the action, and currently we are sitting on board with the looks like the number 3 of ABC Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the number 3 of ABC Racing. So that currently has the bomb in it, and he is going to start throwing down some incredible lap times, I reckon, because he's got a bit of space in front of him, I believe. Let's just have a look at that. No, correction. No, he's got another 4 or 5 cars on the track with him on the same straight. So bit of traffic to get through for him, but hopefully he can clear through that and then lay the foundation for some fast laps. But if they are still 5 laps in front, then they don't really need to push too hard. But there's a question for you guys out there, the viewers. If you were managing a team and you were in this position and you were a few laps up, what would your instruction be to your drivers? Would you tell them to hold back a little? Would you tell them to maintain consistency? Or are you one of the managers who would just like to just win by as much as possible and tell your driver to go out there and smoke it? There's a few different ways you can handle a situation like this. Personally, myself, if we were that far up, I would absolutely instruct my guys to just maintain the consistent pace that they've been maintaining, to not push, drop back to 85-90% of capabilities, and not sandbag, but more give yourself the insurance of not coming off the track. As we see, the bomb is coming past Stig's TC there and Cross 24. Stig's obviously in the number 10 of SSR Motorsports, and Cross is in the BMW M3 of Venator Racing. So he's managed to get past those guys, which is good to see, and he's just got one more car in front of him, and we will find out in a minute who that is. That is TWR Seb in the 58 of Teamwise Racing, so that's the Corvette, so we can expect him to go past, the bomb will be going past him any minute now, obviously being the much faster car. And it looks like we have an update incoming from AJ, so I will keep talking your ear off just for another few minutes, and hopefully that'll come through and we can go over that. As we see the bomb just look like he's lining up TWR maintains his line as he should, and the bomb goes through and passes the pits into the Ford chicane, and he'll come through and exit onto the straight for another lap. And his lap time will be, so have a look. That lap time was a 3:26.485, which is reflective of the traffic that he faced in that lap. but now he actually has quite a bit of clear track in front of him, which is good for him. The next car in front of him on track is Adventurous, who is in the ABC Racing Courage T60, the number 17. So I wouldn't think he'd get caught this lap by De Bomb, so looks like this could be a quick lap for De Bomb, so we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully he can entertain us with a nice fast lap. But he does have let's have a look at fuel. De Bomb's fuel is 3/4 of a tank, so it won't be the fastest that he's gone. I wouldn't think. You're not going to see a smoking personal best for the race, but hopefully he'll get a good lap time out. So just duck back to the YouTube chat, and I'm just going to have to refresh the YouTube screen. It's been a pain in the backside for me tonight, folks. It's been had a few jerky screens and not necessarily lag, but it's just not behaving itself, unfortunately. And like I was saying earlier, we do have AJ's got some new processes that he's put in place for this particular race. So maybe a couple of teething problems, but we'll see how they get addressed at the end of the race and going forward. So exciting times, I think, for the future of this series. Absolutely. So Thomas Harder has asked if a double shot of espresso. Yes, I could definitely use one. Probably a triple. I've got an energy drink in front of me, but they stopped making any difference a long time ago. MWM Racers Collective, could hardly tell. No, I'm not sure what he's referring to there. Budman897999, his strategy would be to save those tyres and stay clean. So if his team was out in front by a few laps in this situation, well, I think that's pretty smart. That's a very wise decision there, Budman. That would definitely, it'd be tempting to go out and push for a bigger victory, but personally I'd go for a little bit of, I'd be a little bit more conservative. So still on board with De Bomb, 330, and his lap is coming to an end up here. He's just coming through the Ford chicane now, and he is looking. What have we got here? 324.5. It's a 324 he's done there, I think, and not bad. We'll just get that confirmed for his lap. He's done a 325.017, so still half a second behind his personal best for this 26 lap stint. We do have a couple of other PBs that have come through. GTMX Jimmy has done a 327.310 in his last lap, and Adventure Us has done a 344.113, which he's on his fourth lap, so you'll see that time start to come down, I'd imagine, as his fuel load reduces. Looks like we have an update from AJ, and I'm just opening that up right now, so bear with me a moment. It's also 11:30, and there's no sign of Jordan as yet, so I'm not 100% sure if he will be here. You guys might be stuck with me, but if that's the case, I'll be looking to maybe find another radio interview or something to put on for half an hour so I can have a bit of a break. But we'll go through the update, which has just come through. This is, come on. Okay. Provisional classification. The last updated today, obviously. So latest update: ABC Racing, 337 laps, 3 laps ahead of Avalerion Racing in the Audi R18. So they have finished 334 laps, so 3 laps behind. Escuderia GTMX are 7 laps behind the leader and 4 laps behind Avalerion. They have completed 330. Bitter Rivals Racing, if you remember for the last update, those guys unfortunately were down in around 10th, but looks like some stint picks have come in and they have gone up to where they should be, which is in the LMP1 block of cars. They are sitting in 4th. 329 laps they've done, so they are 1 lap behind Escuderia GTMX, so they have definitely got an opportunity there. If if there are any issues, all it takes is a crash or a limp home mode or a disconnection, and Bitter Rivals can take 3rd spot. So keep an eye on that one. Inferno Racing bringing in the LMP2s. They are number 11 car. They are leading. They have done 323 laps. They are 14 laps behind the overall leader, and more importantly for them, they are 3 laps up on the Gibson 015S Nissan of SSR Motorsports, which is being driven by currently by Zygen. So they're 3 laps up. Inferno Racing will be pretty happy with that, I'd imagine. Raced against those guys, know those guys, and they deserve to be in a position like that. So that's up to them to consolidate on that and bring it home. So good luck to them, but also good luck to the SSR Motorsports guys. GTP Danger Zone is in the GHH camp, so he can certainly, his team can certainly get out there and hopefully bring back a few laps. So going to be tough in the time left, but you never know. ABC Racing's bringing out the podium for the LMP2s, and that's the Courage C60 Peugeot. They've done 302 laps, so they are 18 laps behind. They're 35 laps behind the leader, and they're 18 laps behind SSR Motorsports. That's what that's showing. So it could be maybe something that'll change in the next update. So maybe won't read too much into that. Moving into the LMGTE class, we have Team Wise Racing, and this is what a lot of you guys will be interested in hearing, because this is the class that was all over the place. But we have Team Wise Racing, number 58 in the Corvette. We have Creeloo, EOL and TWR Seb 72, and they have done 295 laps. They are 42 laps behind the overall leaders, but they are a lap in front with the Can-Am VRL in the Ford GT LM Spec 2. So they're a lap up, but like I was saying, it's certainly not over. And all it takes is one mistake, and that'll get gobbled up, that distance. Following that, we have Venator Racing in the BMW M3. They've done 287 laps, so they're a little bit behind, 8 laps behind the lead LMGTE car. And MWM Racers Collective in the other BMW, they are another 6 laps behind Venator Racing. So 56 laps behind the overall lead car and 6 laps behind 3rd place in their class. The last place car, according to what I've got here, is the number 16 ORA Racing team with Cod Demon and Pubs. Unfortunately, they did have that black flag, so they have lost some time. They are showing as completing 276 laps and 61 laps behind the lead car. So that is the overall classification. Just to recap, ABC Racing in the Peugeot 908 leading the LMP1 class, Inferno Racing in the Gibson 015S, they are leading the LMP2 class, and Team Wise Racing are a lap up on Can-Am VRL in the LMGTE. So there we have it. Thank you very much, AJ, for sending those through. That, I think, certainly makes it a little bit more interesting. We do have some final driver changes to be completed. You guys do have about 20 minutes, I think. I just need to double check that. Final driver changes must be started in the next 29 minutes, and I think that was about 3 or 4 minutes ago that was up. So any driver changes after 2 o'clock UTC will be penalised. So make sure you are well and truly sorted for your driver changes before 2 p.m. UTC. The checkered flag will fall at 25 hours total race time. So the total race time on the clock at the moment is 23:35, and the checkered flag will be 25. So we've got an hour and 25 minutes to go of the GTPlanet Endurance Series 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I'm hoping that I'm going to have some help in the commentary box soon. I've just spotted somebody come online. It's not Jordan, but I might be able to get a bit of help in here at the moment. Then I can let them talk and go and have a coffee. So I'll just get back to the action that is on screen. And looks like we've moved on to one of the BMWs, which is the... Where are we? A couple of different screens going here, folks. That is the BMW of... Come on. It's being very jerky. It's either going to be Venator Racing or MWM. So it'll be the number 1 or the number 79. And that is the number 1 by the look of it. That is. So that's the number 1 of Venator Racing, and that does have Cross 24 behind the wheel. And thank you. I do have a commentator on the way. It's not Jordan, so we're not sure exactly what has happened to Jordan. Obviously, he's a very, very busy man, so it could have been any number of reasons. But his very familiar deputy is on his way, so I will be joined by GTP Famine, and yeah, that'll be good. Any questions for him, feel free to put them in the chat. But also, it'll allow me to get a coffee and rest my voice. But thank you very much for everybody who's hung around and listened to me waffle on for Lord knows how long now. But yeah, it's been fun. Probably don't want to commentate alone again, but yeah, it's not for everybody. It's better having somebody else to at least have a chat to while you're doing it. So just while we're waiting for Famine, I'll go through the YouTube chat here. Oh, I just saw. Well, that was a swear word. Keep it clean in the chat, please. What have we got here? Well, and it looks like we have help. The cavalry has arrived. Famine, are you there?
You make me sound like a Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. character there.
Well, you are my saviour today, my friend. You really are, because I've just been on my own for some time. So, yes, it's really good to have you here.
Yeah, good to be here. I'm glad I could make it. I thought I was going to miss this whole thing because of motorsport activities this weekend, but I've managed to free myself up a little bit. So, unfortunately, you're all going to have to listen to my dulcet tones for the next 90 minutes.
I'm sure it's a pleasant change from that crazy Australian that they've had to listen to for the last couple of hours. But have you managed to get any sort of updates on the race, or have you just come home and you don't know what's happening? Because we can fill you in.
Oh, kind of 6 and 2 3s there. I've just been writing up an interview we did with Kazunori Yamauchi on Friday at Goodwood. So I've been knee deep in that all morning. But yeah, I've got the live stream up, and yeah, it's looking like the field has kind of stretched out a bit. It's looking like the victory is, I wouldn't say foregone conclusion necessarily, but it's looking like there's a decent gap between first, second, and third at the moment. So how's it all been?
Well, it's been really good. It's been a lot of really good consistent driving from a lot of teams. We have had some teams that have had a few problems, but that happens in any of these races. Yeah. But it's been the weather that's made it really hard to maintain consistency because it'd be dry, and then just when they're getting into their rhythm, along comes the rain again. I think we've had 3 or 4 spells of rain, so it's been really difficult for the teams to maintain that consistency, and I think that's what makes it even more impressive, some of these gaps that we're seeing between the lead cars.
Yeah, I mean that's Le Mans for you. Every time we've been there, it's been punctuated by sudden random rain showers. The last one we went to 2 years ago, it started raining after 5 laps, and we were stood at the Dunlop curves, and that caught everyone out.
It seems like AJ's nailed the whether it was deliberate or not. He certainly sounds like he's nailed the realism for the weather.
Yeah. Well, it's got a nice dry finish at the moment, so we should see some consistent lap times.
We'll see if it remains dry for the rest. I think that'll be a fitting end, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the rain hit with 20 minutes to go and you see a mad scramble to pit and get some wet tyres on. I can see that happening. No, we're just on board with what have we got here? We've got one of the Gibsons. Not 100% sure who we're on board with there, so I'm just going to use the room. We have had a driver change, everybody. We've got a driver change for the number 58 of Team Wise Racing, and we see Seb72 leave the room, and Pedro EOL or EOL Dash. He's come into the room, so he's going to make a push for the finish there for Team Wise Racing. So it'll be good to see how he goes. He does race with the Green Hill Heathens as well, so got a little bit of a soft spot for Pedro there. So we'll be barracking for you from here, impartially, of course, Famine. We can't be seen to be favouriting any of our teammates, but it'll be good to see how he goes.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a heathen-filled lobby at the moment, don't we?
They're everywhere. They've been all over the commentary, and there's heathens in the race. It's good. I like seeing it. It's great.
Yeah. So when am I next racing anyway? Because you're my team boss, of course.
Yes. No, that's exactly right. Well, I'm pretty sure we're all full up for NERB, and I believe you expressed an interest in probably watching from the sidelines for that one anyway.
Yeah, I expressed a very strong desire not to drive the NERB.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. We've got plenty, as you know, that can sit in the car for that one. Well, there's Spa. We don't have a sorted drivers list for Spa yet, so you never know. How are you at Spa?
Big fan of Spa. I like Spa a lot.
Okay, well there you go.
I find the Nürburgring very difficult to maintain any kind of consistency, but Spa I can do.
Very good. We'll see if we can get you in there. So there you have it, folks. Keep an eye on Spa. You might see Famine out there for Team GHH. But look, just on the NERB and what you said there about the maintaining consistency, it's very hard. That's what makes that race, I think, so challenging. And I can't wait for that one to come around and see who comes out on top, because there's quite a few of the teams that are in this series that really, really, really want to win that. It's like Le Mans. These teams racing today really, really, really want to win this race, and there's I guess the Nürburgring title is right up there as well. So that'll be good to watch.
Yeah, especially for the Green Hell Heathens.
Well, exactly. We'll be busy that day. We've got two teams. So there'll be heathens everywhere. Probably a couple commentating as well. You never know.
Well, hopefully not everywhere. Hopefully just on the great.
On the tarmac would be nice. That's the brief. Keep it on the black bit.
Yeah, it's actually it's also a tricky track to drive if you're driving one of the slower cars, the GT Cup cars that I prefer, because it's so difficult to overtake. I think the Nürburgring on average is 6 yards wide. Just under 6 meters wide for those of you who use the metric system. And it's very, very difficult if you're a slower car being lapped to get out of the way efficiently. And you don't want to hold the guys up too much through the slower sections, but the slower sections are always the narrowest as well. So
That's right, yeah. You don't want to clip the grass, because if you're trying to do the right thing and you clip the grass and you're off into the wall, well, then you just feel even worse. That's not good.
it's like playing 10-pin bowling with the bumpers up.
Yes, exactly right.
You're the ball, you're going to be everywhere, but you're not going to hit any skittles.
Exactly right. Okay, Henrik has asked for some fastest times for LMP1, LMP2 and LMGTE. So we're going to go and get those for him now. Just bear in mind, Henrik, that the fastest laps that I'm about to give you are for the current drivers only. The fastest laps for the race, we're going to find out if they've been logged yet, so sit tight for those. But the current crop of fastest laps for classes, we have got 3 minutes 24.948 is the fastest LMP1 lap, and that is by De Bomb 330, who is in the number 3 car of ABC Racing, who are of course leading. The LMP2 fastest lap looks to be a 340.931 by TNR Zygen, who is racing in the number 10 for SSR Motorsports. And the LMGTE fastest lap, that title goes to, that would go to Cross 24 by the looks of it, with a 359.332 for this particular lot of stints. So I will ask AJ for fastest lap times if he's got those for the race. So I'll leave you with Famine just for a second. I'll go and find out if we can get those for you.
Well, now I know how Heathen felt for the last hour and a bit. Having a quick look through the ticker. Unfortunately, there's not enough room in the lobby for me to sit in and bring you details, so I'm stuck with the live stream and the YouTube comment section. GTP Bambi, for it is he, asks what's the silliest reason I've ever issued warning points on GTPlanet. Well, we don't really issue points for silly reasons, but we do issue points for people who've been silly. I can't think of any off the top of my head right now, but there are some ridiculous things that go on a day-to-day basis from GTPlanet. There was a lovely spell of drunk posting in the premium forum yesterday that I think someone has learned their lesson about.
You shouldn't drink forum.
No.
Shouldn't drink drive. You shouldn't drink forum either.
No, it's fine for Facebook, but for GTPlanet, as it says in the rules section, we have unusual rules because we like people to think about what they're posting to the site.
No, that's right. Look, as long as it doesn't break the rules, it's okay. But the drunker you get, the higher the risk that you're going to break the rule. So.
Yeah, and I can just update that swipe doesn't really work. Not judging by the style of posting last night, at any rate.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that? Swipe?
Yeah, the mobile phone, where it's a kind of a touch typing function called swipe. Drag your finger over from letter to letter, and he was saying, yeah, swipe is brilliant, but it was coming out like swipe, just doesn't work.
No.
Never drink and swipe.
No, absolutely not. You'd see all sorts though. I find personally, I will go deliberately to the banned user log just for a laugh because of the way you guys write it, the way that it's delivered. I just love it. It's never good when somebody gets banned, but the style of writing and the delivery is makes my day. So if I need a laugh, I head over there and have a good giggle.
Yeah, it's a good day when we don't have to click any buttons.
Yeah.
I mean, every moderator likes being a moderator, but we don't actually like moderating because it means that somebody hasn't thought through what they're doing properly, and we've had to take over. And it's niggly, and it's largely unnecessary if everyone just engages brain. But
you
not
click on
everyone
you
does.
click the little box. You click the little box that says in red the
Yeah.
rules. So you don't really have much of a leg to stand on when you break them, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
engage brain.
Yeah. So have you been watching anything from Goodwood?
No, I
I've got wrong
literally.
time zone, I suppose.
Well, yeah, wrong time zone. I had a bit of a break today. I reckon I probably got a few hours sleep on the couch, but I've been sick since Wednesday. So the stint I did last night just took it out of me, and so I haven't really done anything other than this. And I jumped on and played some Elder Scrolls as well for a little bit, which was good. But no, I haven't caught any of Goodwood, unfortunately.
There's no such thing as playing a little bit of Elder Scrolls.
No, that's exactly right. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Play it for days. Who needs to work?
I've got so many save games in Skyrim with hundreds of hours of gameplay in them. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it's a good game. Have you played the online one?
I've not played the online. No, I need to get hold of a PS4. Yeah,
you have to. Yeah, it's a life killer. You'll find that probably not shaving as much, and I need a shower. It's been 4 days. It's one of those.
Maybe I'll stay away then.
Yeah, no. I would like to just point out that Heathen does shower more than once every 4 days. So. But the point is, it's a good game, mate. If you like the Skyrim, it's brilliant. So.
Yeah, and I did the Goodwood thing on Friday, and so it basically we got a ticket to go up thanks to the competition that we ran on GTPlanet, same as the one we ran the previous year. And Kazunori happened to be there, so we got 10 minutes of interview time with him, which that's now been posted up on the GTPlanet blog. So if you're into your Goodwood and your Vision Gran Turismo cars, head over there and read that. But there's lots of stuff to do at Goodwood, and unfortunately, one of the things that Nissan had on their stand was to compete against a Paralympian 200-meter wheelchair athlete. And so there's a simulator on the screen and an actual wheelchair that they strap you in, and then they strap your hands up with the wheelchair gloves, and then you basically have to push the wheels as hard as you can to get to the 200 meters. And unfortunately, I dislocated my shoulder about 15 years ago, and I'm really, really regretting doing that.
It didn't work for you?
No, I mean, at the time was all right, but I can barely move my upper body today.
That's no good. That's an interesting challenge, though. That's a bit out of left field. Would be fun, though, I'd imagine.
They had a football kicking competition, proper football, not American or Australian rules.
Absolutely.
To win UEFA Champions League tickets, but the sensors were all over the shop. I got 97% for accuracy despite missing 2 out of the 3 shots. So.
Okay.
And then they had the wild cards to qualify for race camp this year, because there's not going to be any for the European gamers. There's not going to be any national finals. It's straight through to race camp, which this year is in Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi rather than Silverstone. So there's three guys who've got a wild card through from the UK from Goodwood, heading to Abu Dhabi in October.
Wow, what did they have to do for the wild card to win that?
It was over the course of the day. There were 2 pods set up. So over the course of the day, it was the 6 fastest gamers driving up the Goodwood Hill Climb, the new 2015 version, in the Nissan GTR LMP1. Not ideally suited to that track, it has to be said. And then the six fastest guys were invited back for a race-off. And then the winner of that gets the golden ticket. Yeah,
right. Were there any prominent GTP members that were involved in the 6? that you can tell us about?
I want to say no, but I'm sure there were one or two. The problem is the names I recognise, because everyone's gives their real names. The real names I recognise are all guys who've been to race camps before, and therefore they can't go again. So yeah, there were a couple of names I recognised up there, but because they're not eligible, so.
Yeah, that's right. So you can't go again, can you? Once you've been, so you really have to make the most of that one shot if you get there.
And they've changed the rules a bit this year, so that if you've been to a previous national final, you can't go to race camp, unless it was before 2013 because of European data protection laws.
Yeah, and that was. Sorry, I did read that, and I freaked out a little because Matt or Mint GTR, he has made nationals and he was pushing to make nationals, but that actual rule doesn't apply to us in Australia. So if you've made nationals before, you can go through to nationals again, but the race camp rule still applies.
Yeah, it's a weird setup for Europe, but it comes out of changes to European data protection laws. So they're not allowed to hold data on the guys who've been to the national finals before 2013, but they are allowed to hold data on the guys who've been to race camp.
Oh, okay.
And I can't for the life of me tell you why, but I think it's to do with data protection waivers that you have to sign at race camp.
Yeah, right. Interesting. Well, it'll be another interesting round, I'm sure, and it'll be a lot of people watching to see who comes out on top. Definitely.
I'm hoping that they're going to invite media and I'm going to be in there in person, but I seriously doubt it.
See how you go. You never know.
Yeah.
We do have a little update here from AJ saying that no more driver changes are expected. So naturally that could change, but any driver changes after the next 4 minutes will be penalised. So only make them if you really, really have to.
Yeah. Have there been many penalties? Because obviously I've not been attached to the race. I've been in Wi-Fi dead zones for the last 3 days.
Yeah, no. Look, we have had some. There was some qualifying penalties that were enforced very early on. Now, anybody in the YouTube chat, please correct me if I'm wrong in any of these earlier ones, but I believe that Avalerion Racing received 2 30-second penalties for qualifying infractions. I think GTMX received one as well. Pretty sure SSR Motorsports did as well, because they had... is that them? No, one of the other teams had a driver that did not participate in qualifying, and he's a bronze driver. But we also had a couple of black flags. Famine, we've had a black flag for Stiggs TC for connection issues. He was asked to get his connection sorted out, and it didn't improve, so he was given a black flag. So GTP, Danger Zone and Zygen were then rendered a two-man team, but that wasn't that long ago. So Zygen came in and he is still in the car, so I'd expect him to see out the race. And the other one we had was ORA Racing Team. They had a black flag for Mikey 2412 due to some forum related issues, and judging by the giggle that I got from you there, you may well be familiar with what happened with that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so as you would know, one of the conditions of being in a team and having a franchise and being a part of a franchise is you must have a GTPlanet account in good standing, and we understand that ceased to be the case for Mikey during the race. Is that right, or was it beforehand and it got missed, or what happened there?
Just let me have a look at the time. It was about 3 hours into the race, I think.
Yeah, so it was really early on for them, and since then, COD Demon 101 and Pubs 16 have been running a 24-hour race as a two-man team, and they have done phenomenally well. It's really difficult to do a race like this with 2 people for 21 hours is tough. It's real tough. It's possible, but there's no respite. There's no, you can get a little bit of sleep, but not much, and then you're back at it. So I've got a lot of respect for those guys for seeing it out. There are lesser drivers would have thrown in the towel, I reckon. So they've done very well. And we also lost GTP Ghost Driver for unknown reasons. Not sure what happened there. Hoping that Pazim or Bambi can maybe fill us in on that one. But if that has been broadcast, that reason I missed it. So they've been driving as a 2-man team for some time. I think Bambi's done about 10 hours himself, I'm pretty sure. I read that earlier. So, 2-man teams, 2 black flags, some qualifying penalties, a lot of rain. It's all been happening.
Yeah, that sounds like the stewards have been earning their keep, except they haven't because they're all volunteers. So,
well, that's exactly right. We did give a shout out to the stewards. We've had Little Regret and Pilster doing the work today. Doing a bang-up job as usual, and obviously AJ masterminding everything in the background for us. So definitely a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and I think everyone should give those guys a big pat on the back after the race is done.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've had some good commentator stints as well, because we've had some issues with much like a racing team. We've had to do some chopping and changing stint times and all that. So we've had a couple of commentators that have done some extended stints. I think Bo and Hayden did maybe 7 hours. They did a long stint. They did very well, which allowed me to get a bit of shut eye and to rest before I came on for this stint. So yeah, definitely they have earned my thanks for sure.
So I've had a fairly Australian heavy commentary team then.
Well, we really have, and we hope that it's been well received. We've had some good feedback. Nobody's popped up and said get rid of these people, which is handy, because we don't want that. So yeah, we've enjoyed ourselves. It is good. I'll avoid commentating solo again. I don't really want to do that again for over an hour. It's hard enough finding something to talk about for 5 minutes, not an hour and a half or whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean it's okay when it's in the wee small hours and you can just let the driving do the talking, but yeah, not when it's a busy time.
No, that's right. But the viewers have been really good. They've kept me occupied with some banter. Bambi's saying here that he's 9.5 hours roughly he drove for, which is huge. So that would mean that Pazim's probably done the same amount, because Ghost Driver didn't do a lot of driving. Not exactly sure what time he disappeared, but it was relatively early on. So.
And he's a GT Academy finalist as well, I seem to recall.
Yeah.
So it's not a driver you want to lose.
No, not really. There was he left the room. So he either disconnected or something happened where he was, and Bart was commentating at the time, and he left, and that's the last time that we've heard from Bart. He's been driving, and I'd imagine sleeping when he's not driving. He popped up briefly in the Skype chat for the comms, but that was pretty much it. So he's been a busy beaver today, definitely.
Well, I did hear from him earlier because I was watching you on the PlayStation, and I've listened to the interview that was done earlier with Jordan. So I think I've heard his voice more than you have.
How's your stream? Have you got the live stream, the comms live stream going?
I do, yes.
Is it jagging for you or lagging? Because I've had a lot of issues with it all race.
It seems to be okay on the basis of the stream itself. I think the car that we're on board with at the moment, which is the number 51 midweek Motorsport Racers Collective M3, I think that's a little bit wobbling a little bit, but I don't think it's a stream. I think it's a connection to the car.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, it might be. I've got a pretty good connection, but I think the quality of that stream might just be a little bit too much, given that I'm on the other side of the world.
Yeah, it's one of those things that unfortunately we are limited by the speed of light, which is extremely careless, and personally, Einstein.
How selfish of the speed of light to be.
I know.
Yeah, it's just, well, it's just rude. We've got a warning for the number 1 car of Avalerion Racing, which has GTP Pasm in it at the moment. He has been spotted by one of the stewards, looking like he's exceeded the track limits there. So he does have a warning for track limits, so he might want to just, I guess, go a little bit more carefully through. Where was he when that happened? Let me just have a look here. He was coming through the Ford chicane, I believe, or maybe the Porsche curves, but he's in the pits now. But he'll need to be a bit more careful.
Well, if he's been driving for 9.5 hours like Bambi has, then we can probably forgive him the occasional.
No, that's exactly right. I think we all know that he's not out there trying to deliberately gain time by cutting corners. So that'll be more than anything, probably a bit of lapse of concentration. So generally, everybody's been pretty good in regard to track limits. There've been a couple of warnings, but nobody's received a penalty for it. And most of the cars that I've seen have, in fact, pretty much all of them. There's been no consistent cutting of corners. There's a couple of cars that have come close, but everyone's been pretty good, which is, I think, it speaks to the standard of the drivers that we've got, because it is a track, if the penalties aren't on, where you can make up some time. So definitely speaks to the quality of the drivers and the integrity of them as well. Yeah.
Not that I'm going to say anywhere where you can cut corners in game time, of course, but you know.
Bit of air there for Pasm. He's not on screen for you, but he just got a little bit of air going down the Mulsanne Straight.
Yeah, I thought they lowered the hill to stop that from happening again.
Definitely got a bit of air there for sure. We're still going though, so.
So yeah, we've had an update to the game just before this race happened, which is it's never ideal really, because you're not entirely sure what effect it's going to have on the balance of power. Balance of performance rather. And that's brought an update to the Goodwood circuit with the lovely new Mazda central feature, but it's also brought some cars. Have you had any chance to drive the SRT Visions?
I have not. I only turned on GT6 for the first time in a long time before this race, and I was inundated with updates and a track and cars, and I thought, oh well, clearly haven't been on for a while. I've had a little bit of a break, and because we don't have to race until the VLN, so it was a little bit of a break for me. But I haven't had a go yet, but I'll be looking to test out the new content for sure.
Yeah, I've been unfortunately away this weekend, so I've not had a chance either. But apparently one of the time trials is on the Nürburgring.
I did hear that. Yes.
It was a 2,500 horsepower, almost supersonic car with wings on its wings.
Yeah, one of the guys was telling me about that earlier, and that definitely piqued my interest. So I'll be getting onto that one for sure, because I do like the lightning fast cars on that track.
Yeah, I think it is literally the exact opposite to my interest.
Slingshot Slipstream has said it will kill you in about 3 corners. Some of the guys have tried it. The G suit is needed not for high cornering Gs, but for the high Gs sustained in wall collisions. Says pointless.
Yeah. I think if penalties are on and I'm driving that down the Nürburgring, there's going to be loads of brown flags, never mind anything else.
Yeah, it's. I think what were the lap times? I haven't had a look, but one of the guys was saying 3-minute lap times, something like that. That's insane.
Yeah, do recall I had a quick look, obviously, because I'm contractually obligated to do this sort of thing. I did have a quick look, and I think the bronze time is in the 4-minute region. Actually, let's have a look. Since I've got it, since I'm not in the lobby at the moment, I can have a look. So the bronze is 6 minutes, gold is 5 minutes.
5 minutes around that. Is it the full? Is it the combined track, or is it the Nordschleife?
No, it's just the Nordschleife.
Okay.
I say just, it's just.
It's only 20 miles or something. 13 miles. 20 Ks.
20 Ks, yeah. Again, metrics.
Yes, no, that's right.
But I remember when GT4 first came out, which was the first one that had the Nürburgring in it properly. Although there were a couple of demos before that had it in as well. The European and American and Australian version of the game, the S license 15 lap was, I think it was the Mercedes DTM 190. But if you got the Japanese version, the very first one, it was in the Sauber C9 around the Nürburgring. And worse than that is you couldn't overtake the pace cars. There was a pace car on the track as well.
Yeah, right.
So I've had many nightmares about that. So trying to do a 5-minute lap time in this Tomahawk fills me with feelings that are not good.
Again, contractually obligated to try.
And worse, video it.
That's great. Can't wait to see that video.
Yeah.
So what's your?
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to ask. What's your? I'm not sure if you've been asked this on air before. What's your favourite track? Surely you've been asked that.
I have two. I really like Spa. That's my favourite track in the real world. Okay. But my favourite Gran Turismo track is Trial Mountain.
It is a good track. Timeless. Yeah, right. Excellent. No, that's.
I asked Kazunori the same question a couple of years ago, and he said Deep Forest, and I went, no, you're wrong. It's Trial Mountain. Because I was asking about getting a fictional Gran Turismo track built in the real world, and apparently there's a Japanese engineering company actually did research building Grand Valley.
Yeah, right.
Which is
in Japan.
I don't know where they said they were going to build it. Just in real life.
I remember seeing a thing. I reckon it was a news article, possibly on the GTPlanet news section, about a track. It might have been in one of the threads. It was about a track that was a real world track, I think, in America, that actually greatly resembles either Grand Valley or Deep Forest. Does that ring any bells for you?
It's Deep Forest. It's Green something Raceway.
Yeah, right. And is that raceway still operational? It's not, is it? It's kind of, is it sort of dormant?
Sorry, Greenwood Raceway is what it's called. It's dormant. It was briefly resurrected shortly after. Well, actually, around about the time the article went up, there was something about local car clubs were being granted access to use the circuit for meets, but not as an actual circuit. But not a lot of the paving exists, so it's not something that you could race. It's basically just a narrow thread of very broken tarmac. But yeah, the plan view is pretty similar. There's a fairly major kink that's not replicated in Deep Forest, but it's it wouldn't take a great stretch of the imagination to see one in the place of the other.
No, I remember having a look at the photo, or the map. It was just a track map, and it did look. Yeah, I could see the similarities at the time. But yeah, that's interesting if they're building one in an actual GT6 track.
I think it was basically a fictional, basically kind of like trying to see if it could be done.
Feasibility study.
I'll take your word for it. But I think I remember they said they actually wrote a book about it, about this fantasy business scheme. But I've never seen the book, so
it'd be interesting. I mean, it'd get a lot of interest. There'd be quite a few people that had come from around the world. Whether it'd be financially viable is another thing entirely, but that'd be interesting to see.
Right, so we've got about 3/4 of an hour left now, haven't we?
We've got 44 minutes and 20 seconds to go until the checkered flag. At last update, we had ABC Racing ahead by some way, and that was a 3-lap gap to Avalerion Racing. So one would think, Famine, that probably won't lose that gap. Both teams have been consistent since that update, so haven't really seen any instances that would cost them significant amounts of time.
Yeah, the gap's about 3 laps, isn't it?
Yeah, it was 3 laps, and I think that was hour 21, I think. It was updated at 12:27. UTC +1. So yeah, 21, 22 hours. But I can't see that gap going.
No. I mean, if Gran Turismo simulated mechanical failures, we'd be a lot less sure about it, wouldn't we? But
well, yes, we would, absolutely. Although there is disconnections, so that could happen.
Yeah. It's again the speed of light getting involved. Damn you, physics!
Yeah, no, it can definitely happen. We don't want it to happen though. That's never a
absolutely
good thing.
not.
No, so it's never good to see a team who's so far in front disconnect. So, but it happens. It's just part of what we do. I'll have a look at and see what drivers are doing what times, and De Bomb has just done his 39th lap is a 3:24.170, and that is 2.5 seconds faster than the previous lap of GTMX Jimmy. He's done a 3:26.627. So De Bomb is flying. He's really flying, actually. But they're the only 2 drivers that have done a personal best for their last lap. Lap-wise, Pubs and De Bomb are both on lap 40, with TRL Evolutions on lap 42. So you would expect that those guys would probably end up on around 55 laps, give or take. So that'll be a long stint for them, surely. And the Flash is on 43, lap 43. So got a few drivers out there that are doing significant stints.
Yeah. Danny King in the chat asks what tyres are these guys running. I think everyone's on race hards, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. We've got 3 drivers showing us on intermediates, but clearly that's not the case. That's our favourite tyre glitch. Yes, everybody else is on racing hards, except for the pace car, of course, on sports hards. So
yeah. No, we ran an event using the pace car at the last LAN that we did. So I don't know if people know, but you can fool Gran Turismo into driving in basically a LAN situation. Because it all runs peer-to-peer, the consoles directly speak to each other via the shortest or fastest internet route. So if they're all connected to the same router, they basically are in a LAN mode. But you do need to have an external internet connection to maintain the lobby. But yeah, we ran a LAN event using the pace car. I think we put it on Racing Softs, and we used it as basically a cop car. Now, the idea was everyone built a car that could do a set lap time around, I think it was Apricot Hill. And they were allowed to use nitrous. And then we did basically a cannonball run event, and the pace car was about 5 seconds, between 3 and 5 seconds a lap faster than any of the Cannonball cars because it was on race soft tyres. And everyone set off, and then 15 seconds later, whoever was driving the pace car, cop car, would set off, and every time you were passed, you were out in that position. And the person who was driving the cop car varied each race. That was a cracking event.
That sounds great. Bit of strategy there too.
Yeah.
If you're allowed to use the nitrous, you'd have to be selective about when you deployed it.
Yeah. We had Alex Ingram, who's again one of the UK's Academy finalists. He was driving a 1200 horsepower Jay Leno Oldsmobile, and I was driving a 300 horsepower KTM Crossbow. Because the nitrous runs on power percentages. So if you have a 50% nitrous shot, you get 50% more power. So if you have 100 horsepower, you get 150 horsepower. If you have 1,000 horsepower, you get 1,500 horsepower. But of course, it changes your power to weight ratio if you have a very, very heavy car. And I had a very light KTM, so at 100% I was going from 200 horsepower to 400 horsepower, but from 500 horsepower per ton to 1,000 horsepower per ton. So it was the strategy of massive power versus cornering versus massive power on nitrous versus weight. It was a cracking event.
It does sound like a lot of fun, definitely. We do have an update that's come in,
we do.
Herman and everybody else.
As we were stalling for time a little bit there.
I think we did.
Hope no one noticed.
Let's just have a look here and see what we've got. Now, just before we go into it, the lap times, I understand, are not quite up to date, so we will ignore those for now. But, Fallon, do you want to take us through this one, mate? And,
Yeah, I mean, we can start up at the top of LMP1, and we have the ABC racing car, the Peugeot 908 HDI. That's currently leading the way by 2 laps and 2 minutes from the now 2-man Avalarion R18 car. They have done 350 laps compared to the 352 of the ABC car. The Bentley Speed 8 of the Scuderia GT MX is running in 3rd. They are a further 4 laps down, and they have a lap over the other Peugeot, the Bitter Rivals Racing, Peugeot 908. They've done 3:45. We then hop down into the LMP2 category. There's a 7-lap gap between that LMP1 car and the Inferno Racing Gibson Nissan, followed, it looks like a gap of about 3 laps to the SSR Motorsports sister car. And then we have the ABC Racing Courage C60 Peugeot. They are a further 7 laps back from that. We're showing the 4th LMP2 is actually running last on the road at the moment. Was that an incident I haven't spotted?
That was the black flag for
Mikey.
For 1-2. Yeah, so that didn't help. But again, that wasn't 49 laps worth either. So
no, they're showing us 39 laps further back and 49 laps behind the leaders.
Yeah.
So, that's going to be interesting. It looks like they're about 6 laps off the back of the LMGTs as well. Yeah. Anyway, the lead LMGTE car is the Chevrolet Corvette C6R, run by Team Wise Racing. They've done 309 laps. They have a very healthy 9-lap lead over the Can-Am BRL Ford GT LM Spec 2. And then the 2 BMW M3s, run by Venator and Midweek Motorsport Racers Collective, are about 5 seconds apart on the road by the latest update.
Going to find out where they are in relation to each other. I'm just going to have a look now because that would be the one to watch, I think.
Yeah. 23 hours to be separated by 5 seconds is
not bad.
Yeah. And now
they've been.
Sorry.
You go. No, you go.
I was going to say that they're fighting for. They may be fighting for 10th and 11th, but they're fighting for the podium in that category.
Absolutely. And we've got Tanky 1 in the number 51 for MWM Races Collective, and we have got be cross 24. So let's find out where they are. On track, we have got cross 24 is coming into Arnage, and Tanky 1 is coming out of the PlayStation chicane. So just coming onto the second section of the Mulsanne. So there's a bit of track space in between them, but 5 seconds difference, that is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, that's a healthier gap. Obviously, the update was for on the hour, and we've now got about 35 minutes left. But we can expect that gap to grow and shrink as they're getting out of the way of the lapping cars. We've just seen the Bentley Speed 8 hopping past, coming out of Arnage. So they're going to be in touching distance at the end, aren't they?
They're on similar pit strategies. The Tanky 1 in the number 51 car, he's got just under just under half a tank, and his tyres are all on 9s, whereas Cross 24 is just a smidge over half a tank. So there's only 8 or so litres of fuel, and he's on all 9s and 10 on the back right tyre. So they're on the same fuel strategy. So I don't think pit stops will come into it, unless one of them's got something up their sleeves. And we have company. We have Jono has joined us. Some of you might remember Jono from the opening commentary stint, where he joined me for the start of the race, and I think he's been out and about for a bit. But yeah, Jono, welcome back, mate. How are you?
Not bad. Hello, how are we all?
Tired?
I gathered that. You've been doing it for 18 hours now, am I right?
Yeah, well, we've had some gaps in between and a little bit of sleep here and there, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's been good, but see, I'll sleep well tonight.
Yeah, that's for sure. Sadly, I haven't been able to keep up with the race as well as I would have liked. I've been out at a birthday party and I've been doing some racing of my own. So, what's the story with the race since I left?
Well, a lot has happened. We've had black flags, we've had rain, more rain. The rain went away and came back. It's been an interesting one. The course has taken its toll on a few teams. We've got a couple of two-man teams that are out there trying to see out the race, namely the SSR Motorsports number 10. They've got 3 drivers. Apologies, it's the 16 ORA Racing. They've only got 2 guys, and the number 1 of Avalerion. They've got GTP, Bambi and Pasm. So they've had a lot going on. And there's a significant gap between some of the leaders in classes as well, with 3 laps separating the top 2 classes, I believe. We'll just go back and have a look there. So LMP1, you've got ABC Racing, who are up 2 laps. And LMP2 Inferno Racing is 3 laps ahead of SSR Motorsports. And then NLM GTA, there's a 9-gap lead with Team Wise Racing. So some of the teams have suffered out there today. So interesting race, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a shame I missed most of it, but looking forward to this last half an hour of it.
Yeah, I've missed all apart from the last 90 minutes of it, so...
Yes, how are you, Famine, by the way?
I'm knackered and broken. I very unwisely took on a challenge at the Goodwood Festival of Speed that involved racing a wheelchair as fast as you possibly could up a 200-metre track. And I forgot that I'm old, and so I'm quite sore today.
Oh, you're at the Goodwood Festival of Speed?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes, lucky enough to have a 15-minute interview gap with Kazunori as well. He was there to have a look at some of the Vision GT cars. So
excellent. And have we got any insider info on that interview, or is it all to be revealed in the interview?
Well, we've got lots of insider info on the interview, but we're not allowed to share any of it.
I thought so.
I have posted the interview on the news blog of GTPlanet already.
Excellent.
The people seem to like it, so because there's always restrictions with what you can and can't ask. Because they don't really want, they don't particularly want Kazunori to reveal things that aren't necessarily ready for the PR machine to reveal yet. He's more than happy to talk about Gran Turismo for the rest of time. He would answer any question you put to him, but obviously it's not necessarily always the wisest thing, because then he starts creating expectations that aren't necessarily fulfilled because of the way that the PR works.
Indeed. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing that interview.
Yeah. It was good fun, and we also got to compare my time up the Goodwood Hill climb in the Peugeot Vision GT car. So apparently I'm 4 seconds a lap faster than Kazunori is, so I'm quite pleased with that.
Oh, that's excellent.
Especially because he's actually been up it and I haven't in real life.
Yes. I'm very much looking forward to going to that festival one day when I'm a little bit older and have a bit more money for a holiday.
Yes, it's a 5.5, 6 hour drive for me, but I think you might have the win on travel time.
Indeed.
Of course, I wasn't particularly helped by the fact I went to it in a Mark 1 MX-5 because it's the central brand this year is Mazda, and I do like my MX-5s, but a Mark 1 is not the ideal long-distance motorway car.
No, despite the MX-5 being a fantastic and iconic car.
Yeah, it's a little bit jittery on motorways, and I had to stop more than twice for fuels. It's got a tiny fuel tank.
And the fuel prices in Great Britain there, are they as bad as the ones in Australia?
Oh yeah, they're about £1.20 a litre for 95 RON, which is 91 octane for the North Americans. So it's about the equivalent of $8 for one of their gallons.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I think that's quite a bit more expensive than Australian fuel when you account for a difference in currency.
Yeah. But still, driving's fun. I've just had a new set of tyres put onto it as well, so I had to get all the coating off. So it's a little bit squirrely for the first 100 or so miles, but sticks like glue now.
Ah, excellent. Well, that's one thing the drivers of this race don't have to worry about, is the prices of fuel. They've got endless refills in the virtual world.
They don't have to worry about tyres either. Well, they
exactly.
do have to worry a bit about them going off, but I don't think
and picking the right compounds.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be wearing the tyres out. Ugh. Good lord, I'm yawning. It must be, what, about midnight over there for you?
It's 10:30 in the evening here in Sydney.
Yeah.
It's been a very, very long race. It feels like a long gap in between stints for me, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's just gone 1:30 in the afternoon here. Which reminds me, I'm currently logging in and out of GT6 so I can boost my daily bonus.
Excellent.
It's one of the big problems. You're away for 4 days and you lose all your bonus. So.
Yeah, so I was a bit slack this week playing some old PlayStation 2 games. I forgot a little bit about GT6 and I lost all my bonuses. As we see the ABC racing car Peugeot driven by... who's driving the ABC car at the moment? Do you know, Fabian?
I don't actually. I know that all of the driver changes have been done now. If there are any more driver changes, they're unscheduled because I think you can't change your driver in the last hour of the race.
No,
That's
otherwise
correct.
you'll receive a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And we've got De Bomb 330 currently in the ABC number 3 car.
Yeah, he's doing some corking lap times, isn't he?
Yes, he's been very fast throughout the entire race.
What I might do, guys, just before I duck back to the YouTube chat, I might just run through quickly the drivers that we do have for everybody there. So we've, as discussed there, we've got De Bob 330 in for ABC, GTP Pasm in for Avalerion Racing, the number 1 car, GTMX Jimmy 94, who's continuing a pretty good race for himself and his team. He's in for GTMX Escuderia. Adventurous is in for the number 17 ABC Racing. TRL Evolution is in for Inferno Racing, the number 11. TNR Zygen is in for the number 10 of SSR Motorsports. And he came in, don't forget, after a black flag due to connection issues. He's been in since then. Pubs 16 is in for the number 16 of ORA Racing. Cross 24 is in the BMW of the number 52 Venator Racing. EOL, Pedro EOL, currently in the pit lane, but he's in the number 58 Teamwise Racing. He could probably sit in the pit lane for a good 10 minutes too. They've got a bit of a lead there, so he doesn't have to go anywhere anytime soon. And Tanky 1 is in for the number 51, the other BMW for MWM Racers Collective, and Dougie Nutty is in for... where did you go, Dougie? He is in for the number 55 in the Ford GT LM Spec 2. So yeah, that's who we've got on track right now.
Excellent.
Well, it looks like it's going to be fairly routine racing from here to the end. The track is lovely and dry. I wouldn't say all the drivers are necessarily fresh, but they should at least be as rested as they could be. We have
definitely getting into the twilight stages now. Everyone's going to be quite exhausted, including the commentators.
See, I feel really bad now because I only got up 3 hours ago. I've had a hard weekend journalisting.
Now remember, folks, if you've got any questions you'd like us to ask us, the Avalerion racing car cuts a fair portion of that first part of the Dunlop curves. Remember, you can ask us a question on the live stream.
Slingshot Slipstream says no safety cars. Well, I don't recall there being any mention of one, apart from obviously the start of the race. Have you seen any?
I don't believe there was a safety car. I don't believe there was a safety car apart from the start of the race.
No, I haven't seen one, unless there was one in the period of time where I was napping, but I don't think there has been at all. Thomas Harder has popped up and said, don't be too confident on that 9-lap gap between TWR and Can-Am. Dougie Nutty's been in the car a long time, longer than EOL, so stint photos are out of sync. So it's a very good point you raised there, Thomas. So that 9-lap gap could well drop, or it could even be eradicated entirely. So it will be interesting to see how that goes. And MWM Racers Collective have said the same thing. We'll have to wait for their for the full results to see where they end up as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
now
anyone?
HP.
Sorry.
HP, could you have a look at the ORA racing entry number 16? I believe they're in limp home mode.
Let us have a look.
Well, they've been given orders by AJ to run in limp home mode. As the yellow flags have been brought out in that particular sector, Sector 6.
So, come on. Yeah, I can confirm that Pubs 16 is in limp home mode. Number 16 has been directed by AJ. The number 16 is, of course, the same car, ORA. You are lagging, enter limp home mode when being approached by LMP1 cars. So,
That's very interesting.
Yes. No, he is lagging heavily as well. That car's going all over the place.
Well, that must coincide with the fact that the Bitter Rivals Racing entries just came to the pits.
That's definitely a lagging car. So he's been instructed not to use limp home mode for the entire trip back to the pits, but which he's coming into now. But yes, to remain on limp home mode when being passed. But there was a significant lag there that I witnessed for sure.
Yeah, for anyone who's not familiar with how GT6 works, essentially if you hit the start button, the car's driving is taken over for you by the AI, and it brings you down to what, 80k, 50 miles an hour.
60 k's an hour for us.
So about 38 miles an hour. But it also makes your car transparent, so other cars can drive through you. So if you are badly lagging and swerving all over the road, you won't affect the decision of the car behind you. Basically, they can just drive straight through you.
Although I must point out though, in any other instance, apart from the instance where they are lagging severely, it's requested by AJ that you have to still make an effort to avoid a car even though it is transparent.
Yeah, because we do as much as we possibly can to keep the realism going, but there are occasions where there has to be a little bit of a suspension of realism. One of those is that, in fact, we have to run the whole lobby in practice mode rather than in race mode. This will allow basically people to leave and then be replaced by teammates. As if they were to leave in the middle of a race, the person who then joined the race wouldn't be able to participate in it. So this all has to be done in practice mode. And that can make things very, very difficult for the stewards and the race organisers to work out who is actually where. So you were hearing a few minutes ago about stint photographs and the gaps between the cars not necessarily being representative. Effectively what we have to do is every time somebody pits, and that includes enters and leaving the lobby, they have to submit photographs to the race organisers, and those photographs will be used to determine the position of the cars. Now, some of the guys who are in the cars have been driving for a very long time, and they won't have had time to submit all of their stint photographs to race control, although they do have to do it within 6 hours of the race finishing. So that means that some of the gaps between the cars aren't necessarily what we're reporting, but they're merely to the last set of stint photographs that we have. So the final result that you see here today won't necessarily be the actual result of the race. Though we do think that for the outright victory, it is pretty much as you see on the screen, with the number 3 leading by 2 laps from the number 1 car.
Yes, and a question here from Danny King. Who are your drivers of the race? Now, I'm not really in a position to answer that since I've been here a relatively short amount of time. HP, who's your driver of the race?
Well, there's definitely a few honourable mentions to go out before the driver of the race. I think the drivers that are in two-man teams, and not through any fault of their own either. So specifically, Bambi and Pasm in Avalerion racing in the number one, and also Cod Demon and Pubs. Although Pubs is his internet's doing the best to make him look like not the driver of the race. I'm seeing a lot of lag on the screen. Unfortunately for them, I hope that doesn't affect their race any further, because obviously they've already had one black flag. So there's not too long to go. Hopefully they can see out the race. But definitely those four guys. I think the GTMX drivers, it's pretty hard to separate each of those for who had performed better. But GTMX Jimmy has done a lot of laps, and he's done very well. So an honourable mention to him. But I think it's got to go to De Bomb. He's just been so frightfully fast and so ridiculously consistent, and it's just hard to go past him. And I'm not one to give out a driver of the race just for outright pace. You have to have the consistency, and you have to have, I guess, the strategy as well. So he's run a perfect race, I think.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take your word for it, because obviously I've only been here for the last hour myself.
I think in terms of the other classes, RCB once again, always very solid, and those guys have all been very good. TRL Evo and RCB, definitely worth mention for those guys. Haven't really seen too much of the second ABC Racing car with Richie Bugs, Rouge Tayano and Adventurous in it, but pretty sure Richie Bugs has done a lot of laps. But for the LMGTE, look again, it's a bit of a tough one, that one. I think that'd be probably... In fact, I might just have to go through and have a look at some of the numbers for that particular class before I make a decision on that one. So I'll take that one on notice.
We have a question on the YouTube stream from Rocker238. Commentators, I'm new to these races, so may you please clear up how you guys are commentating and how driver changes work. Effectively, we're watching the same live stream that you are on YouTube, although we're watching one that's about 20 seconds ahead of you, because of the fantastic way that YouTube works when broadcasting live events. There are also 4 spots in the lobby. You'll see there's only 12 cars and there's 16 spots in the lobby. So there's 4 spots in the lobby for the stewards and for commentators. So there will be some commentators, like I believe Heathen at the moment, who's actually in the lobby watching the same race and able to flick through the cameras himself independently. So we're basically commentating from what we're seeing on the screen and also from what information we're getting, and we're all in the same Skype group call. So that's all the technology behind how we're commentating. How the driver changes work: essentially, the driver will come into the pits. He will take a stint photograph, and then he will leave the lobby, and then his teammate may join the lobby, take his stint photograph, and head out the pits. And that's as complicated as it gets. You're not allowed 2 cars from the same team in the lobby at the same time. The driver who's leaving has to leave before his teammate joins, which sometimes causes an issue when we have commentators like me or Heathen Racing, where we're doing a commentary and then we're doing a race. We will actually have to leave the lobby that we're commentating on before our teammate leaves, so that we can then join into the gap that he's left. But that's essentially the system. 1 in, 1 out.
Yes, I'm yet to delve into the struggles of racing and commentary at the same time. I was going to do that for the 4 hours of Monza, but I decided against it because of the chaotic nature of that race. I just wanted to help out with managing the situation of that race. For example, when it started raining heavily and the safety car came out, which led to an eventual red flag. So
Yeah.
not sure how Bart does it, but he does a fantastic job being able to drive ridiculous hours at ridiculous speeds and yet still have the time to describe his thoughts on the race and give a great insight.
And I did the support race at Daytona, I think, in the MX-5s. I was actually commentating as I was racing. And that was quite good fun, except when I had a moment where I had to avoid a car in front of me and very nearly shouted out an extremely loud swear word live into the commentary. So, not necessarily a good idea, but it was quite amusing to do.
Yeah, I don't think I'll do that. I tend to swear, scream and shout quite a lot when I make a few mistakes while racing. As the 10-minute warning has just been given by AJ, so just 10 minutes of this race to go.
It looks like it's going to be fairly routine driving. I hope it's going to be fairly routine driving. I think we're almost at the point where even if there is a disconnect, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to any results. But again,
Yes,
let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, so even still, that hasn't stopped Passon from pushing. He was absolutely launching it through those corners at Arnard and Indianapolis. As he approaches the Porsche curves now, still giving it absolutely everything.
I'm not sure if that's lag or if that car actually is just squirming everywhere.
Well, this stream I got here doesn't seem very lagging. The Passon's relatively smooth. It's rather the glitchiness of the stream itself. So Passon seems pretty smooth on my screen. He's driving pretty hard and very well at this stage. The ball runs a little bit wide there at the forward curves as we switch to the Scuderia GTMX car, passing the 55 Nemesis.
Yeah, I think all of these drivers would be trying their utmost until the checkered flag, because you can't capitalise on others' misfortune if you're not there to do so.
Indeed.
I'm just going through the YouTube chat, and we've got one very, very brave individual out there, Sam Smith, suggesting that Immortal Pilot is a hacker. Don't really know what to say to that. The man's just, well, it's Immortal Pilot, really. I think if you're going to make such claims, Sam, you really need to back those up with some evidence, mate. That's really the only way to go about it. So if you've got some evidence for that one, bring it on. But otherwise, probably best left out of the chat, I think.
Yes, and we can all banter about who's extremely fast, but that's to be kept within each other. I don't think that's the place to be posting on YouTube such comments like that.
Well, we can discuss the pace of individuals, and there are some very fast individuals. Some of them indeed in this race, but I think to suggest that somebody's cheating is, well, have some evidence or don't say it. It's as simple as that. But yes, that was out of left field.
Indeed, although I've always maintained, HP, that our very own Mint GTR is indeed a hacker. I believe there was evidence of that, wasn't there, when he was at your place for the core 24 hours?
He was just ridiculous. There's a very good reason I drove him for 11 hours. Yep, no, he's...
Indeed, I'm hoping, we're all hoping here in Australia that his hacking expertise can take him all the way to Silverstone. It's a little hashtag we're trying to trend at the moment. It's hashtag Mint for Silverstone. So keep an eye on that on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, he's made the nationals, so we do have one heathen at the Australian Nationals. So we will all be getting behind him and hoping he can go the whole way, because a lot of effort he's put into it. So we all wish him luck, and we all wish everybody who's going to the next step in the GT Academy, their respective national finals, or as Famin was saying earlier, straight to race camp with some of them. So good luck to all.
Yes, indeed, as the race-leading Peugeot makes a pass on one of the Nissans at Narnage.
And the 5-minute warning has been given, so there is 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this race, and what a race it has been. Definitely one to remember, I think, certainly for myself, and it's pretty much had everything.
Except the safety car.
Except the safety car. Which, to be honest, I think if you'd have, put money on that at the start of the race, I don't think you would have had any trouble getting that bet taken, because they pretty much have made an appearance, I think, in every race. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you see one in the last 5 minutes, just because.
Well, it wouldn't be a proper Le Mans without a safety car.
Oh, that's exactly right.
I was there a couple of years ago when they actually ran the safety car out of fuel.
Right.
Because they have 3 safety cars at the moment, because the circuit's so large. So they basically, whenever they neutralise a race, they have 3 trains of cars going around. And yeah, it was Audi R8s, and they ran one of them out of fuel because it was out there for so long.
That is hilarious.
So, yeah, for AJ's listening, we do need to get a safety car out there just to make it a bit more. Try not to run it out of fuel there.
We'll put a request in the YouTube, in the Skype chat for a safety car. Coming into the last few minutes, we do have a personal best for this session for Adventurous, who's come in with a 3:39.232 in the LMP2 class. So he's pushing for quicker laps even at this late stage. So yeah, very good driving from him. And the Flash 05 currently sitting on the most number of laps on 54 for this session. TRL Evolution 53 and 51 for De Bomb. So we've got some drivers out there who have put in some a long final stint.
Indeed, it's been a very long race. And what have your guys' highlights of the race been so far? Well, of this race altogether, I should say.
I think, for me personally, I think an ongoing highlight is the fact that the BMWs, as of last update, and they've been under some lap the whole race. So those two have had a tremendous rivalry, and yeah, that for me, I think, is to be on the same lap after, however many laps, there's hundreds of laps, is phenomenal, I think. There's not much between them at all. So,
Inferno Racing asks, are teams allowed a victory lap? I'm not too sure on that one. I believe they'll go straight to Parc Fermé, but that would be nice to see the ABC Racing car have a victory lap.
I would suggest if it's not in the regulations, then probably don't do it. You might want to go straight to Parc Fermé and park the car.
Well, I'm not sure we could deny all of these hilarious 2D fans the opportunity to see the cars going around one more time.
Well, that's right. I wouldn't want to see anyone get a penalty, though, for doing it.
So I keep trying to, because I was there in 2013, this is the 2013 version of the track. I keep trying to see if I can find myself at one of the spots that I was in, replicated in 2D form.
Absolutely. My personal highlight was probably, I think, halfway in my first commentary stint was the the Mika Hakkinen Schumacher-esque overtake at Spa 2000 heading into the Mulsanne kick. I can't exactly remember who that was. I think it might have been Passam on line face, although I may be wrong on that, but that was an unbelievable overtake. Definitely my highlight of the race.
And this will be the checkered flag right there. That has hit 25 hours. So this race has come to its conclusion, and this will be the final lap for all drivers. Certainly a huge thumbs up from me. A lot of respect for everybody out there who's taken part in this race, definitely. And very well done to the provisional winners for the number 3 car of ABC Racing, which currently has De Bomb 330 at the wheel, and what a race they have had.
Yes, well, apart from a bit of Rivals Racing briefly taking the lead in the early parts of the race, they've just taken this race and haven't looked back. It's been an excellent performance by not just De Bomb, but all 3 of the drivers. That would be D. Griffin 28 and TNR Pfeffer.
We might have a development here, although I think they're going to make it. GTMX Jimmy, he's running on the smell of an oily rag. He really has no fuel, but he's just coming up to the chicane now, so he should make. That won't have any impact. But yeah, very well judged on the fuel there for GTMX Jimmy. So all cars are to...
Sorry, HB?
No, you go, mate, you go.
I was just going to mention the number 3 car's just coasting now, and Parc Ferme is now at the entrance to the Bugatti circuit, so it is just after the Dunlop Bridge. So that means there'll be no victory lap.
Oh, no.
Think of all those disappointed 2D fans and trees.
Just looking to see if anyone's at risk of running out of fuel, but we've got a BMW with a fuel light on, but he'll get around. Some pretty good fuel management there. Got the safety car with a full tank as is expected. De Bomb he's judged his fuel perfectly. He'll just get there. Yeah, some excellent judgment actually there from a couple of teams on their fuel.
Indeed, and now De Bomb is just nursing the car through the Porsche curves. It's been an absolutely awesome performance by him and the rest of the ABC Racing team. They are going to take victory in the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours. Peugeot have not won the Le Mans 24 Hours since 2009, but in the virtual world they're going to take the victory in 2015. De Bomb goes left, goes right, goes left again, goes right to take the checkered flag of the GTPlanet 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours. Congratulations to them.
Of course, Peugeot have withdrawn from the event in real life. They've not entered a car in the last 2 years. So with the LMP1 field increasing by the season, we might see them back.
It'd be nice to see their liveries in particular were quite a sight to behold.
Of course, there's a BMW parked across the track. I don't know, BMW.
As the cars head to Parc Ferme, it's going to take a while, I believe, for this victory for ABC Racing to sink in. It's been a beautiful performance from them with a relatively smooth 180-degree turn hitting the back of the BMW. So they haven't got everything perfect in this race. But after that, you take that checkered flag, who really cares?
So in this situation, all the drivers need to take their final stint photo. which we were explaining earlier how these races and the nerds system that we use to classify the drivers works. They will all have to take one final photograph just before they leave the lobby, and that will allow AJ and the race organisers and stewards to determine precise finishing orders. It will take a little bit of time, so that's why we're saying that the provisional victory, but it will all iron out in the next few hours. So I think that's just about it from the commentary team, is it not?
I believe so, unless we get other word.
Well, I think you guys need to go and have some sleep. So I'm all right. I need to have some lunch, but you know.
Yes,
I think
HB needs some sleep.
I think I'll have a wind down on Elder Scrolls Online first. I'll play that for an hour or so. And then I'll go to bed.
There is no such thing as an hour or so.
No, you know exactly how it is. But I'd like to say thanks to everybody. Thanks to everyone who was in the YouTube viewing lounge, as I'll call it. But thanks for your support during that solo stint. Yeah, not easy to do. So thanks for everybody who was there. Thank you to AJ. Thank you to all of the other commentators, the stewards, drivers, everybody involved. It's been a good one. Can't wait to do it again. But I'm never commentating on my own again, just letting you all know.
Yes, I too would like to say thank you for everyone watching and bearing with us while we come to grips with this whole commentary gig. It's been a very pleasurable debut, I must say, and with that being said, our next race is the 4 hours of Tsukuba that is being taken part by the GT300 class and I believe the TCN1 classes. Let me just have a check here. Yes, GT300 and TCN1. That will be on the race will be on the 18th of July. And Famine, would you like the final word?
No. Yeah. So yes, I'm looking forward to that race as far as I've Scuba because I don't have to race it, and I hate that circuit. But we will see you all in 3 weeks' time? And
yes, 3 weeks' time.
Hope you've all enjoyed it. We'll catch you now.
Thanks, everybody.
Goodbye.